Pokemon. The starter Pokemon is Agumon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, The Second Perfect Form. Ultra Sedramon. Wasn't this guy already dealt with? Although Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon was not very happy that Cactusman jumped from the third to the second position, and it felt very stressed and wanted to catch up quickly. However, it was very impressed with the power of the sharp punch that Cactusman had just used by drawing vitality energy. Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon knew that even if it used all its strength to activate the power of the dragon god, it would not be able to stimulate that level of power. But even with such a punch beyond its strength, it hit the guy that it really didn't think was that strong, and the other party woke up so quickly. It was clear that it had completely lost its fighting ability and couldn't recover for a while. But after seeing the tail that had been drooping weakly on the ground before, and now slightly raised and trembling, Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon knew that the guy who didn't seem to have a very bright mind had really woken up. And Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon glanced at the side. This is somewhat similar to the state of the Deep Eyes white dragon, and it feels unusually close to the machine Tyrannosaurus. It is a very powerful biological stance. What is going on? Blue Eye's double explosion dragon was full of doubts. Then, a dazzling white light lit up from the sunken pit that was smashed, and with a huge body length of Sedramon of 40 meters, it instantly illuminated the surrounding area. This is the light of evolution. Cactusman, who also felt this powerful momentum, stood up slowly, silently inserted his roots into the ground, and absorbed the sunlight above his head into his body. With the help of rooting and photosynthesis, Cactusman quickly recovered his physical strength while getting ready to continue this unfinished battle. Qingliu glanced at the reactions of White Dragon and Cactusman, and looked at the evolving displayed in the Divine Plan column on the panel, with an expression of no surprise on his face. Sure enough, this is the real reason why the three stages of forms appear on the same pattern at the same time. The Digimon summoned by using two summons this time, 2 and 1, are not three Digimon, nor are they a certain stage of the loyal family Sedramon, but a Digimon that has already reached the perfect stage. The growing Bitamon and the mature Sedramon are just its temporary forms. Only after it reaches the perfect form that fully matches the level stage again, it will be the real object of this summoning. Come on, let me see what your true strength and posture look like. Under Qingliu's somewhat excited gaze, the light of the evolutionary light has reached its peak, and the Sedramon inside has changed its body shape again. The length of the huge snake-like body of about 40 meters has increased again, easily breaking through 50 meters, sprinting 100 meters, exceeding 100 meters, and finally staying at 120 meters. Even the body that was already relatively sturdy in the Sedramon stage has expanded under the rapid change of body length, and in an instant it has reached several times the previous one. The changes before and after can be easily seen from the dim light. The Sedramon, which was already a huge beast before, is now like a giant python and a newly born snake in front of its evolved form. The difference is huge. When the change in size is over, the ferocious snake head, which has been covered by a harder shell for most of the area and has a lightning blade on its forehead, suddenly opens its bloody mouth, and the Super Sedramon evolved from Sedramon lets out a roar that shakes the world. Roar. The huge roar breaks through the evolutionary light that is about to dissipate, and instantly rings in the ears of everyone present, followed by an extremely strong and fierce breath, as if an ancient beast has broken free from its shackles. This breath descends with a roar, oppressing everyone. Crack, crack, crack. The huge block of ice that froze Zimi, formed by the ice arrows of Sedramon, also broke into two pieces due to the vibration of the sound. Zimi, who was shivering from the cold, had just landed on the ground and had not yet stood firm when the fierce aura directly knocked the weak Zimi unconscious. And this is not over yet. After the roar spread to all nearby areas, the momentum remained unabated, spreading in a ripple-like manner towards the entire valley plain until it completely echoed in the valley and did not stop for a long time. Even Casey, who was far away on the mountainside, had a solemn expression at this moment. She had never expected that even with such a long distance in between, the Pokemon could still transmit this terrifying aura. While covering Xiaoguang's eyes to avoid the possible impact of such a scene on her, Casey fell into deep thought. Even someone like me who has won the Grand Festival for several consecutive years has never encountered a Pokemon of this level. Perhaps only the person with the title of Master Coordinator in the Hoenn region can be compared, but what kind of strength is needed to release such a terrifying momentum? Ayako didn't know about this question. The only thing she knew was that the Pokemon that was originally blown away by the giant snake with a shocking punch had undergone earth-shaking changes at the moment when the evolution light was lit. Although she couldn't judge its specific level without seeing its combat power, the size that was far beyond her understanding and the fierce and abnormal momentum alone were enough to prove a lot of things. One evolution can bring such a huge improvement. I'm afraid that the current monster is much stronger than the cactus and the white dragon. Only the last semi-mechanized big guys left. No, now in front of this giant snake, it can only be called a little guy. Qingliu didn't know what KZ was thinking, but the two of them surprisingly agreed on the same point of view, despite the barrier of space. Whether it was the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon or the fierce blow of the Great Desolate Suture that Cactusman, whose strength had increased greatly recently. After Sedramon evolved into Super Sedramon, the absolute gap in the true sense had been reached. The complete form and the mature stage are two levels of combat power. But even so, Cactusman still did not relax in the posture it put on. It wanted to try and see how much difference there was. Qingliu did not interrupt it, because he also wanted to see and get this information. Photosynthesis and rooting continued to nourish the tired body and quickly restore physical strength. At the same time, several vine-like moves also began to grow from the footsteps of Cactusman and spread forward. The extraction of vitality just now had already sucked all the Gracitia flower fields under its feet. Now if it wanted to use it again, it could only reach out to another flower field of the opponent. But before the vines could completely extend, suddenly, the white light of evolution completely dispersed, and the Super Sea Dragonman, which was over 100 meters long and had a lightning-shaped blade on its head, opened its bloody mouth and flew towards Cactusman to bite. Seeing this, Cactusman reacted quickly. Since the opponent's attack was so fast, there was no time to make any preparations. In the end, it could only choose to clench its fists and prepare to use its own power to fight directly. But surprisingly, when Cactusman changed its response method, the opponent also responded accordingly. No longer rushing forward, but opening its mouth wide, ice energy condensed rapidly. The next moment, a breath of piercing coldness spurted out from the house, and instantly condensed into several huge cone-shaped ice arrows in front of it, shooting at Cactusman. Cactusman had no choice but to punch. Bang! 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 The fist hit hard, carrying the grass-type energy and hitting the ice arrow head-on. The dull sound of energy collision sounded, and the ice arrows were shattered by Cactusman one by one. But the ice arrows used by the evolved Perfect Digimon Mega Sedramon contained powerful force and ice energy, which shook Cactusman back repeatedly as it bombarded it. Moreover, a thin layer of frost had already covered the red gloves, and every time it came into contact with the ice arrows, its area was expanding, and it was spreading silently along the whole body, with a tendency to freeze Cactusman directly in the near future. While Cactusman was busy dealing with the offensive, a huge tailhead circled from a distance and came behind it. Bang! Bang! After two more heavy punches shattered the ice arrows, Cactusman took 2 heavy breaths. It was just a little physical strength that was temporarily restored. After continuous counterattacks, its physical strength had reached its limit, and coupled with a strong fatigue, it did not notice the attacks from other directions at all. Seeing this, Qingliu reminded him, "Be careful behind you." Buzz! As Qingliu's voice fell, the dozens of meters-long tail of Super Sea Dragon Beast danced directly and swung directly behind Cactus Beast. The speed was so fast that the air was filled with whimpering sounds. Under such an attack, even with Qingliu's reminder, Cactus Beast couldn't dodge at this moment. The body was hit hard and flew diagonally into the air. The next second, the cold breath transformed from ice energy was exhaled again, turning into dense ice arrows, shooting towards the Cactus Beast, who had no leverage point in the air and could not avoid it. Moreover, compared with before, this time the ice arrows were faster, there were many more, and the size was directly doubled. Even from a long distance, the biting cold air permeating them could be clearly felt. Obviously, the current attack is completely different from the previous one. If the previous ice arrows were the continuous rain in spring, then the ice arrows now are the violent storms in summer. Cactusman had such a hard time dealing with the rainy attack just now, and in this situation, if it gets hit, it will probably be killed instantly. The previous attack was just a feint, this time it's a full-scale attack, right? Qingliu pressed the Poké Ball that he had already taken out, pointed it at the sky and put Cactusman back into the ball. It seems that after evolving, your brain has also evolved a lot, and you have learned to use tactics. Qingliu said with a smile as he looked at the Giganotosaurus, whose upper body was raised several dozen meters high and looked down at him. At the same time, the illustrated information of Giganotosaurus also appeared in front of him. Race, Giganotosaurus. Classification, aquatic Pokemon. Attributes, water, dragon. Features, super berserk, no intelligence, will become angry and enter a berserk state when attacked, increasing both attack and defense by 25%, speed by 25%, and defense by 25%. Level 45. Exclusive moves, Thunder Gun, Electricity, Power 120, fires terrifying lightning strikes from the lightning-shaped blade on the top of the head. Maelstrom, Water, Power 100, uses its huge body to create huge waves to attack the opponent. Ice Arrow, Ice, Power 95, Wall of Frozen Breath, Ice, Defense, High Pressure Water Column, Water, Power 80, Mastered Moves, None, Racial Value, 625, Horsepower 98, Attack 106, Defense 94, Special Attack 111, Special Defense 86, Speed 129. Intimacy, -35, it already dislikes you, and now that you have interrupted its revenge, it dislikes you even more and feels hatred for you. Status, Average, it has recovered most of its physical strength through evolution and strong physical fitness. Information summary, in order to survive in a world where the weak are the prey of the strong, its body has become larger, the hardness of its head shell has been strengthened, and a blade that can burst lightning has grown on its head. At the same time, its IQ has also been slightly improved after evolution, and it has escaped the range of low intelligence. It has learned to track its opponents until they are completely eliminated. Divine Plan, it has completed 2 evolutions, level 18/level 36/level 52/level 68. Note, evolution is irreversible. Horizontal Ellipsis. The racial value of 625 is 25 points more than the 3-stage Quasi-God, and it has exceeded the speed of Blue Eye's Double Explosion Dragon, reaching 129. It's a pity that there is no water here, otherwise it can be confirmed its underwater movement speed. And, the strength of the 2 new moves you mastered is also good. Compared to before, you now make me more satisfied. Qingliu said with a smile. Hearing the movement, Zhao Heilongman stared at Qingliu with his blue eyes, and his pupils changed slightly. Then, Zhao Heilongman leaned back slightly, and a faint sound of water flow was heard. A strong water energy brewed in his body, forming a huge water column filled with terrifying pressure. It was ready to crush Qingliu, who looked like a small insect in its size. Although it didn't know where the Cactusman who beat him had gone, it was definitely related to this little insect. Zhao Heilongman was very angry about this human who pulled it under this completely unfamiliar world and there was no water flow nearby. Anger must be vented, and venting means destruction. Zhao Heilongman raised his head high, and his exclusive move, High Pressure Water Column, surged. But before it opened its mouth to attack, a strong wind blew in the distance, and the blue-eyed Double Explosion Dragon with blue stripes on its white body took the lead in attacking. 2 balls of energy emitting strong light rushed over, and in an instant they flew to the face of Super Sedgerman, exploding with a loud bang, directly interrupting the high-pressure water column in its mouth. Then, a huge figure filled with a breath of destruction appeared behind the blue-eyed twin exploding dragon, and the Dragon God power moves were activated, and powerful energy burst out. Facing the attack, Super Sedgerman, who had just been defeated, was not afraid at all, and stared angrily at the front. Zzzzz! Exclamation mark. A series of extremely thick and huge golden electric currents emitting extremely violent energy gathered at the blade above its head. Finally, it condensed into a straight golden spear, and then, burst out. Rumble. Dense dark clouds suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky, and the sky suddenly darkened. A series of terrifying lightning and thunder burst out in the rolling thunder clouds. Clang. A thunder fell. The sky and the earth seemed unable to withstand the sudden powerful force and began to shake violently. The huge thunder gun had already crossed the sky in an instant at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, and shot towards the Dragon God's power. Swish. There was no obstruction, And the Dragon God's power, which was filled with destruction and mysterious energy, shot out by the Dragon God's phantom, seemed to have never existed. It was torn apart by it without any hesitation. Then, it continued to shoot towards the chest of the stunned blue-eyes Double Explosion Dragon. Super Sea Dragon Beast sounds better than a million. In addition, I had insomnia last night. I didn't sleep all night, and I only slept for 3 hours during the day. I have a headache and I am very tired. I will have a good sleep tonight and add more tomorrow. Chapter 252, Complete Form vs. Complete Form. First update. The golden lightning flashed in the blue pupils. Before intervening in the battle, Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon knew that it was no match for this big snake. The difference in performance before and after Cactusman, as well as the final embarrassing withdrawal, were the best evidence. The result was already determined. But even so, it wanted to experience it for itself, just like Cactusman. See how much difference there was between it and this guy who exuded a similar aura to Machine Tyrannosaurus, and how much distance it needed to cross. But it never expected that the power of the Dragon God that it had burst out with all its strength would be destroyed by the opponent in such a devastating manner that not even a trace of residue was left. Even after that, it didn't react at all to what happened, and could only watch the lightning spear that had already spanned hundreds of meters pierce in front of it and headed for its chest. Qingliu also didn't react. Although there is information such as the illustrated information of Ultra Sedramon and the race value status of the moves provided by the panel, there is a difference between the text and the actual performance. Aoyagi had not expected that Mega Sedramon's attack could reach this level. Is this the improvement brought by leaping from maturity to perfection? It clearly did not show the priority effect of the Pokemon world, but the attack speed has reached a similar level. It seems that the big improvement of Machine Greymon last time was not accidental, and the Thunder Gun, with a power value of 120, is at the same level as the Giga Destroyer. If it hits the current Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, it will probably be severely damaged instantly. However, at this speed, it is too late to retract it. Qingliu glanced at the Poké Ball in his hand, put it down, then looked up at the sky, ready to command the next battle. Although it was too late to take it back directly, the battle had to continue. Of course, continuing the battle does not mean betting that the Abyss-Eyes White Dragon will descend to fight with its power after the blood is low. The unexpected situation that occurred during the last battle with Kikuno has not been resolved yet, and the uncertainty of betting on it is too great. At the same time, it is not that the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon dodges the attack to fight, which is unrealistic. But at the same time, after the lightning was close to the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, Super Sedramon had already revealed a triumphant smile in advance, and turned his head disdainfully to prepare to attack the last opponent. Suddenly, it was discovered that the figure of Machine Tyrannomon had disappeared from the spot. Super Sedramon's expression froze, and he quickly scanned the vicinity, searching for Machine Tyrannomon's traces. After looking around to no avail, it finally stopped in midair. In front of the huge golden thunder spear, in front of the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon that had unilaterally declared the battle over, an orange, yellow and silver figure had appeared. It was Machine Tyrannosaurus. "Stop it!" The human voice below also sounded at this time. Then, Machine Tyrannosaurus stretched out its left arm, which was more ferocious and larger than its right arm, and exuded a silver metallic luster, without any evasion or fear, and made a gesture to block the passage in front. It was as if it was trying to use this gesture and the metal claw to directly take the attack of the Thunder Gun. At this moment, Super Sedramon's originally somewhat uneasy mood relaxed at this moment. It could feel that the other party was also a perfect form, but even if it was also a perfect form, the Thunder Gun was its real killer move. How could it be blocked so easily? On the contrary, it should be easy to completely crush the claw. Under the gaze of Super Sedramon, the Thunder Gun descended. Clang! A huge thunder sounded. For a moment, the whole sky was completely illuminated by golden light. The electric energy emitting a violent breath reached its peak the moment it came into contact with things, and the terrifying momentum expanded in an instant. At this moment, lightning flashed, thunder surged, an endless electric current suddenly burst out, rushing straight into the sky, and even the air in the entire valley was shaking. And this is the terrifying power of the Thunder Gun. Super Sea Dragon looked at this scene proudly, and the picture of the opponent being blown to pieces appeared in his mind. He couldn't wait to witness this scene. But as he looked around, he found that in the raging lightning, The figure of Blue Eye's double explosion was still intact, and it didn't look like it was injured at all. Even Super Sea Dragon, whose brain capacity was very low, realized that something was wrong at this moment. Because, not only Blue Eye's double explosion dragon, but even the place where the thunder gun exploded, raising smoke and roaring, was limited to the area in front of him. There was no power at all in the place where Blue Eye's double explosion dragon was in behind him. It was as if something had blocked it all with a rude attitude. Super Sea Dragon immediately felt uneasy. The next moment, a huge metal claw stretched out from the black smoke of the explosion, and then gently waved towards the void in front of it. Swish! A sharp sound like being cut by a sharp weapon rang out, and the billowing black smoke that was originally spreading around was immediately split into two, and then the air driven by the waving of the metal giant claw was forcibly pulled to the other side. Then, the figure of the owner of the giant claw reappeared in the air. There was a little dust on the orange-yellow body and the parts covered by silver metal. But at a glance, Super Sea Dragon Beast did not find any serious injuries on it, and there was not even a slightly decent wound. The most serious one, which can be called an injury, was that a large black area appeared on the metal giant claw. In the center of this black spot, the silver metal was sunken, and wisps of high heat breath slowly overflowed from the middle. But soon, the concave surface recovered, the black spot faded, and the silver luster emitting a cold glow reappeared. The traces just now seemed to have never existed and disappeared completely. In other words, the attack just now had nothing to gain except dash. Ultra Sedramon's pupils dilated unconsciously. Its ultimate move was actually blocked by the opponent, and it was unharmed. How is this possible? The next second, the lightning roared again on the blade above Ultra Sedramon's head, the electric energy surged wildly, and the golden thunder spear reappeared. Roar! With its angry roar, the thunder spear shot towards the direction of Machine Tyrannosaurus again. At the same time, the blue eyes stared at the position of Machine Tyrannosaurus. It couldn't believe that the scene just now was real, so it attacked again. When Qingliu saw that Ultra Sedramon's second attack was condensing, he also gave a brief and quick command. Smash it directly. As the voice fell, the thunder spear had already arrived in front of Machine Tyrannosaurus, and the silver metal claw on Machine Tyrannosaurus' left arm was raised at the same time. Then, the scene that shocked the Sedramon next to it happened again. The huge metal claw, without any hesitation, smashed down heavily towards the surging thunder and the thunder gun that exuded a powerful aura with a clean and neat movement. Zzz! Bang! The sharp electric current suddenly burst out with an overwhelmed sound. Even though the surging lightning had destroyed the surface of the silver metal and disappeared, it could not stop the attack of the silver claw at all. Almost in an instant, it was directly cut from the middle area, split to both sides, and finally cut in half. At this moment, the expression of Mega Sedramon had become more solemn than ever before. Among the three big beasts, the one that brought it the most pressure was Machine Tyrannosaurus. In addition to the terrifying aura of the same stage of the perfect body, it seemed to have a crazy and destructive aura hidden. But even so, it did not expect that even if it evolved to the perfect stage, the opponent could so easily receive and block it first, directly breaking its attack head-on, and even did not seem to be injured. For a time, Mega Sedramon fell into deep thought. However, even if its intelligence was slightly improved, Qingliu did not think it could think of anything. Although it might not be good at thinking, it must know whether it would hurt to be beaten. If you want to conquer it, you must first conquer it. He did not forget this. We have let you attack twice in a row. Now it is our turn. Don't hold back. Let it enjoy the treatment that this Huangli family deserves. Got it. Machine Tyrannosaurus's clear blue eyes stared at the behemoth in front of him. His eyes were extremely cold. As Qingliu's initial partner, he was very angry at the moment when he saw the other party attacking his two companions. Almost at the moment when Qingliu's voice fell, the hatch on the chest of Machine Tyrannosaurus opened, and after firing two Giga Destroyer cannons, it immediately leaned forward without any pause, flapped its purple hollow wings, and launched a charge. Ultra Sea Dragonman also felt the opponent's fierce momentum, and coupled with the big move that had just destroyed it, Ultra Sea Dragonman immediately threw away his thoughts and began to fight back. Electricity burst out from the blade above his head, and after the thunder gun fired again at one of the missiles, the ice energy in his mouth gathered, and he spit out an ice arrow to shoot at another missile. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the air. After a brief stalemate, the energy from the two Giga Destroyer cannons completely suppressed the thunder gun and the ice arrow. Thick black smoke and residual energy flooded towards the location of Mega Sedramon. But at this moment, Machine Tyrannosaurus Monon didn't care about any advantages. He rushed to the front of the smoke and dust, twisted his body backwards, and activated his trident arm. Hula la la. As the iron chain swung, the silver metal giant claw crossed the remaining 100 meters and shot directly at Mega Sedramon through the air. Seeing this attack method, Mega Sedramon was not afraid at all. The opponent's strong defense does not mean strong attack power, and being able to block its long-range attack does not mean being able to block its physical attack. Although it has a high degree of mastery of long-range attack techniques, it is also strong in close combat. It does not believe that the opponent's body can be as abnormal as its own. It must let this guy and that human know that the physical strength contained in this huge body is not something that a small person who is less than 1/10 of his own can shake. Ultra Sea Dragonmon's body quickly began to move on the spot, driving the huge tail of more than 10 meters, and directly threw it towards the flying metal claw with a head-on collision, trying to whip Machine Tyrannosaurus and the claws and the person away. The two attacks collided heavily with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! Exclamation mark. A dull loud noise sounded in the valley. The trident arm was whipped off the track by the strong force, and Machine Tyrannosaurus immediately swung the iron chain to retract it. The part where Ultra Sea Dragonmon's tail whipped was a heavy red and fell heavily to the ground. After a short pause, the red began to change to purple-black color like blood stasis. Intense pain suddenly hit, and Ultra Sedramon's blue eyes were instantly bloodshot. Endless pain turned into anger and surged throughout its body. Finally, it looked up to the sky and let out a terrifying roar. It couldn't figure it out. It had strong defense, but it was so big and had more powerful strength. Why didn't it blow the opponent away? Why couldn't it beat him? Why did it hurt so much? What the hell was on that claw? Exclamation mark. The defense was terrifyingly strong, the hardness was terrifyingly high, and the recovery ability was terrifyingly fast. The thunder gun couldn't hit it, and now the physical attack driven by the flesh couldn't hit it either. Instead, it directly rebounded and caused serious injuries, which made Ultra Sedramon's anger continue to rise. But there was no way to relieve and vent, because Machine Tyrannosaurus had rushed up again. Chapter 253, even though they are both complete, there are still differences. Second update. The first to attack were two Giga Destroyer cannons that were completely black and had ferocious fangs on the front. Seeing this, Mega Sedramon quickly counterattacked. The blade on his head shot out the thunder gun, and the breath of ice arrows spurted out of his mouth, using the same one-on-one trick to block it. Boom! Exclamation mark. Two more huge roars sounded in succession. At a very close distance, the Giga Destroyer cannon showed an absolutely strong posture. Not only did it completely suppress the thunder gun and ice arrow, but it also pushed the continuously exploding black energy ball and huge smoke to fly back to Mega Sedramon. At the same time, in front of the thick smoke, Mega Sedramon saw the vague figure of Machine Tyrannosaurus again. Mega Sedramon, who already had a little intelligence, guessed the opponent's intentions. At the same time, the icy cold air in his mouth gathered again. When his mouth opened and closed, the cold air turned into ice arrows and shot towards the center of the energy ball. Since physical attacks and long-range bombings are ineffective, then slow down this guy's offensive first, and then freeze him. The bloody mouth of Ultra Sedramon continued to open, and ice arrows condensed and shot out, covering the sky and the earth, towards the figure in the black smoke in front of him. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The crisp collision sound of the ice arrows hitting the metal sounded, and as the ice arrows shattered, a chill grew, and the black energy ball and the smoke in the sky were also invaded, slowing down the retreat speed, and even showing signs of stopping. As a result, the figure of Machine Tyrannosaurus seemed to be affected as well, and did not attack through the smoke. This scene gave Ultra Sedramon a great boost of confidence, and he worked harder to drive the ice arrows. After a roar, he directly strengthened the offensive and included all the areas in front of him at a 45-degree angle upward into the attack range. Whoosh! 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 The ice arrows in the sky shot into the sky one by one, and Ultra Sedramon immediately started covering the bombing. Even though the Digimon itself is a high-burst monster that can use its special moves as a low attack, after this all-out attack, Mega Sedramon's breathing became rapid and heavy. After exhaling heavily, it slowly raised its head and looked up into the air. It was clear that snow had begun to fall in the sky, or to be more precise, very fine ice chips. The black smoke and energy balls produced by the collision and explosion of the move had completely stopped in place. The fine ice chips formed an ice wall of astonishing thickness, completely freezing its surroundings and isolating it from all external interference. From a distance, it looked like a huge frozen black balloon. In the middle of this balloon, a figure was also frozen in it, but it seemed unable to break through the shackles of the ice layer. Mega Cedramon showed a hint of pride in his expression. After spending so much effort, he finally won. The next step was to think about how to completely get rid of this guy. And the culprit who brought him to this world, Aoyagi. He wanted to see what the opponent's most powerful helper would look like after he was dealt with by him. But when he turned his eyes, he saw a face without much change of expression. Instead of looking at me, why not look at your opponent? You don't think it's over, do you? Qingliu glanced at it expressionlessly and said slowly. Just as Super Cedramon began to use its not-so-bright brain to think, a noise suddenly appeared in the ice balloon in the air. Chi-chi-chi-chi. It was as if a red-hot iron rod was suddenly inserted into cold water. The sound was sharp and piercing, and such a sound instantly attracted Super Cedramon's attention. When he looked up, he saw that a stream of orange-yellow energy with a high-temperature breath overflowed from the ice. The overflowing stream seemed to be the natural enemy of the ice wall. After encountering the ice, it expanded several times and dozens of times in an instant, and finally turned into a pit of nearly 2 or 3 meters. Next, the orange-yellow high-temperature energy like a wave swallowed up all the ice and low temperature produced by the ice arrows with a sharp corrosion sound. The condensed ice cubes did not even have time to turn into water drops, and they were directly evaporated into white mist lingering in the air. In the thick white fog, the figure of Machine Tyrannosaurus slowly flew out. At this moment, the hatch of its chest was wide open, and the orange-yellow Yiga storm poured out. Even though it was not fire attribute or Machine Tyrannosaurus, Mega Cedramon could still feel the horrible breath unconsciously emitted from it, which was something that could kill it. This made it very afraid and confused for a while. Its limited intelligence and reason told it that it should retreat, but it was soon forced to change its mind. After solving the problem of freezing, Machine Tyrannosaurus instantly pounced on the location of Mega Cedramon. The wind was whistling around, and where the sight converged, Machine Tyrannosaurus had closed the distance again and came to the front, raised the huge metal claw emitting cold light, and made an attacking state. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. The claws covered with a digital alloy of time undoubtedly deeply stimulated the nerves of Mega Cedramon. Even though the opponent had just displayed a very terrifying attack, it did not hesitate at all. The bent body of Mega Cedramon suddenly straightened up and used the lightning blade on its head as a weapon to launch a brutal thrust. Ling. The extremely crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Two forces containing terrifying impact force instantly erupted from the collision point. Machine Tyrannosaurus was repelled by the huge force and retreated dozens of meters. Mega Cedramon was shocked and leaned back sharply, and his neck and head were deflected by nearly 180 degrees. When Mega Cedramon got rid of the dizziness in his mind and turned his head to prepare for the next round of attack, Qingliu's voice rang out again. Trident arm, swing it out. As soon as the voice fell, the crisp sound of the chain swinging rang out. The metal giant claw had already crossed the distance of the collision and repelled it, breaking through the whimpering wind, and hit the blade on its head again. Ling. Another crisp collision sound. Ultra Cedramon suddenly felt a huge force coming, and the sound kept echoing in his ears. His head turned half a circle again, and even the upper body that stood upright for dozens of meters began to shake unconsciously at this moment. However, relying on the strong physical fitness of the complete body, the experience of having just experienced a blow, and the anger in his heart, Ultra Cedramon got rid of this state faster than the first time, and then launched a counterattack. But when the current gathered on the lightning blade and fired at the opponent under the raging electric energy, the flying Machine Tyrannosaurus did not choose to dodge or attack, but chose to stop directly after a short pause, allowing the thunder gun to hit. But as the distance was getting closer and closer, the surging violent current seemed to have been set, rushing from the distance that was about to hit to the position next to Machine Tyrannosaurus, and finally passing by. Qingliu couldn't help but frown. Faint? Or is there another deeper purpose? But then he thought that Mega Cedramon should not have such intelligence, and when the opponent's huge body was lifted up in the air with obvious doubts on his face, Qingliu found a little asymmetry on its head. So much so that he couldn't help laughing. This laughter quickly attracted Mega Cedramon's attention. As his eyes moved up and down, and his head explored left and right, he finally found something wrong. That is, after evolving from Sedramon to the perfect form of Mega Sedramon, the tip of the lightning-shaped blade on the top of his head used to launch the ultimate move was crooked. It was for this reason that the attack just now deviated from the original attack trajectory. But how could the powerful body structure of the perfect stage be easily bent? Mega Sedramon immediately thought of the landing points of the two attacks of Machine Tyrannosaurus just now, and the strange metal on the claw that made it extremely disgusted. The truth of the matter is undoubtedly in front of him. Roar. Mega Sedramon can't speak, but at this moment its anger has soared to the sky. It wanted to make this damn guy with that damn metal claw disappear from its side completely. After roaring, Ultra Sedramon moved its 100-meter-long body and charged towards Machine Tyrannosaurus. Machine Tyrannosaurus was not afraid and started to violently output various offensive moves. In an instant, the entire valley plain began to shake. Not only did the movement of the two giant beasts cause the ground to tremble, but the attacks of both sides, the hand-to-hand combat of both sides, the energy of both sides and the explosions one after another, even the air was slightly trembling. Bang! Another heavy collision sound appeared, and Machine Tyrannosaurus retreated a distance and dived towards Ultra Sedramon, who fell to the ground again. With the advantage of flying, higher level, and more aspects, Ultra Sedramon has fallen into complete disadvantage at this moment. Almost every time it blocked one or two attacks of Machine Tyrannosaurus, the next attack would hit it directly. At this moment, Ultra Sedramon has never been so eager to hope that his huge body can be a little smaller, so that it can be less hit. Especially the attack with that metal claw. Once it hits, the pain it causes makes it want to die. The key is that no matter what kind of attack it launches, it can't cause much impact on the damn metal. It can return to its original state in an instant, and then, it will be beaten again. From the beginning of its birth to now, Mega Sedramon has never hated any living or non-living creature so much. But now it has. Mega Sedramon swore that if he didn't get beaten to death this time, as long as he saw a Digimon with this kind of metal, he would take off the alloy of the opponent and beat it up, even if it risked his life. And he couldn't figure it out. Everyone was in the perfect stage, but why there was such a huge gap in combat power, so that from the beginning of the battle to now, he had no ability to resist it all. Almost all the time, it was beaten one-sidedly, and crushed one-sidedly. Obviously, when it just evolved, it could also crush the other two guys, but after it met Machine Tyrannosaurus, all the improvements seemed to be non-existent. If Mega Sedramon could speak, if Aoyagi knew what it was thinking, he would definitely tell it with a smile. People are different, and so are Digimon. Maturity is different from maturity, perfect is different from perfect, and ultimate is even more so. Even perfects have differences. Not to mention, Machinedramon now has multiple Digicores and one Digicore to be activated. Its strength is several times that of an ordinary perfect. Bang! The blade on the head was dodged, and the metal claw swung heavily, hitting the already deflected blade even further. At the same time, a strong sense of dizziness hit, and Ultra Sedramon's consciousness began to become blurred. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes again, and the battle began again. He fainted again, opened his eyes again, and fought again. Until it fainted for the third time and woke up again. It was at this time that it discovered a problem. Machinedramon obviously has stronger means of attack, such as the orange-yellow high-heat energy wave. Sedramon did not think that its body could withstand it. But the opponent had never used it except for the ice-breaking move. Even now, as he watched Machine Tyrannosaurus approach step by step, he still showed no sign of using it. After knocking him out, he didn't kill him directly. At the beginning, the opponent seemed to have used some troublesome methods to get him here. Suddenly, an idea flashed in the brain of Mega Sedramon, which was extremely small compared to its body size. The opponent didn't want to kill it, but to subdue it, so he didn't solve it directly, but kept dragging it out. Thinking of this, Mega Sedramon exerted force and struggled to rise from the ground. While shaking, his blue eyes looked at Machine Tyrannosaurus and Aoyagi. It thought of a way to get out of the current predicament. I have written more than 7,000 words, and I'm still a little short. Chapter 254, Taming the Wildness with Violence, 5K Chapter. Since it couldn't beat them anyway, it might as well just join them. Since the other party didn't really want to kill it, as long as it showed its willingness to obey, the human and the ally monster would definitely stop this battle where it was almost the only one being beaten. Of course, the so-called joining was not really joining. and obedience was not really obedience. Everything was to end this battle with no chance of winning, to avoid meaningless conflicts, and for its future plans. It would obey the other party for a short time to make it careless, and then as soon as it found a good opportunity, it would immediately counterattack, or fight or flee after encountering a suitable place, which would be much better than continuing like this. You know, its name is Ultra Sea Dragonmon. Only in the sea, in the water, is it its home ground, and only then is its combat power fully demonstrated. If it is still no match for the strange alloy monster even in the water, it can also exert its speed to its true limit in the water, and escape easily. No one can catch up with it in the water. This is Ultra Sea Dragonmon's absolute confidence. Having made up his mind, Mega Cedramon no longer hesitated. Looking at the charging machine Tyrannosaurus, he shouted a few times. Buzz! The humming sound of breaking the air sounded in his ears, and a gust of wind blew violently on the front half of its body, and the claw stopped in front of it with its eyes wide open. Then it slowly moved away, and Machine Tyrannosaurus's eyes fell on its face with a hint of doubt. Seeing that the other party seemed to understand what it meant, Mega Cedramon nodded heavily and expressed his thoughts. Machine Tyrannosaurus was silent for a moment, stepped back a distance, and shouted loudly to the ground, "Aowagi! What's wrong? This guy said that it wants to be loyal to you. Why? It didn't say." Machine Tyrannosaurus responded and turned his eyes to Mega Cedramon. "Ask you, why do you want to be loyal?" Hearing this, a big question mark appeared in Mega Cedramon's little mind. "Didn't you bring me here on purpose and want to subdue me? Now you ask me why I want to be loyal? What the hell?" At this moment, Ultra Cedramon couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that its guess was wrong? This human and this guy just wanted to treat it as a punching bag and beat it up, and actually had no intention of subduing it? Everything was just what it thought and felt? If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that there was no way to escape this beating? Its idea of pretending to surrender and actually preparing to run away also fell through? The only way left was to be beaten to death until it couldn't move at all. Ultra Cedramon couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, the human on the ground spoke again. "Are you trying to say that I took the time to summon you here, and I didn't kill you directly like the life and death battle of Digimon, but I actually wanted to recruit you?" Ultra Cedramon nodded hesitantly. "You guessed right, I did mean that." As soon as Qingliu's voice fell, Ultra Cedramon couldn't help but show joy on his face. As long as the other party really had this idea, then everything that follows will continue as it imagined. But before it could say anything, Qingliu's voice rang out again. "But you seem to have misunderstood something." Qingliu raised his head, looked at the figure that stretched the front half of his body several dozen meters into the air, and said slowly, "At the beginning, I wanted to subdue a Cedramon with blood and backbone, who would rather die than surrender. But you have no blood and no backbone. You surrendered to the opponent to hurt you before you even fought twice. I never thought that you are so big, but your bones are so soft." Hearing this, Super Cedramon did not say a word, but was quite disdainful in his heart. After all, its surrender was not really surrender. Compared with the stupidity of Cedramon, it now has enough wisdom in its perfect form. Its blood, backbone and unyielding nature are just temporarily heightened because of the situation. Just when it was about to make an excuse, Qingliu's second half of the word slowly sounded. "In addition, combat ability is the most important part of my review, but from the fight between you and Machine Tyrannosaurus just now, it seems that you have not even reached the passing line of the Digimon perfect stage. So, I changed my mind temporarily. I am not interested in your loyalty. Prepare to fight. I will not hold back anymore. If you can withstand the next attack, I may consider it again." Ultra Cedramon was stunned. What does this mean? Just give up? It is a complete form, how can it be so unbearable as it is said? Ultra Cedramon hurriedly explained. Machine Tyrannosaurus looked at Qingliu's expression and did not translate it. Instead, it opened the hatch on its chest. Seeing this, Ultra Cedramon became more excited. But soon, it was no longer excited, or its excitement had shifted to other aspects. Machine Tyrannosaurus, Yiga Storm. The orange-yellow high-temperature energy instantly ejected, turning into a surging wave falling from the sky, and quickly fell towards the area where Ultra Cedramon was. Along the way, even the space and air could not withstand the scorching temperature. While distorting, waves of boiling white gas emerged in the air. Ultra Cedramon could not hold it anymore. Seeing this horrific scene again, it could feel the powerful energy emanating from it even from such a long distance, so it was conceivable how powerful it was. Ultra Sedraman looked up and down at Machine Tyrannosaurus and Aoyagi, and was terrified. The important thing was that it had no ability to resist at all, and there were only two options: surrender or escape. Surrender had been rejected, so... Thinking of this, Sedraman didn't hesitate at all, and immediately leaned down, with its 120-meter body close to the ground, crawling rapidly towards the back of the valley plain. The next moment, the Yiga storm fell where it had just been. Chi. Even the dry ground was corroded in an instant under the impact of the terrifying high temperature and scorching energy, making a sharp and piercing noise, and finally leaving a huge pit of 10 to 20 meters. Seeing this scene, Sedraman's heart was gradually filled with fear. If it had reacted a little slower just now and let the attack hit. If Ultra Sedraman still didn't quite believe Aoyagi's words, then now it no longer had any illusions. This level of attack is really trying to kill me. Thinking of this, Super Sedraman immediately stimulated all the remaining strength in his body, and the huge body crawling close to the ground accelerated its strength. At this moment, it wished that it could use all its strength. Hualala. The sound of the chain swinging came behind it with the whimpering sound of the wind. Super Sedraman didn't even have time to hide while moving. He directly used his body to resist the attack, and forced to move with his skin broken and blood splashing. Although its main battlefield is in the water and it is relatively difficult to move on land, it has a strong racial mobility value as a foundation, plus the characteristics of being able to increase dual attack and speed to a greater extent after evolution, and a strong desire to survive. At this moment, Super Sedraman burst out at the fastest speed in history. In an instant, the entire valley plain and the surrounding areas shook violently like an earthquake. Then, Super Sedraman, with a huge body of 120 meters, ran towards the northwest at a high speed while crushing and shaking all the way. After connecting with Qingliu, Machine Tyrannosaurus flew in the sky and followed closely. When he found an opportunity, he dropped the Giga Destroyer cannon and trident arm heavily. Under the huge pressure and threat of death, not only the speed of Super Sedraman, but also its endurance has reached a terrifying level. The super fast movement speed has not decreased at all. Boom. Boom. Two more Giga Destroyer cannons fell on both sides. Super Sedraman endured the impact of the explosion and the severe pain from his bruised body, and did not dare to stop for a moment. In the sky, Machine Tyrannosaurus looked at the figure on the ground. After a while, he asked, "Qingliu, although you said you wanted to deal with it just now, you let me attack all the vital parts, which means you still want to subdue it. Why didn't you subdue it when it surrendered just now?" Qingliu said slowly, "I just beat it up, and then it kept smiling foolishly and surrendered." Do you believe it? Machine Tyrannosaurus fell into silence. Indeed, it clearly saw that before announcing its surrender, Mega Sedraman seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly a stupid cold smile appeared on his face. Although it is unknown what Mega Sedraman was thinking at the time, it should not be able to smile in that situation anyway. Even if it had bad intentions at the time, it shouldn't be a problem in this situation. After all, even if I deliberately avoid the vital points, it will not be able to hold on for long. Qingliu glanced at it and asked, "Weren't you angry and wanted to teach it a lesson before? Why did you plead for it? It's okay to vent your anger, but it's Qingliu. You spent a lot of effort to get it, and it will be a good helper in the future. I won't kill it directly." Machine Tyrannosaurus said seriously. Qingliu laughed when he heard that, and continued, "I really don't want to really get rid of it. I am now deliberately creating the power of death for it, so that it will run and escape desperately, and it will not have time to use its not-so-smart head to think about those little tricks. By the way, let it go to a place where it can truly exert its combat power, and then use absolute crushing to establish its prestige. To deal with this kind of guy who is more like a beast than a Digimon, you have to use different means of conquering him." Machinery Tyrannosaurus heard this, thought about it and looked forward. At the end of the field of vision, the land gradually disappeared, the color changed from green to blue, and everything seemed to become wider. The front of this area is not land, nor is it a forest, it is the sea. Machinery Tyrannosaurus fell silent, and soon expressed its concerns. "When I am on land, I can still use the ability to fly to keep up with its speed, but it is an aquatic type after all. Once it is underwater, its speed will probably reach a very terrifying level. At that time, let alone me, I am afraid that neither the Giga Destroyer Cannon nor the Giga Storm can necessarily touch it. Even the Gaia Flame Cannon cannot have the power to evaporate an ocean and then catch it." Machinery Tyrannosaurus did not finish his words, but Qingliu already understood what it meant. Once Super Sedgerman returns to the ocean and returns to its home ground, the opponent is very likely to ignore them completely and run away directly. The key is that they can't catch up and can only watch it leave. You are right, its speed will at least double when it is underwater. Then why do we have to do it? Did I say it? Because only by completely crushing it where it can burst out its full strength can we completely kill those little thoughts in its heart. You know I'm not talking about fighting, but about it escaping without fighting. Qingliu laughed when he heard it. Don't worry, I have full confidence in you. No matter it fights or escapes, no matter how fast it escapes, as long as it is still in that ocean, it can't escape. But I also said just now that no matter whether it is the Giga Destroyer Cannon, Trident Arm, Giga Storm or Gaia Flame Cannon, even if the Dragon Dance is used now to increase the speed, it can't catch up. I didn't say I wanted you to chase it. Qingliu looked into the eyes of Mechanical Tyrannosaurus and said seriously word by word, you just need to lock it, and then stand there and wait for everything to end. You know what I mean. Machinery Tyrannosaurus heard this, but didn't respond. He just looked at the huge figure that was still moving forward on the ground. After a long silence, he opened the chest hatch and suddenly fired the Giga Destroyer Cannon. With a cry of pain, 2 missiles hit the body of Super Sedgerman, but even so, the opponent had no intention of stopping. Then, along the hatch that had just fired the Giga Destroyer Cannon, orange-yellow high-temperature energy began to condense, ready to be fired at any time. Qingliu looked at it quietly. It has been knocked down several times before. Even if you knock it down now, you will get the same result. Compared with intelligence and rationality, Super Sedgerman has more wildness in his bones. So, is there only that one way? At the moment, yes. The energy in the chest of Machine Tyrannosaurus dissipated visibly, and along with it, its spirit. Looking at Machine Tyrannosaurus, who suddenly became depressed, Qingliu sighed heavily and said, isn't it just that after your consciousness was devoured by anger, the dark energy caused you to go berserk and shoot at me? It's just a small problem. Am I not still alive and kicking now? As for what happened later when you asked me, I didn't tell you for any other reason, but simply because I didn't want to add to your psychological burden, and there was no need to keep it in your heart to torture yourself, but I didn't expect that you would have related memories, and you even lied to me that you didn't remember. Since the curtain gym, when they were at the 4th lake, the farewell fountain, Qingliu noticed that there was something wrong with Machine Tyrannosaurus. There must be something in his heart. He didn't care at first. After all, whether it is Digimon, humans, or Pokemon, it is normal for thinking creatures to have their own little secrets. But combined with what happened later, when the pure dark energy of Qingliu stimulated the formation of Los Greymon's Digicore not long ago, Machine Greymon's worried look reached its peak. This time, in addition to completely defeating Ultra Sedgerman, they also wanted to solve this problem with Machine Greymon. Using Los Greymon to solve this kind of battle can be said to be a perfect match. After hearing Qingliu's words, Machine Greymon, who had been flying with his head down, turned his head slightly, and stared at Qingliu with his clear huge blue eyes for a long time. Sorry, so, do you already know it? Don't forget, we have been together day and night for the past few months. Even if I really don't know, I can find some clues by retracing all the things I have encountered. Qingliu said. Upon hearing this, Machinedramon slightly raised his head to the sky, and said in a heavy tone, in the digital world, on the island of Faru, there has been a rumor of the chosen child, and I don't know what that is. I can't find anyone or Digimon to ask, and I don't have any friends. Even if I take the initiative to please others with food, they will at most just deal with me for the food. After getting the food, they will drive me away, and some even attack directly. But from the first time I saw you through that tunnel, you would rather not eat than give me food, and later you lied to me that you were not hungry but wanted me to be full. I knew that although this world is different from the digital world, the chosen one I am waiting for must be you. From that moment on, I made up my mind that as long as I was alive, I would not let anyone, Digimon or Pokemon hurt you, but I didn't expect that I would do it myself even though I had made a vow. Machinery Tyrannosaurus suddenly became emotional. If the attack had not been blocked by the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which had not yet hatched at the time, I dare not imagine what would have happened. As he spoke, Aoyagi suddenly felt his hands a little wet. Sorry, there's a brick in my eye. After that, Machinery Tyrannosaurus raised his head and took a deep breath to relieve the tears that were about to burst out. Aoyagi fell into silence. Aoyagi really didn't know about this kind of thing. But he knew that no matter whether it was Digimon or Pokemon, except for those guys who were born bad, most of them had relatively simple personalities when they were young. It is precisely because of their simplicity that they are more thorough in their thoughts and actions, more persistent, and more likely to form obsessions. In short, as long as an agreement is made, it must be followed and done even if it means death. For example, after Teichi was injured, Agumon went berserk. For example, after the first generation of chosen children encountered danger, their respective Digimon stimulated evolution. For example, when Xiaozi knew that his trainer didn't like him, he still had to go to the rain on a rainy day when there was a threat of death to him. Charmander, who kept his promise and waited. For example, Xiaozi's successive fire masters, such as the Jengar. There are too many similar things, and it is precisely because of this that they have a deep obsession in their hearts. Once they find that everything was going smoothly, but it was themselves who broke the obsession in the end, that moment will bring a very big blow. Maybe the last attack did not cause any substantial damage, on the contrary, it indirectly helped the blue-eyes white dragon to break its shell. This is not a big deal in Qingliu's eyes, but in the understanding of Machine Tyrannosaurus, this act of attack has seriously violated the obsession. So much so that from Vale City to now, it has been weighing on my heart for several months. So you took care of the blue-eyes white dragon at that time, and you were so disgusted with the power of Zombie Tyrannosaurus, right? Qingliu asked. Well. Machine Tyrannosaurus nodded in a muffled voice. Qingliu let out a long breath, and after thinking for a long time, he said seriously, if you don't want to, then we don't have to. I'll let Qingliu try to take back the power, and at the same time try to extract the virus seed data as well, and solve all possible problems in advance. Although this will reduce 1 or 2 digicores, and will also reduce 1 transfer evolution and type state evolution, compared to these, Qingliu cares more about the feelings of Machine Tyrannosaurus. After the voice fell, Machine Tyrannosaurus did not respond, but the Digimon of Qingliu in the Holy Plan space was the first to make a fuss. Machine Tyrannosaurus stared at the Mega Sedramon pointing below and asked, what about this guy? Without the attack ability of Zombie Tyrannosaurus, it is very difficult to catch Mega Sedramon in the ocean. At least now, no one in Qingliu's hands can do it. Either capture it in advance, or let this guy go out for a while. Anyway, with its strength, ordinary trainers can no longer tame it. Qingliu replied. I can't tame its wildness by taming it directly. Letting it go is too big a world. It won't be easy to find it if it wants to hide. Besides, after spending so much effort, are we just going to watch it slip away? Machine Tyrannosaurus was silent for a long time before he made up his mind and said slowly, no, I won't allow it. What do you mean? Try it once. Try to activate Zombie Tyrannosaurus's digital core. Chapter 255 Courage. Zombie Tyrannosaurus appears again. 2 chapters in 1. Northwest of Huayin Town, northwest of the Valley Plain. The ground was shaking continuously, and the air was rumbling. The behemoth, 120 meters long and nearly 3 meters in diameter, smashed countless tall trees and boulders along the way, and rushed forward at a high speed. Even though the lightning-shaped blade on its head had been bent, its body was covered with scars, its breathing was rapid and heavy, and its breath was even more sluggish. The eyes of Super Sedramon were filled with deep joy at this moment. It's almost there. It's almost there. It can already feel it. Every pore and every sense of its body can already feel the breath of the ocean. There is a sea ahead. And the distance is very close. As long as it can hold on there and return to its home ground, it will soon be able to show its strongest speed and get rid of the pursuit of the Ala monster. After diving into the deep sea area to recuperate for a while, it will be able to recover all its strength. Although he didn't know whether the place he was in was a digital world, even if it was a dangerous digital world, as long as he didn't encounter those powerful monsters, Mega Sedramon thought that his perfect form was strong enough to dominate the world. As soon as this thought came up, Mega Sedramon couldn't help but think of what a human said before. It seems that you haven't even reached the passing line of the perfect form. He had just defeated those 2 guys easily before. But they didn't seem to be perfect forms, but mature stages, and only the Ala monster was perfect. As a result, he was crushed when he met the perfect form. Was it because the Ala monster was too strong, or was it really as the human said, that his perfect form was too weak? Mega Sedramon couldn't help but fall into confusion. At the moment when he hesitated, 2 Giga Destroyer cannons fell straight down in the air and exploded beside him. The violent explosion and air waves directly interrupted his meditation, forcing him to speed up again and rush into the distance. In the sky, Machine Tyrannosaurus silently watched the figure rushing out of the smoke and dust, and then raised his head to look into the distance. A broad blue hat appeared not far away. Qingliu, we are almost at the beach. Yes, I see it. Qingliu, standing on the shoulder of Machine Tyrannosaurus, looked at the clear blue eyes close at hand, and slowly asked, have you really thought it through? Yes. Machine Tyrannosaurus nodded and said, I dislike it very much, and even feel a little scared of it, but I have to admit that it contains very powerful power. I want to turn it into my own power. Only in this way can I better fulfill my promise in the future. Although that's what I said, even if you abandon the virus seed data and dark energy, you can still become very strong. Qingliu said. Machine Tyrannosaurus shook his head and said very seriously, but no matter whether you can become stronger in the future, there will be a hurdle in your heart, right? Qingliu did not refute, because Machine Tyrannosaurus was right. If you have any problems in your heart and don't really overcome them, it will become a lifelong weakness, not to mention that Digimon have a certain degree of idealism. After a short silence, Qingliu changed from replying to asking questions. I want to know what made you suddenly make such a choice. Because of the existence of Qingliu, I have the confidence to try it without any accidents. In addition, Machine Tyrannosaurus looked at the Mega Sedramon below, who was constantly stimulating his physical potential and moving forward desperately. As if he was caught in some kind of memory, he slowly said, seeing the guy below who is still moving towards the destination, even though his injuries have affected his ability to move and his body and mind are already very tired. I suddenly remembered a sentence you said to me, Qingliu, when I was in the Tyrannosaurus stage before I evolved, and my progress in training moves was always stagnant. If I keep shrinking back because of fear and shadows, wouldn't it go against what you told me before, Qingliu? What words? Qingliu asked. You said at that time, Tyrannosaurus, no one will always succeed, everyone will fail, but you must have the courage to face failure. You only need to remember one thing, that is, I am the strongest. At the end, Machine Tyrannosaurus suddenly laughed. Influenced by it, Qingliu also laughed. I almost forgot, you still remember it. I have always kept it in my heart. So, I'm going to start, are you ready? Machine Tyrannosaurus slammed his right arm heavily on his left chest, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Of course. I am your trump card. The strongest trump card. Understood. After Qingliu made 2 arrangements to Qingliu in the Sacred Plan space, he took out the Poké Ball and released Blue Eye's Double Explosion Dragon, and jumped on it. Then he called up the illustration panel, and the blue font quickly appeared in front of him. Qingliu's eyes fell on the area at the bottom. Sacred Plan, waiting to activate the Digital Core 1 Zombie Tyrannosaurus, can be activated at any time. Whether to activate, yes, no. Qingliu took a last look at the Machine Tyrannosaurus opposite and chose yes. Almost at the moment of clicking, a dull sound rang out in the body of Machine Tyrannosaurus. Boom. 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 The sound of a beating heart became louder and louder, and the originally clear blue eyes of Machine Tyrannosaurus began to tremble violently. The crazy and bloodthirsty breath began to overflow from all parts of the body, covering the entire body. Until finally, it was wrapped into a circle. These cold breaths completely transformed into black and blood-red negative energy, stimulating the body of Machine Tyrannosaurus, including the Time Digimon, to begin to undergo unknown changes. The 2 bone arms that had grown in length stretched to both sides, and the sharp claws on the palms made a sharp sound of cutting through the air as they moved. All the flesh and blood merged into the bones along with the negative energy, and the giant white bones broke through the restraints and were completely exposed to the air. The Time Digimon helmet on the head disappeared, revealing the hideous dinosaur-shaped skull inside, and a pair of dark green eyes like ghostly will-o'-the-wisp appeared in the empty eye sockets. Corresponding to the eyes, the hollow purple wings on the back completely disappeared, replaced by the orange-yellow giant missile front section close to the spine, and the pair of dark green eyes that were also like ghost fire. Tyrannosaurus's virus evolution, the complete form, Zombie Tyrannosaurus, reappeared. Whoosh! Without the ability to fly with wings, Zombie Tyrannosaurus fell towards the ground at a high speed. With its huge size and the effect of gravity, the distance of 200 meters was passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang that shook the earth, the ground raised smoke and dust, and Zombie Tyrannosaurus landed steadily, and the pair of dark green pupils passed through the smoke and dust, emitting a faint glow. Seeing Zombie Tyrannosaurus's blue-eyed double explosion dragon for the first time, its expression at this moment has become extremely solemn. It can feel the breath of the undead emanating from the other party, which makes it become alert. Qingliu looked down at the ground, and saw Zombie Tyrannosaurus, whose height and size were far taller than Machine Tyrannosaurus and probably reached about 17 or 18 meters. He silently opened the panel. Race: Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Classification: Undead Pokemon. Attributes: Dragon, Ghost. Features: Fighting to the death. It has given up its physical and intellectual abilities in order to continue fighting, gaining powerful attack power. The power of all offensive moves is increased by 50%. Level 49. Exclusive moves: Giga Destroyer Heartbreak. The power of a full-strength attack from its perfect form is comparable to the center of a nuclear explosion. Ghost type, power 120. Trident's Arm Death Spike. Chop with huge, sharp bone claws. Ghost type, power 100. Yiga Storm Annihilation Bird, an enhanced version of Heartbreak. After charging, it uses its own tracking function, and its power and destructive range are significantly increased. Ghost type, power 130. Gaia Flame Cannon. Fire type, power 150. Tyrannosaurus Repulse. Dragon type, power 60. Horn Slam. Dragon type, power 70. Mastered moves. Race stats: 610,670. Horsepower 97. Attack 143. Defense 100. Special attack 155. Special defense 94. Speed 81. Intimacy, 80-80. Status, normal berserk. Information summary. Because the last time it was a leap evolution, and this time it is a serious morphological evolution by activating the Digicore, the race stats have also been raised to 670, and Qingliu's eyes fell on the intimacy and status at the back. The display of intimacy and status should indicate an uncertain situation, that is to say, success or failure is still uncertain. Qingliu took a deep breath, lowered his head and shouted to the bottom, Machine Tyrannosaurus. The bone-like giant beast on the ground heard the voice, turned its head slightly, and its ferocious bone mouth slowly opened, and a cold white air flowed out. The dark green eyes filled with death looked at the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon in the sky, and Qingliu on the dragon's back. There was no response, and no other movement. The air fell into a long silence. This made Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon feel more stressed. Although he didn't know what was going on, it made no sense that the guy on the ground was Machine Tyrannosaurus, and it was a wrong Machine Tyrannosaurus. Just the aura emanating from his body made him feel very uncomfortable instinctively, as if it was full of aggression and destructive power. Even if the opponent attacked him the next moment, he would not be surprised at all. The only thing that made him feel uncomfortable was that if he really launched an attack, Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon felt that even if he could fly, he might not be able to dodge or escape. For some reason, he just had this feeling. Especially when the opponent had completely turned around and faced him head-on, this feeling instantly climbed to the extreme, so that his body could not help but react under the impact of the undead aura. But fortunately, it didn't last too long. A mysterious breath suddenly appeared in the beating heart in the chest, covering the whole body of Zombie Tyrannosaurus with a more brutal and strong attitude. At the same time, it echoed with a sacred plan in Qingliu's hand, emitting a strong but somewhat gentle light. After this light appeared, the mysterious hostility around him quickly weakened until it disappeared completely. Intimacy, 80. Status, normal. Seeing the data changes on the panel, Qingliu signaled Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon to relax. In addition to the two columns of data on the panel, Qingliu also noticed that Qingliu, who had been trying to take back the power of the failed Digicore of Machine Tyrannosaurus, disappeared directly after just now as if he had given up. It can be seen that this time is at least normal. The only problem is that it may take a while. Qingliu waited quietly until the Zombie Tyrannosaurus on the ground stared at him for a long time, opened his bloody mouth with only bones left, and opened and closed it up and down, but did not make any sound. Zombie Tyrannosaurus seemed to be a little curious about this situation, and finally chose to respond with a nod. Theoretically, this form is close to death, and it has no ability to speak or make sounds. Qingliu saw this and explained a few words before quickly saying, "I won't say more, time is running out." Zombie Tyrannosaurus heard this and moved its huge claws. Its nearly 20-meter-long body had surpassed all the plants and terrain around it, and the ocean in the distance was in full view. Mega Sedramon had already arrived at the beach, leaving deep marks on the beach, and its head had already entered the sea. The moment it touched the water, Mega Sedramon's originally tired and scarred body, which seemed to have reached its limit, seemed to suddenly regain its energy and swung violently like a dragon. Almost instantly, the 120-meter-long body was exposed outside the water, with only the tail left. Just by touching the water, it can burst out at such a speed with its injured body. If it drills into the water and reaches a deeper sea, the speed may be more than double what Qingliu had predicted before. At least it is 3 to 4 times the speed on land. You have to know that on land, the full-fledged flying of mechanical Tyrannosaurus can only slightly shake off the full-fledged Ultra Sea Dragonmon. If the speed is tripled or quadrupled, I'm afraid that there will be no trace of it. Just do it. Qingliu shouted loudly. Zombie Tyrannosaurus heard the voice, without any hesitation, took a step forward and stepped heavily on the ground. While sinking deeply, with the help of the power of the ground, Zombie Tyrannosaurus' body jumped up and came to the air dozens of meters above the ground. The dark green eyes stared at the figure that had just completely dived into the water at the seaside, locked it, and the same light lit up somewhere on its back. Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Annihilate the hunting bird. The moment the voice fell, the end of the torpedo missile on the back of Zombie Tyrannosaurus burst out with a terrifying air wave, and the bones used to fix it around it loosened immediately. Bang! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded in the air, and in the circles of turbulent white airflow, the torpedo missile instantly disappeared in the air. At the same time, having returned to the ocean, Mega Sedramon was filled with excitement and joy as he felt a gentle water flow around him and the fact that his body could move faster than on land without any effort. He was too tired now and had no extra energy to fight back. The only thing he wanted to do now was to get rid of that guy and that human and run away completely. Although he didn't know why the other party didn't chase him near the sea in the end, as long as he was underwater, he was in his territory. As long as he wanted, no Digimon could catch up with him. Especially after feeling that the water flow in this ocean was far less fierce than in the digital world, Mega Sedramon's confidence doubled. In such a place, he could control the water flow more easily. With a slight twist, he could move 3 or 4 times faster than on land. But the psychological shadow brought to him by the Ala monster was too great. Mega Sedramon looked back from time to time. After a long observation to make sure that there were no pursuers, he couldn't help but relax completely. One day, you will regret this moment. Thinking this way, Mega Sedramon moved all the way to the depths of the ocean. But soon, he found something wrong. For some reason, it always felt a strong sense of crisis lingering around, as if it had locked onto it and was haunting it. This made it very uneasy. Super Sedramon began to carefully check the surroundings. Then it found that, since some time ago, there was a restless sound behind it, and an object that almost split the sea surface in two was shooting towards its location. It was a torpedo that was orange and yellow and exuded a terrifying aura. The moment it saw it, Super Sedramon knew that the other party must be coming for it, and its scalp tingled. Especially after seeing the dark green eyes staring at it at the front of the torpedo, and the hideous smile, this feeling instantly became countless times stronger. At this moment, in Super Sedramon's eyes, it was not a torpedo, but the god of death. Immediately, it swung its whole body and burst out with all its strength to control the water flow around it, trying to shake it off. But no matter how hard it tried, Super Sedramon found that even if it burst out several times the speed of movement in the ocean, the guy behind it was like a dogskin plaster and couldn't be shaken off, and it was still shortening the distance between it and it at a very fast speed. At this moment, Mega Sedramon fell into despair. After that damn alloy claw, what the hell is this thing? How could it be faster than it is underwater? And this is exactly why Aogi allowed Mega Sedramon to return to the ocean and still be able to take it down. Zombie Tyrannosaurus version of Yigastorm with built-in tracking function, Annihilation Hunting Bird. Chapter 256, Follow me and work hard. You will also get a share of the ultimate form and digital alloy, 2 chapters in 1. Boom. With a loud bang, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the sea, and the blast swept across the surroundings, and the entire nearby sea area suddenly boiled. As the center of the explosion, Ultra Sedramon flew into the sky for the second time. The already bruised body suffered another heavy blow, and Ultra Sedramon could no longer hold on. His consciousness gradually emptied, and he glanced around with a wooden look. After seeing a figure flying in the sky, he closed his eyes tiredly. He knew who the opponent was without thinking, but what he didn't expect was that he was not the opponent's opponent even in his home court. The strong prey on the weak, and there is nothing to struggle if you lose in a favorable terrain. After a long time, with a majestic sound of falling into the sea, it fell back into the sea, and its consciousness fell into long darkness. 2 hours later, on the coast far away from the center of the explosion, looking at Ultra Cedramon, who was dragged back by the blue-eyes twin explosion dragon and swung a big circle on the beach, but still did not wake up, Qingliu couldn't help but feel a little worried. You won't kill it directly, will you? Qingliu glanced at Machine Tyrannosaurus, who was still not used to the current zombie Tyrannosaurus form, and then asked it to switch forms. The flesh and blood reappeared, and the time Digizoid covered its body again. After Machine Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth to get used to it, it scratched its head helplessly and replied, I tried my best to control it to ensure that it would not be blown to death. At most, it would be unconscious for a while, but I don't know what's going on now. Could it be that its ability to withstand blows is too weak? The blue-eyes double explosion dragon next to it couldn't help but breathe heavier when he heard this. Although he knew that the other party was telling the truth, sometimes the more truthful it was, the more annoying it was. Control the power and hold back, and ensure that the opponent was not blown to death. What about himself, who couldn't beat Mega Cedramon? Guaranteed to blow it to death? After a faint glance at Machine Tyrannosaurus, Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon's eyes fell on Mega Cedramon on the ground. Moreover, it looked like there would be one more member in the team. As a result, the third place it had just obtained would basically be lost, and it would have to compete with Qingliu, a local guy, for the 5th place. This was not allowed by its pride, so as long as it had time, it would have to do its best to improve its strength. Then it turned around and flew away. However, because it was not in a very good mood, it was in a hurry and its tail didn't pay attention, and it tied a wound on Mega Cedramon. Hiss! Mega Cedramon took a breath of cold air, its eyes widened in an instant, and it suddenly raised its body from the ground. This sudden movement made Qingliu and Metal Greymon turn their eyes away. When the 6 eyes met, Mega Cedramon's expression became visibly embarrassed. Combining the changes displayed on the panel and the other party's expression, Qingliu slowly asked, You woke up a long time ago? You were just pretending, right? Ultra Cedramon instinctively wanted to shake his head, but when he saw the malicious gaze of Machine Tyrannosaurus next to him, he was frightened and nodded quickly. To be honest, you are very brave. Qingliu sneered, and Ultra Cedramon's heart couldn't help but rise. After being caught up and hit by that attack before, he thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't seem to want to kill him just now, which made Ultra Cedramon once again arouse his yearning for survival. However, the human in front of him didn't seem to be so easy to get along with. But the next words made Ultra Cedramon's heart, which had just risen, calm down again. However, courage is also an advantage. Your performance along the way just now barely proved that you are not as bad as I said before, so, are you interested in joining? The speed of the change of topic was a bit slow for Ultra Cedramon's brain to react. Qingliu continued, Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qingliu. They are Machine Tyrannosaurus, Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, Cactusman, Tanabata Bluebird, and Kinningman. Now, do you want to join as the 6th member? Qingliu said as he took out the corresponding members and introduced them one by one. It was not until the last digital egg was introduced that Mega Cedramon reacted. In other words, he had conquered this human, and now the other party was eager to take him under his command? Originally thought that he was doomed, he did not expect to return to the previous plan of condescending to lie dormant, and wait until his strength was improved in the future to strike back and leave in style. Mega Cedramon scanned the other members in front of him one by one, and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Except for Machine Tyrannosaurus, the others felt that they would not be its opponents, especially since there was an egg that didn't look very good. It might not take long for it to completely get rid of such a team. Mega Cedramon thought of the famous rebellion scene in the future, and couldn't help but smile foolishly on his face. Qingliu saw this scene, sighed softly, and then waved to the side. Machine Tyrannosaurus immediately understood, and raised its left arm while vibrating its wings. The claws covered with the Digizoid alloy of time swung down fiercely, hitting the head of Mega Cedramon directly. Bang! With a dull sound, the silly Mega Cedramon fell flat on his face, and his head was deeply embedded in the ground. Although you do have good strength at this stage, you don't think what I said before, that you haven't even reached the passing line of the perfect form, is false? Anyone present will not be less powerful than you after evolving to the perfect form or the stage equivalent to the perfect form. So, you'd better put away those meaningless crooked thoughts of yours, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to guarantee your future. Hearing this, Mega Cedramon struggled to raise himself from the ground and nodded with difficulty. But Qingliu could still see that although it seemed obedient, it did not really believe it in its heart. This was normal. With a beating in front and the egg behind it being stronger than it, it would probably not believe it if it were him. So, it's better to see than to hear. Qingliu lowered his head, his eyes fell on the digital egg on the ground, and said, Slimon, teach it a lesson directly. Hearing this, Super Cedramon couldn't help but look at the Digimon egg that was covered in yellow and only had two eye-shaped red lines in the center. Although I don't know if what Qingliu said just now is true, how can such a Digimon egg that has not yet hatched, which is not even as big as one of its teeth, pose a threat to its perfect form? What a joke. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Super Cedramon suddenly heard a strange laugh in his ears. Had he in the laughter, the pair of eye-shaped lines on the Digimon egg below suddenly lit up with a strange red light. A ball of dark energy emitting strong negative emotions quickly drilled out from the inside of the egg. After a short surge in the air, a huge human-shaped black shadow with a black body, a pair of wings and extremely sharp claws slowly emerged. Without waiting for Super Cedramon to react, the figure suddenly raised his arm, stretched forward and his arm swelled in the wind, and finally turned into a huge claw and pinched it directly. A strong sense of oppression hit the neck, and Mega Cedramon suddenly felt difficulty breathing. Moreover, as the dark energy on the claws slowly invaded its body, the world in front of Mega Cedramon changed rapidly, losing its color, and a dilapidated world of gray, blood red and black emerged. The bodies of Qingliu, Machine Tyrannosaurus and Cactusman around him began to fester, and they slowly collapsed to the ground as if they had no bones, and their eyeballs were hanging as if they were about to fall at any time. The sound in his ears seemed to come from hell, and sharp and terrified howls came one after another. What Mega Cedramon feared most was the guy who grabbed its neck in front of him. At some point, he turned into a black giant hundreds of meters tall. The huge body of more than 100 meters long that it was proud of seemed like a loach in the other's hand. A sense of life and death crisis far exceeded that brought to it by Machine Tyrannosaurus and Zombie Tyrannosaurus came, and Mega Cedramon's nerves were extremely tense at this moment. If it hadn't been stuck in the neck and afraid of angering the other party, it would have started to struggle and call for help. Fortunately, this feeling of suffocation did not last too long. As the breathing gradually became smoother, the world glowed with beautiful colors again, and the black giant that had just caught it disappeared completely. However, when Mega Cedramon accidentally fell on the Digimon egg of Qingliu, it no longer had the previous indifference, and its eyes were full of vigilance and fear. It really did not expect that an egg could have such a terrifying ability. However, Qingliu did not seem to intend to let it go. A faint chuckle sounded from time to time, and Mega Cedramon quickly moved back, and at the same time, as if he had thought of something, he quickly roared towards the position where Machine Tyrannosaurus was. Hearing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus turned his head and looked at Qingliu. It said that it promised that it would not have any other ideas in the future, and asked you to stop Qingliu quickly. Are you really sure? Qingliu looked at Mega Cedramon and asked, you still have a chance to choose now. A chance to choose? Where is the chance to choose? It's as if he will be killed if he doesn't agree. Mega Cedramon nodded painfully, hoping that the ancestor in front of him would quickly retract his magical power. Qingliu then waved his right hand, signaling Qingliu to stop, and looked at Mega Cedramon and said, so, from now on, you are a member of the team. I don't ask much of you, and I won't force you too much, but there is one requirement, that is, you are not allowed to attack your companions under any circumstances, and don't have any inappropriate thoughts. At the end, Qingliu warned solemnly, otherwise, your end will be very ugly. Mega Cedramon nodded quickly. Of course, I will let you take on some tasks or work, and I will try my best to help you improve your strength, at least let you evolve to the ultimate stage where you will not regret choosing today. Mega Cedramon didn't have time to be happy or express anything, and Qingliu's words rang again. Besides, you should have seen the horror of this thing before, right? Following the direction of Qingliu's finger, Chaos Cedramon looked at the huge metal claw of Machinedramon next to him, which was covered with silver metal and emitted a faint cold light. He swallowed and nodded. In the previous battle, it was really disgusted by this thing. Not only is the attack powerful, but the defense is also extremely terrifying. All its attacks cannot cause effective damage, and its repairability is first class. As soon as the front foot leaves a mark, the hind foot will return to its original state. The battle with Machinedramon was so crushing, and this unknown metal played a big role. However, what's the point of telling it this now? Seeing Chaos Sedramon's puzzled expression, Qingliu said slowly, its name is Time Digital Alloy. It is the hardest organic metal in the digital world. It can fuse with Digimon to greatly enhance its combat effectiveness. As long as you are willing to keep your promise and not do those weird operations, I can guarantee that your future evolved ultimate form will also have the Time Digital Alloy. Hearing this, Mega Sedramon's eyes widened in an instant, first looking at Machine Tyrannosaurus, then looking at Aoyagi, his eyes full of disbelief. Although after the battle just now, it began to hate this metal very much after knowing the horror of this metal, and even swore before that it would directly strip off the guy who had this metal in the future and beat him up. But if this thing can also be installed on itself, then it is not impossible. It can even be said to be very good. It cursed not because it hated it, but because others had it and it didn't. It is not the lack of it that is worrying, but the inequality. If it had this metal, its combat power would definitely rise sharply. Just when Mega Sedramon excitedly asked Aoyagi with his eyes whether this was true, Aoyagi's next words instantly made it forget the pain in its body, and its consciousness soared to heaven. Not just an ultimate form, not just a piece of time Digimon. I can guarantee that I can make you evolve into an ultimate form that is fully armed with time Digimon from head to toe. Mega Sedramon's mind exploded. Somehow, all of a sudden, it no longer had any aversion to Qingliu and itself coming to this world inexplicably, but simply felt a little dissatisfied. Dissatisfied with why he summoned it now. If it had been summoned earlier, it might have already become an ultimate form covered with Digimon. At this moment, in Mega Sedramon's eyes, Qingliu's body stretched infinitely, and his whole body exuded a refreshing soft light, as if he was an angel of their sea dragon lineage. No. Angels are completely inferior to Qingliu's current status in its eyes. Especially when it thinks of its whole body covered with that terrifying metal. After its strength skyrocketed, the machine Tyrannosaurus in front of it will no longer be its opponent, and Mega Sedramon can't help but smile foolishly. After all, with just a little bit of alloy in hand, how could it beat its hard goods? A whole body of alloy versus a piece of alloy, the advantage lies with it. After a while, Colossal Sedramon, who had calmed down from his excitement, quickly adjusted his posture. Then, bang! Colossal Sedramon knocked his head down violently, making a deep hole in the ground, expressing his submission and respect. At the same time, in Qingliu's vision, some of its information began to change. Race, Colossal Sedramon, intimacy, minus 3,570. The not-so-smart mind is filled with regret for his previous ignorance. Now you are its most important object of protection. Seeing this, Qingliu smiled. He then took out an empty Poké Ball and threw it at Colossal Sedramon. A burst of red light shot out from the Poké Ball and pulled it in. Ling, ling, ling. After 3 slight shakes, everything returned to calm. I've been saving manuscripts recently, preparing to update them on the weekend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Post-War Review of the Evolutionary Levels and the Alliance High-Level Meeting, 2 chapters in 1. Without the body of Mega Sedramon, which was more terrifying than the giant python in Anaconda, occupying the beach, the nearby area suddenly became empty. The cool sea breeze blew on his body. Qingliu bent down to pick up the Poké Ball of Mega Sedramon on the ground, chuckled and said to himself, "It took some effort, but I finally got it done." From a negative number to the current positive 70, for such a Digimon with the savage power of the perfect stage but relatively low intelligence, this set of first hitting a few sticks and then giving sweep dates, plus the operation of drawing a big pie, the effect can be said to be very good. Moreover, his big pie is truly feasible. The ultimate stage of Metal Sedramon is just as I said just now. Its whole body is covered with the Digizoid of Time, which increases its underwater speed and defense to the limit. What's more, after Metal Sedramon, there is an even more powerful transformation and upgrade version. With the current surge in intimacy as a reference, at this stage and in the future, there is probably no need to consider this guy's loyalty. After all, the current intimacy of Machine Tyrannosaurus is only 80 points, and it has slowly increased after such a long time of getting along. In comparison, the first personality of Cactusman is equal to Machine Tyrannosaurus with an intimacy of 80, and the second personality is even better with 90. The next ones are Tenabita Bluebird with 65, Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon with 45, and the lowest one is the Egg Form Qingliu with 5 points. If we compare them all, the intimacy of Mega Sedramon with 70 points is already above average, which shows how much it cares about itself. Thinking of this, Qingliu's eyes swept over all the Digimon and elves in front of him. Divine Plan, Machinedramon, level 49, 60/70, Evolution Conditions Not Met Cactusman, level 46, 48/64, Evolution Conditions Not Met Blue Eyes Double Blast, level 44, 45/65, Evolution Conditions Not Met and requires special conditions to activate Mega Sedramon, level 45, 54/68, Evolution Conditions Not Met Tenabita Bluebird, level 39 Evolution Conditions Not Met Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone required after fighting a series of Pokemon infected with black gas, as well as the Sedramon and Mega Sedramon just now. The overall level has been basically improved. Machinedramon is the furthest away from the next evolution, with a gap of 11 levels. Cactusman and Mega Sedramon are 2 levels and 9 levels away respectively, but the remaining 2. Qingliu knew that Tenabita Bluebird needed a Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone to complete the last stage of evolution, but Qingliu was confused by the 1-level gap and special conditions of Blue Eyes Double Blast. The first evolution from Blue Eyes White Dragon to Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon was stimulated by the Type State Evolution Potion developed by Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Oak. So what special thing is needed to achieve the effect next time? He had no answer to this question. However, combined with the disappearance of the power of the previous Deep Eyes White Dragon's advent, Qingliu had already had an idea to try it out. However, before that, we need to go back first. Qingliu immediately called everyone and returned to the valley plain northwest of Huayin town. Looking at the barren land in front of him caused by a Cactusman sucking away the vitality, and the mess caused by the huge body movement of Mega Sedramon before and after the evolution, Qingliu frowned slightly. Apart from this, no other figures were found. Cactusman and Machine Tyrannosaurus, who were responsible for searching the surroundings, also slowly walked over at this time and shook their heads together. No? Strange. According to its condition at that time, it should not be able to recover its ability to move so quickly. Although the opponent is a mythical beast, it is of a relatively low level after all, and it did not change its form through the Gracitia flower. In addition, it was hit by an ice arrow from Sedramon that restrains the grass type. During the time I went back and forth, Shimi should not be able to move. But according to the characteristics of that tribe, it is not impossible to wake up early or get help from companions. Since we can't find it, forget it. Qingliu looked at Cactusman and said, do things from beginning to end. Go to the remaining Gracitia flower field opposite to pick some seeds and bring back some vitality here as much as possible. Yes. Half an hour ago, in the valley plain, a little girl of 6 or 7 years old with long dark blue hair bent down and carefully picked up Shimi, who fell on the wet ground. Mom, it doesn't look very well. Casey checked it quickly and said, it was hit by an ice-type move that restrains the grass type and fell into a frozen state. Then it was hit by a strong impact. Now its body is very weak. I don't have any treatment medicine with me. I need to take it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Agumon heard this and looked at Zimi in his arms with concern and distress, while following Casey's steps. However, after walking a distance, Agumon suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the traces on the ground made by the movement of Mega Sedramon. Mom, is Big Brother really not coming back? We just waited on the mountainside for more than an hour before coming down. There was no movement for so long, and it is highly likely that he will not come back. After all, the Pokemon he wants to capture is a big one. Besides, after capturing it, there should be no reason for him to come back. But I feel that he will come back. Why? I don't know, I just have this feeling. Just thinking of the size of over 100 meters, Ayako felt frightened, but now Agumon didn't seem to show any fear of such a giant beast as he should at his age. And he still looked into the distance from time to time, asking about the other party's whereabouts. Ayako couldn't help but be curious from the bottom of her heart. How did her daughter know the other party, and whether the other party knew her? Ayako thought it was necessary for her to understand what was going on. But before that, she had to deal with the injury first. Xiaoguang, if we delay too long, Zimi might be in danger. Okay, hearing this, Xiaoguang turned around reluctantly, stared into the distance again, then hurriedly took small steps to catch up with Ayako's footsteps, and headed towards the Pokemon Center in Huaiyin Town. Horizontal ellipsis. Suzerain Island. An overseas island located in the Sinnoh region but independent of the mainland. This is the venue for the annual Sinnoh Trainer Conference, the Suzerain Conference, and it is also the home of the Sinnoh Alliance. At this time, in a high-rise building in the north of Suzerain Island, more than a dozen senior Alliance officials were holding a meeting. Based on the summary of all the current situations, it can be confirmed that the same black gas that can put Pokemon into a strange state has appeared in 4 places in the Sinnoh region, including the EMI Great Forest in EMI City, the Severe Volcano, the Great Wetlands in Nahara City, and Crescent Island. The youngest youth flipped through the folder in his hand and said quickly, most of the Pokemon that are corroded by this black gas will lose their minds and attack anyone or other Pokemon that appears in their field of vision. A small number of them will retain their sanity, but their attitude of indiscriminate attack remains the same. But without exception, they all have power far beyond the same level and level of Pokemon. Some of them can even fight against each other at a higher level, and their combat power is very strong. After hearing the report, the expressions of all the senior counselors became solemn. Soon, someone raised his own ideas and questions. Besides affecting Pokemon, does this thing have any adverse effects on humans? According to the current data, no. Since no, the danger level of these things is controllable to some extent, right? Then can it be turned into a catalyst that causes Pokemon to undergo a qualitative change? No, even if Pokemon have intelligence, they will actively attack humans after being corrupted, or to be more precise, they hate humans very much, so they will attack, and they are completely ready to kill them all, and there is no possibility of training. Is that so? Hearing this, the counselor who just proposed that it can be controlled nodded and stopped talking. The important thing is that there is no sign of the appearance of this thing, and there is no relevant record in ancient files and materials. As soon as the young counselor finished speaking, someone next to him immediately said, since there is no record or information, is it possible that it came from outer space? After all, the universe outside the world is a place they have not had time to explore, and Pokemon itself is magical enough, so this immediately attracted the approval of others. The young counselor continued, the source is still unknown. In addition, according to the test report sent by Dr. Yamanashi, the erosion of this strange black gas will fundamentally change the habits and temperament of Pokemon. It is a very evil and pure thing, named dark matter. Here is all the known information about dark matter. Please read it carefully. The young counselor handed out a copy of the document with pictures to everyone. Some people who didn't care much at first, after seeing the things in the pictures and the rows of information marked in red, their expressions became solemn. Especially after reading it, their faces were extremely gloomy. After data analysis, this kind of dark matter has no theoretical upper limit, and even the known actual upper limit is ridiculously high. It can be very little or very much. Even the Sinnoh T0 level Yamanashi Research Institute cannot calculate the upper limit of the target it can erode. The only thing that can be confirmed is, this thing has the ability to erode legendary Pokemon. Moreover, it seems to have a certain ability to spread, and it will affect the entire group through one individual. They are not stupid to have come this far. Even if the information they have is not complete, it is enough for them to get some information and things that are very likely to happen in the future. The erosion of ordinary Pokemon has caused quite a stir. What if? Everyone present has almost come to the conclusion at this moment, this thing called dark matter may have a terrible impact on the Pokemon Alliance that spans thousands of years. The legendary Pokemon that has been getting stronger in recent years has already given them a headache. If they are eroded again, causing their already powerful strength to surge again and attack humans, the scene is simply unimaginable. At that time, let alone affecting the Alliance, I'm afraid, even the entire Pokemon world will be overturned. This is what they do not allow and do not accept. I propose that we immediately dispatch search officers to combine with all gym trainers and local police forces in the region to conduct a carpet search, and not let go of any trace of dark matter. Agreed, It would be best to mobilize the current 4 Heavenly Kings and Champion Trainers so that they can rush to the scene as quickly as possible to resolve any situation. Agreed, and in addition, related actions regarding dark matter must be carried out in a low-key and confidential manner to avoid a major panic, otherwise in the end this thing will not cause any major incidents, but the people will be in chaos. Agreed. 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 Should this year's Lily of the Valley conference be cancelled or moved forward? Someone raised a question. The congressmen looked at each other and shook their heads. At times like this, we need young trainers to step forward. A sudden suspension of the competition in large-scale actions will also cause panic. The conference will proceed as usual, but we must strengthen the review work to ensure that no Pokemon affected by dark matter appear. By the way. After that, the counselor seemed to remember something and asked, I heard that the beginning of the discovery of the existence of dark matter this time was discovered and solved by some young trainers. Do you have any relevant information about them? Pay special attention to them in the future. They are all rare talents in the Alliance. Seeing that others were also curious, the young counselor stood up and turned on the projector next to him. Soon, pictures of 3 men and 1 woman appeared on the white screen. The first one was a girl with long golden hair who tied the man. The second one was a boy with blue wavy hair. The third one was wearing flip-flops with an afro. The fourth one was a boy with short hair and a handsome appearance. Looking at the pictures that appeared, most people were not surprised. After all, the talented and capable trainers were either those they had been paying attention to for a long time, or the descendants of some people in the Alliance. Basically, they knew or were familiar with them. It was only when they saw the fourth picture that most people were confused. The young counselor then explained, his name is Aowagi, his hometown is Suiao Town, and he is a native trainer of Sinnoh. Among the 4 people who discovered and were attacked by dark matter, he captured the most target Pokemon and was the strongest. The strongest one among them has surpassed the gym trainers and is close to the 4 Heavenly Kings. Moreover, all the Pokemon he used were brand new Pokemon that were newly uploaded to the illustrated guide by Professor Mustard and Professor Yamanashi. While speaking, the young counselor pressed the button continuously, and several figures including Machine Tyrannoman all appeared on the screen. It was these Pokemon that defeated the second echelon of the King of Kakuna head-on in the exhibition match a month or 2 before the discovery of the existence of dark matter. Good fellow. As they deal with the Elite Four from time to time, they naturally know Kakuna's strength and temper. If they heard that the other party solved an Elite Four Pokemon corroded by dark matter, they would still be a little suspicious whether it was a veteran trainer who took action and gave it to his descendants to gain honor. Now they are relieved after knowing that the other party defeated Kikuno head-on. After all, there is nothing wrong with Kikuno except that he wants to retire, and he is not going to deliberately let him win. The 4 people above, especially the last Aowagi, as people who have participated, some information can be revealed to them appropriately. In addition, they need to be rewarded for what they have done. Send someone to contact them first to see their specific needs. At the same time, it is best to commend the whole region openly for other reasons or at the right time. After the leader finished speaking, he found that the young counselor had no reaction, and couldn't help but look over. The young counselor smiled bitterly and said, things in this regard have been arranged before the meeting. They will definitely not be treated unfairly, but the commendation. If it involves Aowagi, I don't know what to do. What's the situation? After a short silence, the young counselor sighed softly and said, among the 4, he has made the greatest contribution, but he has also caused the greatest damage. 1/3 of the forest area of Beta Great Forest has completely disappeared, and a huge hole that cannot be filled has been smashed on the ground. The latest intelligence received before the meeting said that he got a very large Pokemon from nowhere and ate up a large flower field in the northwest of Hualien Town. Later, at the northwest estuary, it caused a huge wave. And before, near the Iron Island. Hearing all these things, all the counselors were stunned. It turns out, this guy is a destroyer. The trainer is a destroyer, and those Pokemon are all destroyers. After confirming his identity, all the local organizations that were affected have filled my desk with complaints and grievances. If I were to commend him directly, I feel like I wouldn't dare to go out for the past year. The man in the lead was silent for a long time. He naturally knew that those people couldn't really not distinguish the priorities. They did this for only one purpose. That was to play the victim and make some money to subsidize the local finances. But now the headquarters is living a tight life, so naturally they can't spend lavishly. Then, let's put his matter on hold for the time being, and we'll work together until the Lily of the Valley conference. Understood. At this moment, Qingliu, who was being talked about directly or indirectly by a group of people, has arrived at the foot of Xiangun Mountain, with the city of Cutting Edge in the distance. Dark matter is the official game setting of Pokemon. In addition, there will be 2 updates starting tomorrow, and a burst of updates on Friday. Chapter 258, The Anger on Xiangun Mountain Causes Extraordinary Changes, 2 chapters in 1. A heavy sneeze sounded. After the level was upgraded, the height of the machine Tyrannosaurus, which had reached nearly 15 meters, the 7-meter-tall Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, the 4.5-meter-tall Cactusman, and the 120-meter-long Super Sea Dragon, all 4 giants turned their heads at the same time and looked over. Aoyagi, are you a little cold? Machine Tyrannosaurus felt the temperature around and asked. Before Aoyagi could speak, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Boom! Amid the continuous roar, Super Sea Dragon knocked away the Blue-Eyes Double Explosion Dragon and Cactusman that were blocking the way, bypassed Machine Tyrannosaurus, and went straight to Aoyagi. This action made the eyes of the 3 big beasts become unfriendly. Machine Tyrannosaurus has raised its alloy claws, and if it dares to make any unusual movements, it will be slapped into the ground. But Chao Heilongman seemed to be unable to sense it. It rushed to Qingliu and formed a circle. Its body began to coil like a snake, and it coiled and stacked its 120-meter-long body layer by layer along the circle, until it formed an enclosed space with no gaps around it, and only a little light and air came in from the position of Chao Heilongman's head at the top. And Qingliu was in the center of this space. This operation made Qingliu look up in confusion and look at Chao Heilongman, just about to see what it was going to do. Unexpectedly, Chao Heilongman had already stuck its head in, and its ferocious face was full of concern, and it looked like it was asking for praise. This made Qingliu a little confused, and then he called up the panel. The small blue words jumped rapidly in front of his eyes. Race, Mega Sedraman, Intimacy, 70, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold, get sick, and eventually die. I'm wholeheartedly helping you avoid the cold, and I'm looking forward to the ultimate form of time Digizoids all over my body in the future, Aoyagi. So this is what the most important protected object that I saw before meant. It really didn't occur to him. Afraid of being cold, he simply created a place without cold air, just to prevent no one from helping him develop his ultimate form after he got cold. This is the first time I've seen such a straightforward protection intention and protection behavior, which made Aoyagi laugh and cry. It's true that it won't be cold this way, but it's too stuffy in here, and it won't work without fresh air. And I'm not cold, let alone freezing to death. Aoyagi said seriously. Mega Sedraman heard this, twisted his body with some disappointment and some relief, freed up the space around Aoyagi, and went to the side in an orderly manner. Machine Tyrannosaurus didn't know what was going on, and looked over inquiringly. Nothing. Qingliu shook his head and said, besides, I'm not cold. Although I'm wearing short sleeves, I haven't reached the snowy Chifeng City or Xiangun Mountain yet. I might be sneezing because someone is talking about me. After saying that, Qingliu looked at the towering Xiangun Mountain in front of him. The name is a mountain, but in fact it is a mountain range. Xiangun Mountain is a huge mountain range that starts from the south of the Sinnoh region, passes through the middle, and extends all the way to Chifeng City in the north. It completely divides the Sinnoh region into the east and west. It can be said to be the iconic mountain range of the Sinnoh region. The only pity is that this mountain range with a history of more than 200 million years does not meet the requirements for obtaining the number of panel summons. But if you think about it from another angle, it's normal. If Xiangun Mountain meets the requirements, then the continent under your feet and the sea you encountered before will definitely work, and you don't have to run around everywhere. The definition should be specific to something with a certain shape or a specific meaning, but it's not a big problem. After all, the purpose of coming here is not to summon the number of times. Qingliu said to the 4 beasts next to him, let's go up the mountain. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 giant beasts accelerated towards the top of the nearest mountain. The movement created by the movement and the huge shadow cast from the sky made the Pokemon living around them feel terrified and began to flee. Later, Qingliu and his party were almost still on the mountainside, and the whole mountain was empty. Qingliu watched quietly and didn't say anything. He could choose a quieter way of moving to avoid causing more noise, but for the next attempt, It was necessary to clear all the nearby areas. Now this way can reduce some unnecessary injuries at that time, save a lot of time, and also consume physical strength. As for why it consumes physical strength, Qingliu's eyes fell on Blue Eye's double explosion dragon. Not long after, the four beasts and Qingliu reached the top of the mountain. This was a mountain peak that Qingliu specially asked Machine Tyrannosaurus to choose. It seemed that a mountain peak had been cut off to stand on. Looking at the four solemn beasts, Qingliu glanced at Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon and said quickly, "No need to wait, let's start directly." As the voice fell, Machine Tyrannosaurus moved to the edge, and Ultra Sea Dragonman ran straight towards the Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon that had already spread its wings. Cactusman looked at Qingliu with some hesitation. "Do you really want to do this? You are not hurting it with all your strength, but helping it, so, don't hold back." Qingliu replied seriously. Hearing this, Cactusman looked at his boxing gloves, and then looked at the battle that had already begun not far away. He no longer hesitated, raised his fist and sprinted. In an instant, a huge roar broke out. The ice arrow breath of the ice system and the sharp punch of the grass system, supported by their abundant physical strength, medley hit the whole body of Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon. The level and combat power were suppressed at the same time, but this did not affect the fighting desire of Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon at all. Using the snow on the top of the mountain as cover, it began to counterattack with a double blast bullets and the power of the dragon god in an almost continuous state. But as time passed, the situation began to change. Cactusman and Mega Sedgerman were both stronger than Blue Eye's double explosion dragon. Now that they have joined forces, Blue Eye's double explosion dragon will no longer have any ability to resist once it gets the chance. In particular, after it almost gave up the advantage of being able to fly, the situation was almost a one-sided beating. On the panel that only Aoyagi could see, Blue Eye's double explosion dragon state continued to decline, approaching the last bit of physical strength. Aoyagi, isn't this a bit bad? There are obviously many ways to consume physical strength. Machine Tyrannosaurus felt a little bit reluctant, and had some doubts about the ideas he had learned from Blue Eye's double explosion dragon and relayed to Aoyagi. "We don't have much time to take it slow. Only this approach can achieve the effect the fastest." Moreover, it was it that proposed the method, which means it has made this mental preparation. Qingliu said slowly, "If you don't understand, just replace its current state with your urgent desire to master the moves in the Pokemon world, and you will understand. What's more, you know its character. Its current inner state can only be more serious than yours at that time. If you don't try to solve it quickly, it will be suffocated." Upon hearing this, Machine Grayman fell silent. Qingliu supported his hand on the aloe helmet on the side of Machine Grayman's face next to him, thinking of the original quick consumption of physical strength plan, and said, "And in order to prevent it from being too seriously injured, I prevented you and Qingliu from joining in. In the original plan of Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon, it was to let Machine Tyrannosaurus, Qingliu, Tanabata Bluebird, and now Mega Sedgerman and Cactusman attack it together, and try to achieve the degree of injuring itself in the shortest time. However, Machine Tyrannosaurus's current combat power has already left all the others behind, and it is the only T0 level, and Qingliu is an egg, but its combat power is relatively confusing because of its own talent. Even though the vitality of the Blue Eyes series should be very strong, Qingliu couldn't help but worry that these five guys would join forces and accidentally fail to control the strength and kill Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon directly. So the final decision was to let Mega Sedgerman and Cactusman take action. Although this would be slower, it would be safer and more stable. Of course, this safety refers to the safety of Blue Eye's twin blasting dragon, not the safety of the mountain. When the 120-meter Mega Sedgerman fully stretched his body, with Cactusman's continuous leaping and smashing punches, the whole mountain was shaking constantly. Snow and gravel rolled down the slope. After a while, the already bald mountaintop became even balder. However, it was at this time that Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon's physical strength reached its limit. Race: Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon. Status: exhausted. Blurred consciousness. Seeing this, Qingliu immediately shouted, "Stop!" Zhao Sedgerman and Cactusman, who had already noticed Qingliu, quickly stopped, and Zhao Sedgerman directly opened up enough distance to reveal Blue Eye's twin explosion dragon standing in the snow, supporting its body with its wings, and its blue eyes were lifeless. "It's coming, are you ready?" Qingliu's voice sounded, and the blue-eyed double explosion dragon nodded tremblingly. The next moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from its body. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded all around. Correspondingly, in the distant void, a group of white light emitting a strong holy aura crossed countless light years at an extremely terrifying speed and came outside the earth, and then slowly slowed down. It seemed to be afraid of the impact caused by the speed being too chaotic, and it seemed to be waiting for something. Not long after, from the back of the earth, a black dragon with a body length and size far exceeding that of the super sea dragon beast, and a more dragon-like appearance than it, and the momentum that emanated from its body was like the abyss, flew out. The moment it discovered the white light, Rayquaza launched an attack without any hesitation. However, for some reason, this time it did not choose to directly use its exclusive moves to add the finishing touch, but opened its bloody mouth, and the orange-yellow destructive deathlight instantly sprayed out. At the moment of contact, the white light burst out with an equally powerful aura, and directly confronted it with a head-on attitude. Chi. White and orange-yellow energy began to devour and explode, and a terrifying aura spread. One strike did not solve the problem. Such a scene immediately angered Rayquaza. As he moved his body, a green energy field appeared around his body, directly wrapping him into another dimension. Exclusive move, the finishing touch? Then, he launched a sprint. The originally scorching energy collision ended after Rayquaza's figure flashed by, and an even louder explosion sounded. The white light and the destructive deathlight completely disappeared in the explosion. After solving the things that invaded the territory, Rayquaza turned around without any hesitation and hurriedly flew towards the back of the earth. On Xiangyang Mountain, Qingliu looked up at the sky that had been motionless for a long time and fell into deep thought. Failed again. Last time, there was still some power to land, but this time there was no power at all. Since the Blue Eyes White Dragon activated this feature at that time, it has been triggered 3 times in total. The first time was successful, and it successfully changed from Blue Eyes White Dragon to Deep Eyes White Dragon, but except this time, the other 2 times all failed. This made Qingliu have an idea. If there is any difference between the 3 times, the only difference is that the first time was before evolution, and the second and third times were after evolution. Is it because of the 2 heads that the power of the single-headed Abyss White Dragon has problems? No. Qingliu rejected this idea he had given himself. If that was the case, the characteristics should have changed instead of remaining unchanged like now, standing in the toilet without doing anything. And if we extend it from the number of heads, there is another difference. The main body during the last 2 summons was obviously stronger than the first time, and the changes that could be caused must be more powerful, so the movement would also become bigger. In addition, the first 2 times it seemed to have fallen from the sky, that is to say, it is more likely to have flown from a higher place. Higher than above the sky. The atmosphere? Outside the earth? Qingliu clearly remembered that there lived in such a place a big guy with a very strong sense of territory and extremely terrifying strength. The big movement and coming from outer space would inevitably pass through its territory, which means there is a high probability that it was intercepted by the god of the sky, Rayquaza, as an invader. The more Qingliu thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, the power of the Abyss White Dragon at this stage was not particularly outrageous. It was not impossible for it to be directly destroyed by Rayquaza, which was also one of the top legendary Pokémon. However, the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon will only become stronger in the future. It is impossible for it to deliberately weaken its power to summon the Deep Eyes White Dragon that is not in line with its own level in order to avoid Rayquaza's sight. Such power is not very useful. In other words, before persuading Rayquaza, this characteristic is useless. The key is that although Rayquaza's IQ is much higher than the other 2 idiots, it is not at the level of Lugia. His personality is also more irritable and more ruthless. To persuade him, he must have the ability to confront Rayquaza head-on or defeat it to achieve the effect. This is definitely impossible before there is a flying ultimate in the team. In other words, I only used this characteristic once, and I was banned semi-permanently? Qingliu's face collapsed immediately. However, compared to himself, Qingliu was more concerned about how to tell Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon. After all, according to the other party's arrogant personality, if he knew about this, it would definitely cause a big blow to it, and it might even affect its future state. But before he could speak, Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, who had also been staring at the sky, had not waited for that kind of power for a long time. After seeing Qingliu's expression, it had guessed the result with normal intelligence. This made its blood surge. Although I don't know what caused this change, but it was unwilling to accept this. Very unwilling. It was obviously the power that made it stronger, so why did such a problem arise now? If this continues, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. The pride in its heart would not allow such a problem to exist. Rage filled its entire body, and its exhausted body burst out with unexpected power at this moment. A ray of extremely angry red light flashed in the blue pupils of the blue-eyed double explosion dragon, and it raised its head and let out a terrifying roar full of unwillingness towards the sky. Roar. The deafening roar burst out with waves of sound that passed through the clouds, went straight up into the sky, and swept towards a place higher than the sky. The next moment, outside the earth, in the endless void, a sudden change occurred. There is still one chapter left. I will try to finish it as quickly as possible. Chapter 259, Another Giant Dragon Beyond the Abyssal Eye White Dragon. I saw that in the deep and endless darkness that exuded the breath of nothingness far outside the solar system, at the starting point where the dissipated white light just appeared, a blue eye as big as the entire body of the blue-eyes double explosion dragon slowly opened. As it moved, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the surroundings gradually turned into sticky and penetrating black and purple, and one after another, thunderous lightning flashed continuously. The world seemed to have entered a state of chaos from darkness. Until, this real dragon opened its eyes completely. Wherever the blue eyes passed, all the strange phenomena seemed to be unable to withstand such a degree of gaze, and all stopped abruptly and dissipated. After a brief look around, the dragon's pupils moved slightly, and its sight immediately crossed the endless void and fell directly on the top of the Qingliu mountain, where a corner was cut off, and the figure that exuded a similar breath to it, and was looking up to the sky and howling unwillingly. After a moment's hesitation, the dragon looked at another void in front of it. There was no darkness or chaos there. The white holy light filled the entire void, and there was another dragon of the same size as it. However, the opponent at this time seemed to have fallen into deep sleep, and did not react to what happened. Finally, the dragon slowly closed its eyes. The surroundings fell into darkness again, and everything became restless again. The purple air separated from the darkness, the thunder roared, and the breath of violence and destruction burst out wildly. Then, suddenly, a ball of light-emitting blue light emerged from the dragon's body, flashed, and directly passed through the darkness and purple air at an extremely terrifying speed, wrapped in a purple thunder and directly crossed the void. Following the same route as the first white light, it crossed countless light years and countless galaxies and planets. The blue light flickered and appeared outside the solar system and the Earth. And all this happened in a very short time. Not long after turning around and leaving, the black space seat, which had not yet walked far, seemed to sense something. The forward figure paused, and then slowly turned around and looked at the place where he had just made a move. When the orange-yellow pupils fell on the light ball, Rayquaza suddenly became angry at a speed visible to the naked eye. The successive outsiders have angered it. The violent dragon energy penetrated its body, and the surrounding space could not withstand this terrifying power and began to distort violently. The next second, the finishing touch of the green energy field burst out. But Rayquaza did not launch an attack immediately, but glanced at the field around its body that should have been stable, but at this moment it was fluctuating and constantly overflowing with traces of energy. This made it understand that in addition to the current state of its own being limited by fighting with those things, the aura emanating from the light ball in front of it also had an unusual effect. The combination of the two has already had some effect on its energy field. Rayquaza's expression became solemn. After maximizing its own energy, it locked the light ball with a powerful momentum and began to charge. A green edge that cut through the universe burst out. As if sensing the changes in the surrounding environment, the blue-green light ball suddenly expanded. The blue light spread rapidly in all directions, and finally turned into a blue dragon phantom with only one head, standing upright, with wings on its back, and a burly body. Facing the finishing touch of the black split sky seat, the blue dragon showed no fear. Its two wings vibrated violently, and the light from its whole body gathered at its mouth. It leaned forward and exhaled a breath of dragon. Buzz! Exclamation mark. In an instant, the two attacks of green and blue collided with each other, and a terrifying energy burst broke out in a huge vibration. The split sky seat, which was in a sprinting state, was blocked by the surging energy and could not move forward. This scene made it very annoyed. Whether it was dealing with those two guys or other damn things, it had always killed them with one move, but now it was blocked by this inexplicable thing. This made it completely angry. The speed of the dragon energy surging on its black body became faster and faster, and an ancient and fierce breath began to surge. In an instant, the momentum of the split sky seat was raised to an extremely terrifying level. But just as it was about to break through the thing in front of it, the ball of light in front of it seemed to be unable to withstand such a strong impact, and began to slowly disappear. Not only the ball of light, but also the phantom of the blue light also dissipated. In just a few breaths, more than half of its body became transparent. But its anger had not yet been released. Just as it was about to pierce through and smash it completely, a flash of electricity appeared on the blue energy breath. The next moment, both the breath and the phantom of the giant dragon seemed to merge into the void, directly passing through its body and reuniting into a ball of light behind it. Then, it rushed towards the planet behind it at an extremely fast speed. This sudden situation caught Rayquaza off guard. Before it could react, the ball of light had already begun to impact the atmosphere. Rayquaza instinctively twisted its body and wanted to chase. Even if the other party passed through its territory, as long as it still existed, it would not be a big problem for it to catch and deal with it. It would just take more time. Although such situations are rare, there are indeed precedents. But suddenly, Rayquaza seemed to sense something, and its body paused. It turned its head to look at the place where it came from in the beginning, and the direction it was heading after dealing with the first light group. There seemed to be a wisp of gas that was even more empty and dark than the black hole in the vast universe surging, and Rayquaza's orange-yellow eyes suddenly revealed deep disgust. Then he tilted his head to look at the blue-green light group that had completely broken through the atmosphere and was swooping down towards a place in the northern hemisphere. After a brief hesitation, he gave up the pursuit and turned to go straight to the back. Not long after, a huge amount of energy exploded in that direction. At this time, Xiangan Mountain. That's roughly the situation. If we continue to improve our level and have the ability to confront it head-on, the characteristic can definitely be used again. Looking at the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon who was breathing heavily, Qingliu sighed, "Don't let anger cloud your mind. Turn it into motivation to improve yourself. Believe me, believe yourself, this process will not be too long. Even if the characteristic cannot be activated, the evolution may be delayed, but as long as the level can be suppressed, or if it goes directly outside the atmosphere after having a strength close to that of Rayquaza, without giving it a chance to intercept, the characteristic of the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon can definitely show its power again. However, this matter is really unlucky. Rayquaza's responsibility is to protect its own territory, and to mediate when the two idiots in Hone are crazy. On a larger scale, it is to ensure that the Earth will not be invaded by alien species casually. After all, those who can cross the universe at least have a special skill, or carry a virus in the universe. For the natives of the Pokemon world, they may pose a very big threat. Simply put, this is the species invasion of the Pokemon world. However, under such protection, Rayquaza intercepted the power of the Deep Eyes White Dragon, which did affect itself and affected its cutting-edge combat power. It seems I am destined to fight this guy, but not now. Although the perfect stage is powerful, Qingliu is still unsure about facing a first-level god in the Pokemon world, let alone a first-level god of the level of Rayquaza. I don't know if this guy has mastered Mega Evolution now. If the Emperor organ has swallowed enough energy, the trouble level of this matter will be raised to a higher level. Qingliu exhaled, rubbed his hands, and then prepared to go down the mountain. But at this moment, a thunder suddenly appeared in the sky above his head. Boom! The huge thunder penetrated the clouds and fell on the mountain where Qingliu was. Looking at the remaining snow on the ground that was directly shaken by the thunder, while the peaks not far away seemed to be unaffected at all, Qingliu couldn't help but frown. He raised his hand and touched his hair, which did not stand up, and then looked at the sky above his head. He saw a dot appear in the snowy sky, which had not seen the sun when he looked up. This dot grew at a very fast speed, and finally showed its original appearance, a ball of light. The blue-green light shuttled through the ball of light, and purple lightning flashed from time to time beside it, and there were bursts of roars filled with destruction. Obviously, this was the source of the sound just now. And the more he looked at it, the more serious Qingliu's expression became. Putting aside other things, just this dive trajectory. Why does it look so like it is coming towards him? Seeing that the opponent's speed was getting faster and faster, Combined with the vibration of the snow caused by the thunder just now, Qingliu realized that something was wrong and quickly said, "Everyone retreat." As soon as the voice fell, the four who were also paying attention to the movement reacted at the same time. Machine Tyrannosaurus carried Qingliu on his shoulders and flew into the sky with Cactusman in his hands. Mega Cedraman twisted his body and ran towards the mountain next to him. The most unstable blue-eyes twin explosion dragon was a little slower, but also flapped his wings and retreated. Almost the next moment after Blue-Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon left the mountain, accompanied by lightning and thunder, the energy ball fell directly. Bang! Exclamation mark. On the top of the towering mountain, the rocks that were covered with snow and frozen for many years were now as brittle as paper and were easily pierced. And this is not over yet. The constantly shattering mountain could not stop the energy ball from continuing to fall. It fell all the way and roared all the way. It was not until the entire mountain was smashed in half and reached the part on the mountainside that it settled down. But even so, the burial of the mountain rubble still could not cover the blue-green light ball that was shining with strong light. This is last night, and there will be today's update later. Chapter 260, Brother Yideo Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. Standing on the shoulder of Machine Tyrannosaurus, Qingliu narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain that had been half collapsed by falling objects from the sky, and the blue-green light ball buried inside. Then he turned on the panel's illustration function. The opponent's appearance and the obviously unusual energy fluctuations were obviously not ordinary. Qingliu instinctively thought it was a Pokémon. But no matter how he scanned, no Pokémon's illustration information popped up on the panel, and no other movement appeared, which made Qingliu slowly frown. Not a Pokémon. After a moment of silence, looking at the blue-green light ball that was still emitting a strong breath, Qingliu had a guess in his mind. Falling from the sky. Although the specific landing method is a little different from the previous one, the route alone is indeed almost the same trajectory. In addition to the blue light, the blue mixed in it also seems to have a familiar feeling. Qingliu looked at the blue-eyed twin explosion dragon next to him. It seemed to have sensed something at this moment. Its blue eyes stared straight at the light ball in the middle of the rubble, and its eyes were eager to try. If Qingliu hadn't been there, it would have been ready to take action. Don't be so anxious. It's not certain yet. Qingliu asked it to calm down a little, and looked at Machine Tyrannosaurus and said, "Use the trident arm to clear all the rubble around." Before the specific composition and information of the other party are determined, the most suitable person to do this job is Machine Tyrannosaurus, who is covered with the strongest metal in the digital world. Even if there is an emergency, the time digital alloy can repair itself, which is much safer than direct contact with the flesh. Upon hearing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus turned its body slightly, and the steel energy wrapped around the metal claw on its left arm and then shot out violently, flying towards the middle of the broken mountain. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The rubble covering the light ball shattered. As Machine Tyrannosaurus repeatedly swung, all the stones around were broken and flew. Until another trident arm fell, the shape of the light ball was completely revealed. It was no different from what Qingliu had seen in the sky before. The blue light was wrapped with purple lightning. While constantly making a roar, it contained a strong energy aura. However, the only difference was that when this thing appeared in front of him, Qingliu found that its size was much larger than what he had seen just now, almost reaching the height of Cactusman. Moreover, this blue light. Qingliu looked at the blue lines that appeared all over the body of the blue-eyes twin explosion dragon after evolution. The two of them almost emitted the same light. It's just that one is strong and the other is weak. And with such frankness, the weak blue-eyes twin explosion dragon stared at the blue light ball with some uncertainty, and his expression gradually became solemn. It could feel the very familiar aura of the other party, but this was different from the power of the previous deep-eyes white dragon to a certain extent. It was as if the deep-eyes white dragon was a noble and elegant aristocrat full of aesthetics, while the one in front of him was full of strong aggression, with no disguise of the violent and destructive aura on his body, just like a senior destroyer. Such a change made Blue-Eyes Devil Explosion Dragon somewhat undecided, and finally looked at Qingliu for advice. As a trainer, Qingliu, who had observed it at close range 3 times, naturally saw the difference between civilization and barbarism, but did not wait for him to issue an order. The blue-green light that continued to emit light among the rubble was like an impatient person, unable to bear such a long and unknown wait, and soared into the air with a surge of lightning. Rumble. A muffled thunder sounded, and a ball of light flashed and appeared directly in front of Blue Eye's double explosion dragon, without giving it any reaction time, and went straight in. This scene immediately changed the faces of everyone present. The blue light ball merged directly into the body of the blue-eyed twin exploding dragon without any hindrance, and then the moment it merged into the body, the energy contained in it scattered and headed towards every part of its body. Zzz. Purple electric currents flowed around, and the blue lines on the body emitted a stronger light under the imprint of the light ball energy. Even the blue-eyed twin exploding dragon's iconic blue eyes burst out with an unprecedented sense of oppression at this moment. Kakakakaka. There was a popping sound like fried beans coming from the blue-eyed twin exploding dragon's body, and its height began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its size was rapidly increasing. The original 7 meters directly soared to about 9 meters, and the wingspan, body, and claws expanded directly. The most obvious change is the feeling it gives people. Except for the size, it doesn't look much different from before, but compared to the nobleness that matched its character before, at this moment, its momentum and eyes have a hint of violent and fierce murderous aura. Qingliu immediately opened the illustration panel and pointed it at the blue-eyed double explosion dragon in front of him. Several lines of blue words quickly popped out. Race: Blue Eyes Double Blast Dragon. Classification: White Dragon Pokémon. Attributes: Dragon, Normal. Features: Destroy and then rebuild. Level: 44. Exclusive moves: Dragon Power, Dragon Type, Suppression, Burst Gale Bullet, Dragon Type, Power 80, Double Burst Gale Bullet, Dragon Type, Power 100, Dragon God Strength, Dragon Type, Power 110, Chaos Pierce, Dragon Type, Passive. When using the Blue Eyes series exclusive moves, the attack has a certain degree of penetration ability, and can cause at least 1/2 damage to opponents in the defensive state, and at least 1/5 of the penetrating damage to opponents in the offensive state. Mastered moves. Race stats: 570, Health 95, Attack 9095, Defense 8176, Special Attack 110115, Special Defense 7974, Speed 115, Intimacy 45, recognizes you in his heart and has a high degree of favorability towards you. Status: extremely energetic. Information summary: the evolution of Blue Eyes White Dragon that has gained a ray of energy from Blue Eyes Chaos Ultra Dragon, a more powerful form of the legendary dragon. It has stronger attack power, defense power, speed, and the attack penetration ability unique to Blue Eyes Chaos Ultra Dragon, and is currently evolving towards a more violent and ferocious posture. Divine Plan, Level 45/Level 65, the evolution level has not been reached, and the special conditions have been broken. Note: evolution is irreversible. Qingliu's eyes quickly swept, skipping the parts that did not change, and his eyes locked on the remaining columns. The racial value has not increased, but there are some changes. The part of the dual resistance that has decreased has all been added to the dual attack. There is an exclusive move enhancement buff in the exclusive moves, Chaos Piercing. Qingliu silently repeated it in his heart. According to the explanation information displayed on the panel, from now on, the defensive blocking moves within the hold and quick defense that exist in the Pokemon world will lose their good defensive effect against the exclusive move attack of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. Even when using defensive blocking moves, you will still be hit by the penetration effect of Chaos Piercing, and it is not just for defense, but can still pierce during the attack of both sides' moves. It sounds a bit strange, but it is actually a bit perverted. The effect may not be obvious when facing a low-level opponent, but when the opponent's level and combat power are equal or crushing the Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon, as long as you fight head-on, you can output stably and cause some damage. Even if you can't beat you, you can definitely hurt you. Moreover, this is also a move with great development and expansion significance. In the future, if the Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon learns some exclusive moves with additional effects, combined with this passive, it will be able to stably exert the additional effects. This weird penetration ability, coupled with the restriction that it can evolve only when it reaches special conditions other than the level, has also been really solved. Sure enough, the characteristic that descended on this violent guy this time. Qingliu looked at the words that appeared in the information summary column: Blue Eyes Chaos Extreme Dragon. As a new Blue Eyes series card that appeared in the movie, Blue Eyes Chaos Ultra Dragon itself is also the top brother in the Blue Eyes family. Compared with the elegance of Deep Eyes White Dragon, The burly body of this guy once summoned gives people a sense of impact of a muscular man with power. Moreover, when Deep Eyes White Dragon needs to activate the corresponding effect, that is, the dragon inheritance in the form of a move to increase its attack power, the attack power of Blue Eyes Chaos Ultra Dragon itself is as high as 4,000 points. Among the effects it has, the most terrifying is the terrifying and weird penetration ability. If you don't pay attention, you can directly pull the damage to the limit, and double the penetration damage to end the battle in one move. The people in the world gave him the nickname, Brother One Sword. The big brother who can kill you with one sword. Because of the anger of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, some unknown reaction occurred, resulting in the power of Deep Eyes White Dragon being intercepted, but the power of this guy was called over. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, this weird penetration ability is reasonable to break through the interception of Rayquaza. But the penetration is still far from its original effect. Thinking of this, Qingliu couldn't help but start thinking. Should I beat up the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon again, let it suffer, and then get some power? Thanks to Wu Yuxiaozi Hyiii for 100 starting coins, thanks to Shura Tiger King for 500 starting coins, thanks to Xianjing Hundian Baojian for 600 starting coins, thanks to Lu Renjia for 100 starting coins, thanks to Shi Kingxuan for 1,500 starting coins, thanks to Zero Feng Zai Zero for 100 starting coins, thanks to all the big guys for the rewards. I originally thought about when to give rewards and when to thank, but I always forget. Sorry. Finally, it's almost the end of the month. I ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 261, Reunion after a long separation, 2 chapters in 1. In the end, Qingliu gave up this plan. After all, compared to the Pokemon world and the digital world, he had a relatively low understanding of the elves of Yu-Gi-Oh! Until now, he still didn't understand what the current state of the Deep Eyes White Dragon and the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon was, and what their attitude was towards him and the Blue Eyes Twin Blast Dragon. The key point is that with the mental state of the Blue Eyes Twin Blast Dragon, which has changed after the blessing of this little bit of power, it might be a bit difficult to simulate the scene again. If the time comes, it will be a bit dramatic if the seemingly irritable Chideo brother is in a bad mood. Qingliu looked at the Blue Eyes Twin Blast Dragon, who was carefully feeling the changes in his body, and asked, "How do you feel?" How? Compared to before, the voice of the Blue Eyes Twin Blast Dragon was much lower, but the blue eyes flashed a brighter light. Obviously, the Blue Eyes Twin Blast Dragon also felt that although it did not summon the power of the Deep Eyes White Dragon as imagined, its own limitations had been broken. In other words, it only needs to take a small step up in level to usher in its second evolution since it came to this world. This made it excited. As Qingliu said before, if you want to let the power of the Abyss-Eyes White Dragon brought by the characteristic descend on you again without any obstacles, you can only keep improving and getting stronger. In the end, Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon raised its 2 heads and stared at the sky above its head, with a strong fighting spirit slowly emerging in its eyes. Qingliu noticed its movements and couldn't help but smile and shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I will arrange time for internal training while we are on the road in the next period of time." According to the current divine plan, there are still 2 evolution times. The potential of Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon will definitely exceed that of Groudon and Kyogre. At that time, coupled with the improvement brought by the power of the Abyss-Eyes White Dragon, it will finally bring a big surprise to Rayquaza. Although it may not know the source of this surprise. But these are all later stories. After basically analyzing the reasons for the failure of the characteristic activation, and now basically solving this problem indirectly, Qingliu immediately prepared to clean up the mess. Seeing this, the Mega Sedramon on the side hurriedly ran over from the opposite mountain, twisting its body of more than 100 meters to circle all the rubble and debris, and intentionally or unintentionally blocked the 3 who were about to help. He ran around by himself, working very hard. The panting but happy look on his face, combined with the increasingly unfriendly eyes of the 3 beside him, Qingliu couldn't help but be amused by this interesting atmosphere. In order to continue this joy, Qingliu changed to a sincere and touching expression, and said to Mega Sedramon, "Thank you, if it weren't for you, it would definitely take more effort. It's really a big help." Race, Mega Sedramon, Intimacy, 7072, I am happy that you, who can help but evolve and equip it with the Time Digizoid, have recognized you, Mega Sedramon, who has praised and thought that he was one step closer to the ally he had always dreamed of, worked even harder, and didn't notice that the eyes of the 3 beside him were getting more gloomy. Perhaps, Even if it noticed it, it wouldn't take it seriously. After all, in the eyes of Ultra Sedramon, as long as it evolves to the ultimate stage and is covered with that terrifying metal all over its body, it may not be able to defeat the three in front of it, but it will definitely not be able to break its defense. This is the idea of Ultra Sedramon, who has deeply experienced the power of alloy with his body. Unfortunately, how could the simple Ultra Sedramon know that a certain guy will have the control skills of the previous generation of Wreathhead after evolution, and his IQ is rapidly decreasing, and he doesn't know that a certain guy already has the ability to penetrate, and he doesn't know. It's like the nemesis of dragon beasts prepared for it. Everything seems to be destined. Then, taking advantage of this time, Qingliu called the three big ones beside him and began to arrange the internal battle training for the next journey. Now, except for the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, which is 1 level behind, the current Cactusman is only 2 levels behind, and it can also usher in its second evolution. This 1 or 2 level difference no longer requires deliberate battles and challenges with trainers or Pokemon. It only needs to let the big guys in the team run in with each other and use the running-in process to improve their levels. Before reaching Cutting Edge City, the level should be able to meet the requirements. However, before going to Cutting Edge City, we have to go to another place first. 1 week later. Squeak Squeak Aowagi wrapped in a coat and followed by Machine Tyrannosaurus, who had compressed the data and entered his daily state, in the sharp sound of boots stepping on the snow, which gave people goosebumps. As the Digimon and Aowagi Digimon walked forward step by step. As for why they didn't choose to fly directly, the surrounding environment is the best answer. Although the location in front of them is not Cutting Edge City, it has completely entered the northern ice and snow area of the Sinnoh region. Let alone standing on the shoulder, even if Machine Tyrannosaurus was held in the hand, Aowagi couldn't stand the biting wind. Not only Aowagi, but even Machine Tyrannosaurus put on Pokemon boots after walking barefoot for a while. Aowagi, are we close to the target location? Machine Tyrannosaurus asked, waving away the snowflakes that fell on the mechanical arm. Qingliu glanced at the map, combined with the coordinates shown on the atlas, and said, well, the lake should be just ahead. When mentioning the lake, Machine Tyrannosaurus immediately thought of some kind of food and asked, if I find it, I want to catch some fish to eat. When mentioning catching fish, Qingliu couldn't help but think of what Agumon had said before, saying that it was a fish-catching expert. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, and sighed. Now you are a complete form, not as mature as you were back then. Even the lake we are looking for can't withstand your method of frying fish, catching fish. Moreover, in my hometown, frying fish is as illegal as setting fire to a mountain. Hearing this, Machine Tyrannosaurus scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, its method of catching fish was indeed not very elegant. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly turned his head, as if he had discovered something, and looked at the big tree in front of him. Most of its roots were buried by snow. Seeing the appearance of Machine Tyrannosaurus, Qingliu also guessed that there was a high probability that there was a creature there, and then he called up the panel to check it directly. Several basketball-sized spherical boulders shot straight towards the position in front of him. Machine Tyrannosaurus immediately took a step forward and came in front of Qingliu, raising his claws to block it and launch a counterattack. Qingliu stretched out his hand to stop it. Bang, bang, bang. The boulders did not look as aggressive as when they were launched. Instead, after flying for a distance, they smashed into the snow in front of Qingliu one after another. Qingliu. It didn't want to attack us. Now it means more like warning us not to get close. Warning, don't get close. Qingliu said, looking at the boulders in front of him that were deeply embedded in the snow, and raised his head to look at the place where the attack was launched just now. There, a figure over 2 meters tall, with a snow-white body, green limbs and tail, stared at them with 2 round eyes. Its illustration information appeared in front of Qingliu. Race, Blizzard King. Classification, Tree Ice Pokemon. Attributes, Grass, Ice. Features, Snowfall. When entering combat mode, it will start snowing. Level, 40. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, Glare, Fine Snow, Leaves, Gravel, Parasitic Seed, Frozen Wind, Mallet, Blizzard, Absolute Zero, Tile Break, Energy Ball, Sunlight Blaze, Growth, Grass Knot, Water Wave. Race value, 494, Health 90, Attack 92, Defense 75, Special Attack 92, Special Defense 85, Speed 60, Intimacy, 40, It didn't recognize you, but it missed the grilled fish you once gave it. Status: healthy. Information summary: a true ice monster, living in the mountains with thousands of years of snow all year round. It is a strong man with the power to easily split boulders, and can make the surrounding temperature drop sharply just by shaking its body. Living in the wild, Blizzard King often uses its huge arms to smash away the group of flaming red tumblers who want to attack the Snow Hat monster. Horizontal ellipsis. When Qingliu saw that it was the Blizzard King, he thought that he had mistakenly entered the territory of the Snow Hat monster tribe and was judged as a dangerous person by the Blizzard King, so he instinctively wanted to drive it away. But after seeing the intimacy of 40 points, he couldn't help but be stunned. This level of intimacy is almost catching up with a blue-eyes double explosion dragon. Moreover, grilled fish? Qingliu suddenly thought of the night when he caught, fried and grilled fish by the water not long after he summoned Agumon. So Qingliu took a step forward. This action immediately made the Blizzard King on the opposite side look fierce. On the snow-white body like accumulated snow, ice energy surged, and 2 basketball-sized boulders condensed and fell on its broad palms. Then when the arm swung back to prepare to throw again, Qingliu's voice spoke. "Snow Hat monster, is that you?" When the Blizzard King heard this voice, his movements suddenly froze, and the boulders on his left and right hands were forcibly pressed down at the moment they were about to be thrown out. The huge body suddenly stopped halfway, and Blizzard King stumbled forward and fell directly to the ground. But it was obviously not in the mood to care about these things at the moment. It quickly got up, and its round eyes were wide open, wanting to carefully observe whether the familiar voice just now was really that person. But because it was a little far away, and the white snow reflected everywhere, its vision was seriously blocked, and it was a little anxious for a while. Qingliu saw the shadow of the little guy who ran away from home in Blizzard King's series of actions, and couldn't help laughing. Snow Hat monster, is Xia Song still obsessed with fashionable clothes and can't walk, and is something that makes you go to the gym alone? Blizzard King became excited when he heard the person on the other side talking about the dark history of its trainer. Because in addition to it and its trainer, and the gym trainer of the Gaia Ray gym, only one person in a Pokemon knew about this matter. That is, although the Pokemon looks a little strange and has never been seen before, the figure next to it is indeed more and more similar. Yulu. Blizzard King quickly waved away the snow around him, opened his arms, and roared excitedly while running towards Qingliu's location. The snow was trampled into pits one after another by him, until he came to Qingliu. Blizzard King directly picked up Qingliu, and began to spin around excitedly. A face that looked extremely fierce at this moment, was full of joy for reuniting with a friend who had not seen him for a long time. Yulu. Yulu. Blizzard King kept talking excitedly. Qingliu didn't understand at all, so he could only turn his head to look at the machine Tyrannosaurus next to him. At this time, Machine Tyrannosaurus guessed the identity of the Pokemon in front of him from Qingliu's 2 sentences just now and the other party's reaction now. But he was still a little uncertain. After translating the language of excitement and joy of the reunion just now by Blizzard King, he asked, "Is it the appearance of the Snow Hat monster after evolution?" Qingliu nodded. "That's right. From the outside, they do look similar. But I didn't expect it to evolve from such a petite and reserved appearance to such a big guy that looks hard to mess with. Haha, it seems that I am not qualified to say that." After saying this, Machine Tyrannosaurus suddenly thought of himself. At that time, it was obviously about the same height as the Snow Hat monster, but after 2 evolutions, its body size has changed greatly. Now even its height in its daily state is enough to be on par with the Snow Hat monster, evolved from the Snow Hat monster. Qingliu looked at the Snow Hat monster, who was also staring at Machine Tyrannosaurus, and took the initiative to introduce. After Agumon evolved into Tyrannosaurus in the battle with Miss Sirona's Flower Rock monster outside the town of Random, it evolved again not long ago. It is now called Machine Tyrannosaurus. At this time, the Snow Hat monster also found some shadows of Tyrannosaurus in Machine Tyrannosaurus. After all, the appearance of the two is quite similar, and they can be distinguished if you look closely at a close distance. I still remember that the icy thing you gave me last time was delicious. Machine Tyrannosaurus took the initiative to say. After coming to this world, the Snow Hat monster, whom he met and had a relatively pleasant time with, was seriously regarded as a friend by the Machine Tyrannosaurus. The Blizzard King was also impressed by this guy who had counseled him with Qingliu, gave him delicious grilled fish, and then beat him up after eating, and had a good impression of him. Because later, he also learned from Xia Song about the battle at that time, and a series of things that followed, which were actually routines designed to make the two of them reconcile. Especially from now on, it's a good thing that he met Qingliu and Agumon at that time, otherwise he might really lose such a trainer who cared about him and he also cared about the other party. The next moment, the Blizzard King let go of Qingliu and hugged with a machine Tyrannosaurus. The two big guys with a height of more than 2 meters met after a long time, and they hugged each other very enthusiastically at this moment. But I don't know why, this kind of hug has an inexplicable feeling. However, Qingliu did not choose to interrupt them. It was only when the two of them hugged for a little too long and Qingliu still had many questions to ask that he stopped the two guys. Zuli monster. No, I should call you Blizzard King now. Why do I only see you here? Where is Xia Song? Qingliu's voice fell, and Blizzard King suddenly woke up as if from a dream. He quickly stood up and ran towards the place where he just appeared. Being sick is really uncomfortable. Chapter 262, Dark Matter reappears at Wisdom Lake. 2 chapters in 1. Yaru. Blizzard King stood on the snow and roared towards the distance. Soon, snow hat monsters ran out from the snowy woods in all directions and surrounded Blizzard King. Yaru. Yaru yaru yaru. Yuki-e. The snow hat monsters nodded in unison, then scattered and ran away. Qingliu watched this scene quietly, a little curious. After a few months, the snow hat monsters that were more than 10 levels at the beginning have reached level 40 and evolved into Blizzard King. It can be seen that a certain amount of effort has been put in. It is impossible that Xia Song is still the same as before. Blizzard King is purely motivated by himself, training himself to fight and finally evolved. But looking at Blizzard King, it doesn't look like it, and as the initial Pokemon and core partners, Xia Song and Blizzard King did not stay together in the wild some way away from the Edge City. This does not conform to normal logic. And just now Blizzard King was so skilled in gathering the Snow Hat Monster Brothers to do things, which means that they have been staying nearby for a while. Did something happen? Fortunately, not long after, the girl in the blue and white JK uniform came to the Blizzard King surrounded by a group of Snow Hat monsters. After a few words of conversation, the moment the other party turned around and saw Qingliu and Machine Tyrannosaurus, her black eyes lit up as if a flash of light had passed. Seeing this, Qingliu smiled and said, "Long time no see, Miss Xia Song." The other party quickly strode over with the Blizzard King. Compared with a few months ago, Xia Song's height has obviously increased, but compared to the height, Qingliu saw that the other party was still wearing the same short skirt and calf socks on the lower body as the last time they met in such a cold environment, and couldn't help but sigh. Wintermelon and Piao are too obsessed with digging stones, and Vegetable Seed likes to collect grass-type Pokemon, so as a future Ice-type gym trainer, you must first resist cold. What do you mean by a future Ice-type gym trainer? Xia Song put on the blue long-sleeved shirt tied around his waist, and said with a smug smile on his face, "I am now a serious cutting-edge gym trainer." "So fast?" Qingliu said with some surprise. "It seems that your strength has improved rapidly in the few months since we separated." "Of course, but compared to you, my progress seems too small. I saw that you defeated the Pokemon in Miss Kikuna second tier, and in the end you even won the game in a crushing manner." While speaking, Xia Song turned sideways and looked at the Machinedramon standing next to Qingliu. He smiled and waved his fist and said, "Long time no see, Machinedramon. The scene of you killing Swampert in seconds after evolving was very handsome, super imposing." "Hey, thank you." Hearing such direct praise from someone he knew, Machine Tyrannosaurus laughed a little embarrassedly. After saying hello, Xia Song turned his gaze back to Qingliu with a smile. "Although there is still a certain gap between us in terms of hard power, there is one aspect that I have definitely surpassed you." After that, in the slightly puzzled eyes of Qingliu, Xia Song took out a rectangular box and slowly opened it. There were 8 badges lying inside, some of which Qingliu had never seen before. "I spent a lot of time to collect them all, so I should have more than you, right? How many do you have now?" 5. Qingliu answered honestly. "In other words, you came to Kifeng City this time for the 6th badge, right?" At this point, Xia Song seemed a little excited. "It's one of the goals." "One of them? Does that mean there are others?" "Well, I want to see all the famous ancient ruins and attractions in Sinnoh, so before I go to challenge the gym, I want to go to see the Wisdom Lake on the way. After all, It is the most beautiful of the 3 legendary lakes. Qingliu found an excuse that was easily accepted and replied. Huh? Aren't you here to see me? Xiaosong showed an exaggerated expression of surprise. Seeing this, the Blizzard King next to him looked at Xiaosong with a sneer of disdain, which made Xiaosong laugh awkwardly. Hey, just kidding. But I have to say that you're lucky. You just happened to meet me and the Blizzard King. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be able to see the Wisdom Lake. Come with me, I'll take you there. After that, he walked in front with Blizzard King, and Qingliu and Machine Tyrannosaurus followed quickly. Taking advantage of this time, Qingliu asked the question he wanted to ask just now. That is, Xiaosong and Zuli Monster were separated and stayed in the wild for a long time, and what he said just now that he couldn't see the Lake of Wisdom if he didn't meet her. I don't know why, but a week ago, the Alliance suddenly issued a notice, asking Miss Juncha and my father to block the area around the Lake of Wisdom and the Temple of the Cutting Edge respectively, and they must stay in place until the notice is lifted. It is precisely for this reason that the gym cannot be empty, so my father threw all the work of the trainer to me in advance, and even asked me to patrol nearby when I am free. Before we met you, our patrol mission had just ended and we were preparing to reunite. Xiaosong said slowly. Can I ask the reason? Xiaosong shook his head and said, I don't know either. He just said that people and Pokemon are not allowed to get close. I haven't heard my father mention anything else. Then if you take me there now, will there be any problem? Just take a look from a distance, it's okay. Qingliu nodded and fell silent. Qingliu couldn't help but think deeply about what Xiaosong just said. After hearing this news, Qingliu's first reaction was that the Alliance deliberately targeted him and didn't allow him to take the summons from these 2 places, but after thinking about it carefully, this was impossible. But if it wasn't, then what could it be? You know, even in the Pokemon Diamond chapter, when Team Galactic had captured the Lake Odds and was heading towards Dialga and Palkia, the Sinnoh Alliance didn't seem to have issued an order to blockade Chang'an Mountain. But now, it actually blocked 2 places at the same time. If the reason for blocking the Blade Temple was that they had learned that the big guy sleeping in the underground palace below the temple might wake up, so as to avoid causing greater damage and unnecessary casualties, then what was the purpose of blocking the Wisdom Lake? As the gods of the lake, the 3 holy mushrooms have very good tempers, and as Arceus's direct creations, they will not show their true faces unless necessary. It can be said that blocking the Wisdom Lake is completely unnecessary. Qingliu couldn't think of a result for a while. However, since the Alliance has taken action, it must have known something and made targeted preparations. It has nothing to do with me now, as long as it doesn't affect my 2 fixed summoning times. Thinking of this, Qingliu followed Xiaosong through a snow-covered forest and came to a small hill. This should be the only place outside the blockade where you can see the panoramic view. If you go further, even I can't bring anyone in. Thank you. Qingliu nodded. Although he took the initiative to intervene in the conflict between Xiaosong and the Snow Hat monster and help them solve the problem and reconcile, part of the reason was because he thought of this moment. But after the other party took the initiative and really did the job, Qingliu was still very grateful. After Xiaosong saw Qingliu thanking him so seriously and quickly said it was nothing, and he would take him in to take a closer look next time after the blockade was lifted, Qingliu turned around and looked into the distance. Unlike the world of ice, snow and trees after entering the Edge City, what was in front of him was a vast white snowfield that reflected the sunlight and stretched for several kilometers. And in the distance of the snowfield was a lake. Lake Wisdom, one of the 3 major lakes in the Sinnoh region. As Qingliu's eyes swept, the panel popped up, and as the blue light swept towards the end of his sight, several lines of small blue words quickly popped up in front of him. Ancient traces detected, exploration started. Exploring, target locked, Wise Lake detected. Exploring, exploration progress. 0%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%, exploration completed, can be summoned, summon object, random, save summon. Qingliu did not hesitate. As someone who had experienced 2-in-1 summoning, a simple summoning was not enough for him. At least it had to be more than 2 times. After all, in addition to this ancient lake, there was also an ancient temple with a long history in Qifang City. There were at least 2 chances. The only problem was that it might take a little more effort to enter the temple now. The lake could be fully explored as far as the eye could see, but there were blind spots, mezzanines and underground palaces in the ruins, which needed to be explored. Unfortunately, I didn't see Uxie. Qingliu said to himself softly after sweeping his eyes across the lake. Inside the Lake of Wisdom, there lives one of the lake gods nicknamed the Three Holy Mushrooms. It is revered by ancient people as the god of knowledge and is a legendary Pokémon that gave the earliest humans the wisdom ability to solve various problems, Uxie. If you can see it, the number of summons you can get during this trip to Cutting Edge City will be 2 + 1. Add the big guy under the Cutting Edge Temple, and it will be 2 + 1 + 1 = 4 summoning opportunities. Unfortunately, it is sleeping in a strange space at the bottom of the lake that is not easy to approach and find, and the other big guy sleeping in the underground palace under the temple. For him now, it is a challenge. Qingliu is very confident against ordinary second-level gods. Qingliu, who has 2 complete bodies, is also very confident against the Three Holy Mushrooms, a second-level god created by the god of creation. But against a genuine first-level god like Regichicus, Qingliu does not have enough protection unless the power of the Deep Eyes White Dragon can be fully descended. Perhaps even the size of his Pokémon with flexible nationality, which has always been one of the important pillars of combat power, may not be useful when facing the opponent. Among all the first-level gods, and even among all Pokémon, there is only one Pokémon that is classified as a giant Pokémon, that is Regigigas. The ordinary Zapdos is 10 to 20 meters long. After integrating with the world rules, it can be hundreds of meters long. So what size will Regigigas, which is already huge and can drag the continent to move, reach? Qingliu didn't know, but for unknown things, it is better to stay away before you have the corresponding confidence. Okay, let's go back. The number of summons has been obtained, so there is no need to stay here. Xia Song next to him was stunned for a moment. Did you say you came here specially to see it? I understand that boys don't like to take pictures, but why are you leaving so soon? The perspective is too fixed. I will get tired of it after watching it for a long time. And didn't you say that you would bring me to see it next time when it is unblocked? Didn't you just say it casually? Ah. Of course not. That's right, let's go. After saying that, without giving Xia Song time to react, Qingliu turned around and walked back the way he came. Xia Song hurried to catch up. Machine Tyrannosaurus and Snow King followed behind. The 2 big guys, who were over 2 meters tall, looked like they knew each other well. They were whispering about whether the most basic and critical factor in determining the taste of grilled fish was the heat. At the same time, in the Cutting Edge Temple, various cordons were set up within a few hundred meters, completely isolating the area. One by one, the Eula and Snow Hat monsters patrolled in an orderly manner. From time to time, you can see elephants with pig noses and Pokémon that look like women in kimono standing guard around. At this moment, in the center of the temple, a young woman in ancient sacrificial clothing stood up in front of the altar, and a tall, cold-faced middle-aged man beside her hurriedly walked up. Miss Shenzi, what's going on? Very bad, Mr. Zubei. The woman called Shenzi said with a worried look on her face, although I don't know the source of the vibration in the underground palace, according to the divination technique passed down by my family, I can feel that the other party is very dangerous, and the situation is even worse than imagined. Hearing this, Zubei's face darkened. As a trainer of the Cutting Edge City Gym, he naturally knew some of the methods of the guards of the Cutting Edge Temple. If the other party said it was very bad, then the situation was really at a very bad moment. Do you know who the other party is? Or where the other party will come from? Zubei asked hurriedly. Shenzi shook her head and said with a gloomy face, except for darkness, nothing can be seen. Hearing this, Zubei also knew that it was highly likely that he would not be able to make corresponding arrangements and preparations based on the other party's information. I can only wait for the other party to appear or take action to know what is going on, but by that time, those old guys in the alliance want me to help but hide it from me. They said they would arrange people to come, but they didn't take any action after a few days. It's really Alice. Zubei sighed heavily and said, Miss Shenzi, I may have to trouble you to continue divination as much as possible, and pay attention to the defense around. I want to go to the underground palace to check the situation. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if the Cutting Edge Temple is gone. The palace below must not have any problems, otherwise. Shenzi also knew the priorities of the matter, nodded and agreed, don't worry, leave everything up there to me. In addition, it's best not to get close to that person. I suspect it is already in the process of waking up. Don't worry, I know what's going on. After that, the two began to act separately. Not long after the two left, a faint black gas appeared out of thin air in the center of the temple. After a short drift, the black gas seemed to sense something and slowly crawled onto the floor of the hall. After moving along the stone floor for a while, he finally determined the position and direction, and went straight down. After 4 or 5 days of holding on, today my nose can finally breathe fresh air. I will add more chapters tomorrow to celebrate. Chapter 263, The Third Battle with Xia Song, 2 chapters in 1. Cutting Edge City, a winter city with sparkling ice flowers. Walking on the street, the surrounding buildings and green plants are covered with a thick layer of snow. The whole city is sprinkled with a sunset light near dusk, and the snow white and golden colors overlap to create a unique beauty. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? You can't see such scenery in other places in Sinnoh. Xia Song asked with a smile. Qingliu nodded and said, it's really good. In the entire Sinnoh region, only Cutting Edge City and its surrounding areas are unique in the 4 seasons like winter. This climate accumulated over the years has formed a variety of very unique scenery. It is precisely because of this that the battlefield of Cutting Edge Gym is different from the battlefield of ordinary gyms. Don't take it lightly just because you are stronger than me. The field factor can greatly affect your performance. Maybe I can still beat you. In the Pokemon world, in addition to the regular battlefield, there are also different types of fields, and among these types, the most common is the attribute field. For example, there are pools of water and rocky grounds. As a city of ice and snow, the Cutting Edge Gym is undoubtedly an icy ground. Such a ground is slippery and difficult to stand on. For new trainers and Pokemon who are not familiar with it, it takes most of their energy to stabilize their bodies when they step on it for the first time, not to mention fighting. It was also his first time, and Qingliu thought that this was something that needed to be paid attention to and a response strategy was made. He said, I will take it seriously. Xia Song, who was not aware of the seriousness of the problem, immediately led Qingliu through some of the more famous small attractions in Cutting Edge City and came to the center of the city. We're here. This is the Cutting Edge Gym. Qingliu heard this and took a look at the large yurt-style gym in front of him. It is called large, but in fact the area is very limited. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid there is not much space left except for the battlefield and the rest area. Thinking of this, Qingliu looked at the huge building complex surrounded by iron fences behind the gym. High-rise buildings, playgrounds, running tracks, office buildings. At this time, there were still a few children throwing snowballs at each other on the playground. With screams, several people had bruises on their heads, but they had no intention of stopping. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more intense, Xia Song at the side coughed heavily. Ahem. After hearing the sound, several people turned their eyes over. First, they saw Blizzard King and Machine Tyrannosaurus, and they all opened their eyes wide. However, after seeing Xia Song staring at them, they quickly threw away the snowballs in their hands like defeated roosters, lowered their heads, and came to Xia Song without fighting. Xia Song, we. Teacher Xia Song, we were just playing, we didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. Xia Song pointed to a snowball that had just been thrown and rolled into a football-sized snowball and was ready to be thrown. You tell me this is called playing? The faces of several children became visibly embarrassed. Xia Song rolled up his sleeves and stretched out 2 fingers. Bang! The child who was hit covered his head in pain. Seeing this, the other children tried to protect their heads very skillfully. But Xia Song's movements were obviously faster. Bang! 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 After a few muffled sounds, the children who received a heavy blow each left in disgrace under Xia Song's cold gaze. I didn't expect you to have such a special side. Qingliu said with a smile. Xia Song, who had just come out of the state of being the leader of the children, thought of his violent behavior and said a little embarrassedly, actually, I didn't want to do that, but I couldn't control these ignorant little brats if I didn't do that. Well, but what's the situation when they call you senior sister and teacher? Hearing this, Xia Song looked at the children who were holding their heads and walking back to the playground towards the teaching building, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because of the environmental problems in Qifeng City, the construction and resources in all aspects are slightly worse. In order not to delay the future development of these children, my father invested his own money to build a school on the place where the gym was supposed to be built. When we are free, my father and I will go to play the role of teachers to let them get familiar with Pokemon. In addition, I graduated from this school early, so I am half a teacher and a senior sister, so they can call me whatever they like. So the gym is so small, right? Well, but when these children grow up, whether it is the gym, the school or Qifeng City, it will definitely get better and better. But many people will not come back after leaving their underdeveloped hometowns for developed cities, let alone build their hometowns. But that shows they are living well, doesn't it? Xia Song said seriously, whether they become outstanding trainers, elites in other industries, or ordinary people in the future, I don't require them to give anything back to their hometown. After all, the purpose of my father's establishment of the school is to help them live a better life in the future, not as an investment. Hearing this, and seeing the expression on Xia Song's face, Qingliu suddenly felt that there were still decent gym trainers in the Sinnoh League, and not all of them were fakes. And if I remember correctly, in the future, after Binhe City had been completely pacified and everything was back on track, and Densi had completely entered a state of Buddhist salted fish, Xia Song was still guest starring as a school teacher, and was very popular among all the students. Thinking of this, Qingliu suddenly felt a little emotional. A girl who is a little younger than himself, with such high ideological awareness and perseverance, it is no wonder that her father handed the gym over to her in advance. Moreover, from the ideas expressed in her words just now, could it be the thoughts of more people in the Pokemon world? Those who helped him didn't invest because they saw his potential, but simply wanted to help him. Qingliu is not sure, but what he can be sure of is, Xia Song, you have improved a lot compared to the first time we met. Upon hearing this, the Blizzard King next to him sneered and looked at Xia Song. Even if they reconciled after that, it would definitely be remembered for the rest of its life that the trainer took a fancy turco-branded long skirt, left himself alone to fight a monster in the gym, and ended up getting beaten up. Seeing the expression on the Blizzard King's face, Xia Song naturally knew what the other party was brooding about. Before he could be happy, the expression on his face became awkward at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'm trying my best to restrain and correct myself now. Yet, Qingliu did not respond to the interaction between Xia Song and the Blizzard King. Instead, after a brief contemplation, he asked, is there a suitable battle venue in the gym? Xia Song was stunned for a moment when he heard this. How could there be no battlefield in the gym? That is one of the important meanings of the gym's existence. But thinking that Qingliu would never ask such a stupid question, he suddenly realized that each of Qingliu's Pokemon was a little oversized, and was not comparable to ordinary Pokemon at all. Ordinary venues are not enough for Qingliu. The key is that her gym is small, and it is normal for Qingliu to ask this question specifically. After all, it would be embarrassing if the house was broken all of a sudden. The size inside may not be suitable, but it can be outside. There are many places in Qifeng City that can be used as battle venues. Qingliu nodded, and then said, then, can I choose the place? Ah. Xia Song agreed without much hesitation, of course, but tried to avoid the crowd. Seeing that Xia Song had no objection, Qingliu raised his hand and pointed to the school playground inside the fence not far away, which was where the children had just played, and said, let's go there. These sudden words made Xia Song a little slow to react. The area inside the school is indeed large enough, but she had just said that she would avoid crowded places. Isn't it a bit, to choose the playground the next second? Just when she didn't know how to refuse, Qingliu's voice rang out. At this point in time, there shouldn't be many people in the school. As long as the remaining students are arranged in a safe viewing range, there shouldn't be a problem. I will also let my Pokemon help maintain order. By the way, it can also let them get in touch with and understand more intense battles. Isn't that great? After this explanation, Xia Song, who was confused by concern, also reacted. She also knew that an upright and strong trainer and a high-level battle would have a huge positive impact on young trainers, especially children. Just as a child who had been a caddy for a superstar became a superstar in the near future, this was a potential influence and an intangible inheritance, just like her now as a guest teacher. Thinking of this, Xia Song couldn't help but feel a little moved. She knew that Qingliu was very strong now and his time must be very precious. Even if she really wanted to ask him for help, she was embarrassed to ask. But she didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to bring up such a thing. After all, more of their peers are focusing on the road of constant challenges and becoming stronger, instead of paying attention to the next generation like her, and it is even more impossible for them to deliberately bring up such a thing. Seeing Xia Song's slightly red eyes, Qingliu naturally guessed what she was thinking and said with a smile. To be honest, from the time I left Sui Town until now, I have received help from many people along the way. Some of them have been repaid, some have not, and the rest have no chance to repay. But no matter what, I think, passing on the help I received to others may be another way of repaying. After all, the most attractive thing about the Pokemon world is not only the Pokemon, but also the people in the Pokemon world and the harmonious atmosphere. Qingliu felt that perhaps until this moment, he had truly gained some understanding and sense of belonging to this world. And this may be the real meaning of time travel. Xiaosong naturally had no objection to Qingliu's proposal. While nodding repeatedly, he walked quickly towards the school. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus beside him looked at the backs of Xiaosong and Blizzard King who were walking away, and turned his head to look at Qingliu. What are you thinking this time? Because you need her help to go to the cutting-edge temple. Qingliu shook his head and said, it's just a sudden impulse to help. After that, Qingliu laughed and scolded, why would you ask this question? Don't I think of myself as someone who likes to help others? I can't say yes or no, but generally speaking you do things with a purpose and tendency. Aoyagi laughed when he heard this. I can't tell, your brain has been getting smarter since you evolved. Machine Tyrannosaurus said seriously, if I stay like Agumon for the rest of my life, I might be very happy, but if I always stay like that, I won't be able to help you, and I won't be able to fulfill my promise. Even if I really am a person who helps others for some purpose. Aoyagi asked curiously. Well, my choice will not change. Machine Tyrannosaurus nodded, then skipped the topic and said, so, are you asking me to attend the gym tournament this time? After all, even if there are measures such as protection, if a child is present, in order to ensure that nothing unexpected happens, the Pokemon used must have a certain degree of control over strength and moves. And in Aoyagi's current team, except for Qingliu who has not yet hatched, the best and most outstanding in this regard is undoubtedly Machinedramon. What's more, it also has the ability to fly, which can minimize the impact of ice venues on it. However, what surprised Machinedramon was that in the face of its question, Aoyagi shook his head and said, if you go up, there won't be much to see, and I want you to carry out the protection work with a time digital alloy. Machinedramon naturally had no objection to Aoyagi's arrangement, but it was curious about who Aoyagi was going to use this time. Let that guy come. It must have been a bit depressed in the past few days. If it doesn't breathe anymore, I feel that according to its brain, it will easily suffocate itself. On the other side, Xiaosong came back soon. As the daughter of the investor and the current gym trainer, the school naturally had no objection to her coming forward to deal with such a matter that would have no harm. The only thing to pay attention to was to maintain good order. With the sound of the loudspeaker in the school, all the students and teachers who were still in the school were reminded that there would be a gym match on the playground. Those who wanted to leave first should leave from the designated route, and those who were interested in watching should gather at the playground, and then the positions and areas would be allocated. This news made those who had not left the school excited, especially the students. Especially after someone learned from Xiaosong that this time it was a trainer who had defeated the second echelon of the 4 Heavenly Kings, all the students were excited and wanted to start now. Due to geographical reasons, there are fewer people who come to challenge the gym than the gyms in the central region, so there are not many opportunities to see powerful trainers. The students who heard the news even began to deal with the things on their hands as quickly as possible in order to start earlier, and rushed to the playground to line up and wait. Qingliu even saw the children who had been taught a lesson by Xiaosong before standing at the front of the team, excitedly assisting the teacher and directing the students around them who were not much different in age. Such a scene made Qingliu feel that his decision just now was not wrong, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, at Xiaosong's signal, Qingliu walked into the school and came to the playground. The students around him had been arranged to sit on the runway at a certain distance from the playground, watching Qingliu entering the field with curious and eager eyes. Xiaosong's Blizzard King and an Ivory Pig stood on both sides, apparently responsible for safety and protection. Qingliu then nodded to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus understood, flapped its wings and flew to the air in the middle of the field, observing the battle from all directions. Xiaosong was a little surprised to see that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus did not participate in the battle, but seemed to be responsible for protection. Not sending out the trump card? In this way, the advantage will be transferred to her side. Aoyagi has a fire-type move and can fly, except for Machine Tyrannosaurus, which has a fire-type move. In addition, it has a property that is restrained by her, just like Tanabata Bluebird and Cactusman. As for the problem of White Dragon and Bluebird being able to fly, she also has a way to deal with it. After all, Aoyagi is the biggest target she has set up when she has been training and improving her strength for the past few months. She has watched the video of Aoyagi fighting Kikuno countless times, and knows his Pokemon very well. In her mind, she has simulated the battle between the two sides too many times. In addition to the bonus of the venue, Xiaosong feels that no matter who Aoyagi sends out, she is not without a chance of winning. But what she doesn't know is that Aoyagi has just captured one. There is one more update, it won't be too late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Ultra Sedramon vs. Team Snow. Qingliu took out the Poké Ball and looked at Xiaosong opposite. Xiaosong also took out the Poké Ball at the same time, and said after seeing Qingliu was ready, "Qingliu, because the matter of taking over the gym trainer was decided in advance and at the last minute, I haven't made sufficient preparations for the Pokemon used for gym challenges. The Pokemon I have been using recently are all left by my father. And your strength has far exceeded the scope of a normal challenger, so I will use the Pokemon that my father uses to deal with the highest level challengers to fight you, okay?" "Yes, no problem." Qingliu nodded in agreement. Just like he said before, it would be boring if matching Edgerman was too strong. If the Pokemon sent by Xiaosong was too weak, it would also greatly affect the display effect of this gym match. There is no disadvantage or unacceptable reason to use the Pokemon of the original gym trainer now. It will only improve the viewing experience. After all, if it is too weak, neither the opponents nor the audience will be interested. Moreover, it is the gym's own right to select Pokemon that match the challenger's ability for gym matches, and it is also an exercise for the gym trainer's judgment ability. As for intimacy and obedience, father and daughter should not consider this issue. Seeing that Qingliu had no objection, Xiaosong immediately looked at the referee who was running into the field next to him. In order to better guide the children's mood in watching the game, the referee is the school principal, although it seems unnecessary now. After seeing Xiaosong's signal, the principal referee came to the referee area, raised the flag in his hand high, and said loudly, "The rules are 3-on-3, and both sides can change Pokemon at will until all three Pokemon of one side lose their combat effectiveness. Is there any problem?" "No. No." With the two people's answers, the principal's flag was quickly waved down. The gym challenge between Qingliu, the trainer from Suai Town, and Xiaosong, the trainer of the Cutting Edge Gym, starts now. The moment the voice fell, before the two had time to throw the Poké Ball, deafening cheers broke out all around. Not only the children, but also most of the teachers and school staff at this moment were very enthusiastic to make their own voices. Compared with the students, they are older and more experienced. Naturally, they can know that this gym match is not just for the badge, but more for the people. While for the young students, it is also a kind of display for those who did not leave Cutting Edge City and move towards their ideals in the previous 1 or 2 generations. Come on. Give it your all and have a hearty fight. Woo woo woo. Amid the roar of a few hundred people, Xiaosong clenched the Poké Ball in her hand and stared at Qingliu across from her. If there was a gym trainer in all the gyms in the Sinnoh region who is most likely to defeat Qingliu, Xiaosong thought it would be her. Other external factors aside, she had an absolute advantage in attributes alone. She was an Ice-type gym trainer, while Qingliu was mostly Dragon-type. The Dragon-type plus General-type Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon was restrained by the Ice-type twice. The Grass-type plus Fighting-type Cactusman was restrained by the Ice-type twice. The Dragon-type plus Flying-type Tanabata Bluebird was restrained by the Ice-type 4 times. Before the Fairy-type was announced, the Ice-type was the best weapon for slaying dragons. It was also when she saw that the noble dragon Steel-type machine Tyrannosaurus, who had no Ice-type weakness, obviously did not participate in the battle that she thought it was the best helper to win the game. Even though she knew that even with the attribute restrained, it would be impossible to easily defeat any of Qingliu's Pokemon, Xiaosong still had her own confidence. That was the improvement brought by traveling, training and fighting in the past few months. Thinking of this, she pressed the switch and threw the Poké Ball. With a flash of red light, a Blizzard King that was even larger than Xiaosong's, and was infinitely close to 3 meters, appeared on the field. Ah! Blue. As soon as this Blizzard King appeared on the field, it let out a huge roar, and its size looked around fiercely to find its opponent. Race, Blizzard King, level 45. It's Mr. Shepard's Blizzard King. The roar alone is full of deterrence. And its size is a whole circle larger than that of ordinary Blizzard Kings, and its strength is said to be natural. Smaller Pokemon may not be able to take its punch, and I don't know what Pokemon the opponent will use to deal with it. Listening to the discussion in her ears, Xiaosong stared straight at Qingliu. Although this Snowbringer was indeed very big, she knew that the Pokemon of the person opposite, Qingliu, was a truly big guy. The Tyrannosaurus period that she had witnessed was almost twice as tall as her father's Snowbringer. However, my father's Pokemon is also very powerful, and being big doesn't necessarily mean it's useful. After all, this is a land of ice and snow. At this moment, the playground under her feet was originally covered with snow. In order to restore the battlefield that matched the gym, a thick layer of ice had been frozen on the surface of the ice Pokemon. And it is not so easy for an inexperienced person to stand firmly on the ice. Often, the bigger the Pokemon, the more unstable it is and the easier it is to fall to the ground. In order to solve the problem of ice, the best choice is to use flying Pokemon. So, should we send out Blue Eyes Double Blasting Dragon or Tanabata Bluebird? I remember the Qingliu likes to use Tanabata Bluebird as the first. Under the gaze of Xiaosong and hundreds of people present, Qingliu looked at the ice layer on the ground and threw out the Poké Ball. A red light flashed, and a somewhat blurry figure quickly appeared in the middle of the field. Looking at this crouching posture, it seems to be a snake Pokemon, or maybe a dragon. It has to be said that this kind of reptile Pokemon will also be affected on ice, but compared to other Pokemon that move with legs, the impact has been minimized, although the attributes are not very advantageous. Yes, it's a good choice, but why do I feel that this body shape is a bit wrong? Well, it seems to be true. When everyone gradually realized the problem of the body shape after seeing the appearance, the red light completely dissipated, and the ferocious beast with a lightning-shaped blade on its head raised its head and slowly opened its bloody mouth. Roar! A roar that shook the earth came out of its mouth, and the invisible sound waves instantly rippled, suppressing all the movements in the school, and even the various whispers disappeared. Not only the audience, but even the Blizzard King, who was still roaring just now, was a little stunned at this moment. Facing the giant beast opposite, it slowly raised its head and looked up at the one that appeared in front of it. The diameter of its body alone exceeded its height, and its length was dozens of times longer, a real monster. A strong sense of oppression from its size came over him, and the expression of the Blizzard King became extremely solemn. This had never been seen before. The strange and terrifying aura made the Blizzard King, who had experienced many battles, enter a tense fighting state in an instant. Not only it, but even Xiaosong was stunned when he saw it. Originally, I thought that a 10-meter giant beast was terrifying enough, but now it has increased more than 10 times. Generally speaking, the larger the size, the stronger the strength and physical strength will be, and the stronger the indirect attack and defense will be. Just like Xiaozu's Charizard is a circle smaller than the Charizards in the Charizard Valley. Of course, nothing is absolute, but most of the time it is enough to reflect part of the situation. And, most importantly, Xiaosong's eyes fell on the battlefield. The originally frozen ground on the playground has now been directly crushed by the giant beast that is more than 100 meters long. The places that have not yet broken are constantly making sounds of being overwhelmed and may collapse at any time. This also means that the geographical advantage of standing firm on the field has completely disappeared. Thinking of this, Xiaosong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why do you always encounter such big guys, and you can still subdue them? Maybe it's because my personality is more suitable for big. Qingliu smiled and said, its name is Super Sea Dragon Beast. How do you feel? Very good, but don't think that size can really represent everything. Xiaosong waved his hand and said, Blizzard King, activate Snowfall. The Snowfall feature, when activated, will affect the nearby weather and form snow. As soon as the voice fell, a crystal clear and piercing breath of ice and snow suddenly lit up on the arm of the Blizzard King in the field. Yaru! With a roar, the Blizzard King punched the sky above his head with both fists, and all the energy burst into the air. Finally dissipated into nothingness. The next moment, the temperature in Qifeng City, which was already low all year round, dropped again, and the coolness moved with the wind. It was at this time that a snowflake suddenly fell from the sky over the playground. Then came the second, the third, the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. More and more snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and soon the top of the head, shoulders, and clothes were covered with a thin layer of snowflakes. And it seemed that as time passed, the snow was getting heavier. But Xiaosong had no intention of stopping. After looking up at the snow, he took out 2 Poké Balls from his pocket, took back the Blizzard King directly, and pressed the switch of another ball. A Pokémon with light blue hair all over its body, hanging from its forehead to both sides of its face, and looking like a fox wearing a double-layer braided cold-proof hat, appeared on the field. Its illustrated information immediately appeared in front of him. Race, Glaceon, classification, new snow Pokémon, attribute, ice, features, frozen body, continuously recovers physical strength in snowy weather, level 45, exclusive moves, none, mastered moves, act like a baby, high speed star, frozen fang, freeze dry, cold, frozen beam, water wave, shadow ball, avalanche, awakening power, blizzard, race value, 525, HP, 65, attack, 60, defense, 110, special attack, 130, special defense, 95, speed, 65, intimacy, 0, status, energetic. The non-melting ice isolates the heat, keeping the temperature near at a very comfortable level. Information summary: it has the ability to quickly lower its body temperature and freeze the atmosphere, with a body temperature as low as -60 degrees. At the same time, it can instantly freeze all the water around its body, or freeze its own body hair to form raised spikes for firing, or charge attack. It's the end of the month, I'm asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 265, no matter how violent the wind and snow are, I will break them with one blow. First, Blizzard King's Snowfall, then replaced Glaceon with the frozen body attribute, and, it looks like he also brought a good quality ice item. Qingliu naturally knew the specific purpose of such a series of small operations. The Snow Team, one of the weather teams in the Pokemon world that fights with the 4 major weather phenomena as the core. Blizzard King, as the weather player, activated the weather and replaced it, allowing Glaceon, who has a certain degree of defense and strong output ability, to fight. Under the environmental amplification of snowy weather, the defensive ice attribute Pokemon will show a trend of skyrocketing, and characteristics such as frozen body and snow hide will be stimulated. Some moves that contradict snow will be greatly weakened, and some snowy big moves will be completely unrestricted. Especially in places like Cutting Edge City where the climate is already extremely cold, it is very easy to make snow, and the power of the snow created is also greater than that of other places. In such weather, the battlefield will become a paradise for ice-type Pokemon, that is, a paradise for the Pokemon under Xiaosong. This was indeed the case. As the snowflakes above its head became more and more numerous and larger, the Glaceon showed a very comfortable look. At this moment, most parts of the huge body of Mega Cedramon were covered with a layer of snow, and as time passed, there were signs of slowly freezing, and the biting cold began to affect it invisibly. This scene also attracted the attention of the teachers who were watching the game. Compared with the students, they had been in the Cutting Edge City for a longer time and had a better understanding of the Cutting Edge Gym. This is similar to the moves that Mr. Shepard often uses. Using Snow Day to deal with such a large guy is indeed a very good choice, but I didn't expect Miss Xiaosong to have mastered the use of this set. It's indeed the first time I've seen her use it, and judging from the scale, she's not far from Mr. Shepard. In addition to the bad weather that made it difficult for trainers to challenge the Cutting Edge Gym, there was also a big reason because Mr. Shepard's weather lineup brought too much pressure, and few people were able to pass it. I don't know how this guy named Qingliu will deal with it. Theoretically, anyone who can defeat the second echelon of the 4 Heavenly Kings will not be easy. Listening to the sounds from time to time around him, Qingliu watched this scene quietly. Although the attack surface of Ice-type Pokemon is relatively poor, I have the impression that not many gamers play the Snow Team, and even if they do, most of them just do it for fun rather than strength. But this is the real world, and the impact of weather is much greater than in the game. Just low temperature is a very big threat to many Pokemon, and Ice-type just happens to restrain its own Dragon-type. Although the Water Dragon has no weakness to ice. Qingliu's eyes moved and fell on Xiaosong, who was somewhat excited after the battle began, and asked, "So, is this something you prepared for me?" Xiaosong nodded and said, "Yes, I feel it is too difficult to win by relying on direct combat power, or even impossible, so I thought about using moves and tactics to make up for the gap between us and try to defeat you once with all my strength. In that case, then I will do as you said before and not hold back." I couldn't ask for more. As Xiaosong spoke, his expression gradually became solemn. The Glacean in the field felt the change in the atmosphere, and the giant not far away on the opposite side, and slowly exerted force on its limbs, stepping on the ice. The next moment, Xiaosong's command sounded. "Glacean, lower your body temperature and freeze all the nearby atmosphere and moisture." Meizai. With a low roar of Glacean, this talent ability was activated. "Kaka-kaka-ka!" Exclamation mark. The color of Glacean's body turned into colder blue-white color. At the same time, the surrounding atmosphere and moisture also reacted. They began to freeze out of thin air, and an even more biting coldness spread out. Shoot them all out, and use the freezing beam at the same time. The freezing beam has a power of 90. When firing a cold freezing beam attack, there is about a 1 in 10 chance of freezing the target. Especially with the improvement of the item ice does not melt on Glacean, the power is even higher. However, Xiaosong's focus is obviously not on these. She is more concerned about something else. The freezing beam swings continuously in the air, catches up with the ice block frozen by Glacean's talent in front, and quickly wraps it in. The moment the two ice energies merged together, the momentum of the freezing beam soared, and this was not over yet. During the time when the two energies merged, due to the snowy weather, some of the snowflakes and the drifting cold air around were also just integrated into it. With a thorough fusion of the three energies, the ice beam, which had a power of only 90, burst out with a chilling cold that far exceeded its theoretical power. The next moment, the strengthened ice beam carried a momentum that seemed to freeze everything, and quickly crossed the distance in the middle of the field, rushing towards the direction of Mega Cedramon. Faced with a skyrocketing speed and power, Mega Cedramon seemed to have no time to react, or perhaps because of its size, it was hit directly in the middle of its body before it had time to dodge. "Good job!" Xiaosong couldn't help but exclaimed at the same time, but he didn't forget that the battle was not over yet, and continued to issue orders. "Glacier, increase the power and freeze it directly." Glacier maximized its energy output. Crack, crack, crack! Exclamation mark. Wherever the light passed, ice began to form. In an instant, Mega Cedramon's body within a 2-meter range of the attack point was completely frozen. And with this area as the origin, the blue-white light of the freezing beam is still spreading rapidly in all directions. 2 meters. 3 meters. 4 meters. The frozen area gradually expanded, and a thick layer of ice condensed in the 4-meter-long area in the middle of Mega Cedramon's body. Because of the continuous snowfall in the air, almost every area on Mega Cedramon's body has more or less snow. And this has become the base and supply point for the continuous expansion of the freezing beam. Compared with other parts without snow, these places only need a slight wisp of cold air to freeze directly, and push the area of Glacean's moves to a larger range. 5 meters. 7 meters. 10 meters. 10 meters. Glacean, don't stop, full strength. Meizai. Glacean let out a low roar, and the energy of the freezing beam in his mouth surged, and the frozen area broke through again. 11 meters. 12 meters. The entire 12-meter-long body of Mega Cedramon condensed into ice, emitting a chilling cold air. Seeing this, Xiaosong couldn't help but raise a smile. She didn't expect the attack to go so smoothly, but she wouldn't stop and wait. Because this was just the beginning. While continuing to cause damage, restrict the opponent's movements, and then the big move will be used to sweep the ground and completely consolidate the advantage. Glacier, use. Blizzard. Upon hearing the voice, Glacier stood up with a petite body about 1 meter tall, took a deep breath, until the whole body was in a tense state, and after both sides of the cheeks were completely bulged into a round shape, it suddenly opened its mouth and exhaled. Whoosh whoosh. It was obviously just a not-so-strong cold wind, but a violent whistling sound of cold wind broke out all around. The snowflakes and temperature driven by the snowy weather were blown by the wind, and the ice cubes around Glacier that were condensed by its low temperature were all engulfed by the power of the blizzard in an instant, and rushed forward with a terrifying momentum like a flood. And the direction of the impact was exactly where Ultramarine was. The freezing beam can reach more than double the power under such a bonus, So what kind of power can the blizzard, which is an ice-type ultimate move, burst out? Xiaosong was full of curiosity and expectation. She stared at the howling blizzard easily crossing the distance in the middle, freezing everything along the way, and finally blowing towards the huge figure on the opposite side. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, the attack will hit. But at this moment, Xiaosong suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Why was she always attacking, and Qingliu did not make any command, and the Super Sea Dragon Beast did not move, which made her feel that something was wrong. Xiaosong did not think that Qingliu, who beat her and the Snow Hat monster in the first meeting and defeated the second echelon of Kakuna, would react so slowly. Even facing her own weather system, it should not be like this. Unless it is for some other reason. Xiaosong instinctively looked around. All the school students and teachers were watching the game. Suddenly, she realized a problem. And looking at the two figures, one large and one small, behind the field that was about to be submerged by the blizzard in the distance, the feeling in my heart became stronger. About the reason why this battle took place in the school. Qingliu was deliberately giving her the opportunity to show her strength and the power of snowy weather in front of these students, so that they could have a more diverse understanding of Pokemon. When she finished showing off, Qingliu's attack would begin. And now, after the freezing beam restricted the movement of Mega Sedramon, the Ice-type ultimate move Blizzard has been launched. I'm afraid. In Xiaosong's gradually widening eyes, Qingliu's voice sounded, but it was soon drowned out by the sound of the wind. She didn't know what Qingliu said, but the counterattack was definitely coming. The huge figure frozen in the blizzard was surging with energy all over his body, and his body began to move slowly. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. This was the sound of the sealed ice formed by the freezing beam breaking. This thought suddenly emerged in Xiaosong's mind. The next second. Crack, 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 crack. There were numerous cracking sounds, and Xiaosong knew without thinking that the opponent must have broken free. The ice she had spent so much effort to condense using triple energy had no effect at this moment. Glacier, be careful. Xiaosong's voice fell, and Glacier turned his eyes alertly and puzzledly, looking at the figure in the blizzard. In an instant, a sound of breaking through the air that was sharper and more fierce than the howling blizzard sounded. Glacier's eyes widened instantly. In its ice-blue eyes, a huge whip directly crossed the entire battlefield, passed through the blizzard, and lashed at it heavily. It was not until it got closer that Glacier realized that it was not a whip. It was the tail of Ultramarine. Thank you all for your monthly tickets, thank you. 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 266, on this day, the citizens of Cutting Edge felt the terror of the Digimon. Long chapter. The cold wind howled in the field, and the tail swung and rolled up even louder. Along with this overwhelming momentum came a huge tail like a stone pillar. And the landing point was exactly where Glaceon was. Woohoo! A violent sound erupted in the air, and even the blizzard that was emitting strong cold air and freezing on the way to the attack was not affected or blocked at all. Seeing the attack getting closer and closer, Xiaosong shouted loudly, and Glaceon finally reacted. But the attack came too fast, and the previous days had consumed some time, and there was no more time to dodge. What's more, even the tail of Mega Sedramon was a giant compared to Glaceon, and it was not easy to dodge. Now there was only one choice. Blue and white ice energy quickly covered the whole body, and the ice and snow around seemed to feel the call and began to condense towards the sky. Avalanche, ice move, power 60, and it was a post-fire move with a very low priority. But it has an effect. As long as it bears the attack first, it can burst out twice the damage, doubling the value from the 60 ordinary moves to the 120 range of the power of each series of big moves. In this short period of time, it must be said that both Xiaosong and Glaceon did a very good job in getting rid of this sudden change and preparing a counterattack strategy in the face of the terrifying momentum when the Digimon launched an attack. But Qingliu didn't care much about such a counterattack. This move will indeed burst out with double power later, but there is a premise for everything, that is, you need to block the attack first. But how can the attack of Mega Sedramon be so easy to block? Even Cactusman and Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon of the same level have no confidence that they can block the attack of Mega Sedramon, whose race value has exceeded 600 and has a typical Digimon perfect stage. Not to mention such a small Glaceon. Roar. Mega Sedramon roared in the venue. In the team training in the past week, because of excessive flattery of Qingliu, the other 3 guys had ostracized him for a few days. The extremely unhappy Zhao Heilongman did not hold back in his attack at this moment, and his tail fell heavily. Buzz! The cold wind and blizzard around were instantly sucked away by the fast-falling attack. A huge roar suddenly sounded. Boom! After the sound, there was a violent vibration, and the whole playground was shaken by the heavy blow. The audience from all directions only felt that the bench under their buttocks was completely in the air for a moment. But except for the principal who acted as the referee, no one cared about their benches, no one cared about the vibration of the ground, and no one cared about whether the playground was sunken after the heavy blow. What they cared about was, after such an attack, what would be the state and counterattack of Glaceon. The wind, snow and smoke gradually dissipated, and the scene in the battlefield slowly appeared in everyone's vision. On the originally flat playground, a huge dent appeared that matched the tail of Mega Cedramon exactly, and the depth of the dent caused by the heavy blow was several dozen centimeters. In the center of the dent in the tail, Glaceon had been hid and sunk deeply into the ground. At this moment, it was covered with wounds, its body was swaying, and its breath was extremely weak, as if it would fall down at the next moment, but even so, it stubbornly remained standing and stared at Mega Cedramon, refusing to fall down. The avalanche move used for its defensive counterattack had completely disappeared, and not even a trace of ice energy was seen. There was no doubt that the avalanche had been shattered by the blow. Glaceon was also seriously injured. And this blow still broke free from the freezing restraints of the freezing ray, and forcibly passed the ice-type ultimate move Blizzard to attack, which was a dignified crushing blow. And with the current situation after this blow fell, the battle was almost over in a strict sense after only one round. And in this round, Qingliu let Xiaosong take the first move. If Zhao Heilongman took the first move, it might not even take a whole round, but only half a round. Such a scene made the students and teachers present swallow their saliva. Although I know that this trainer named Aoagi is very strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. I don't think anyone would have thought that when the level was close, facing the opponent with a huge defense enhanced by the snowy weather, he would directly choose to break through head-on, and the key was to do it so easily. This Pokemon is very unusual. Contained in this huge body is a terrifying physical strength that I have never seen before. Yes, although I also think that I have seen many large Pokemon, this is the first time I have seen such a big one. It's really outrageous. This reminds me of why human fights I saw before are strictly divided into different featherweight classes, because the same boxing fighting skills, when facing different body shapes, the damage caused by a heavy punch is completely at a different level. A hit on a thin person will result in a direct KO, but a hit on a strong man will not hurt you. You can withstand a punch from a thin person, but a backhand hit from the strong man can directly kill you. The key point. The size difference this time is not the difference between a thin man and a strong man, but a giant beast with a diameter of 3 meters and a body length of 120 meters, and an ant with a height of only 1 meter at most. They are used to Pokemon fighting, and have completely forgotten the fierce collision between various monsters in the ancient times when Pokemon was still called monsters. And this gym matches are awakening the frenzy of giant beasts in their hearts. Compared with their shock, Qingliu is a little surprised about Glaceon at this moment. It hasn't fallen yet. Theoretically, with the same level but a huge difference in race value, plus the outrageous physical difference between Mega Cedramon and Glaceon, it should be a one-hit kill. However, according to the information displayed on the panel, there is not much difference between it not falling and falling. On the other side, Glaceon. Xiaosong called out twice with some difficulty. May. Xi. Glaceon turned his head slowly with great difficulty. The frozen body was already operating on its own, and its entire body was emitting a faint light. A trace of cold air was continuously healing Glaceon's body. But Xiaosong could see that this not so large amount of healing was the greatest effect of being able to keep Glaceon from fainting directly, and it was impossible to expect it to recover to a state of combat effectiveness. I'm sorry. Xiaosong said apologetically. She knew that Qingliu was very strong, so she made a lot of arrangements and preparations for this. Attribute restrained, weather, props, characteristics, she used everything she could use at this stage that was in line with the legitimate and legal way of fighting in the Pokemon world, and thought that the situation was moving in the direction she expected. Unexpectedly, it was still vulnerable. Mei-Zai. Glaceon also looked at Xiaosong with an apologetic and comforting look, and then fell straight down. Glaceon has lost his ability to fight. The winner of the first game is Qingliu of Random Town. Hearing the referee's voice in his ear, Xiaosong took out the Poké Ball and took Glaceon back, and slowly exhaled. Qingliu, it's really abnormally strong. A simple attack on Glaceon's frozen body can't stand it. It's not as simple as you think. Qingliu raised his finger and pointed at the tip of Mega Sedramon's tail. On the red and green tail, there were still some light ice fragments that had not completely fallen off. Xiaosong was a little surprised by this discovery. Is this the ice that condensed when it passed through the blizzard just now? Qingliu said, yes, in addition to physical strength, it also happened to use the power of ice to increase its power. Xiaosong nodded and didn't say anything, just looking at the Mega Sedramon in front of him, who looked like he was not affected by the ice and snow. Although it's a dragon, it doesn't seem to be afraid of ice attribute attacks. Does that mean the second attribute is an attribute that restrains ice? And the power gap is really too big? In this case, Xiaosong took out the second Poké Ball, pressed the switch and threw it. The next moment, a Pokémon with ray black and red as the main color appeared on the field, looking like a Pokémon that looked like a hyena. But compared to Xianla, its body size is a whole circle larger, the body lines are more obvious, and the sharp eyes and claws form a perfect match. Race, Magura, classification, hook Pokémon, attributes, evil, ice, features, pressure, causes strong pressure on the opponent, level, 45, exclusive moves, none, mastered moves, high speed movement, high 5 surprise attack, lightning flash, malicious pursuit, claw grinding, cleave, scream, sneak attack, kick down, shadow claw, ice fist, poison attack, sword dance, icicle fall, double retaliate, blizzard, race value, 510, life, 70, attack, 120, defense, 65, special attack, 45, special defense, 85, speed, 125, intimacy, 0, status, full of confidence. After carrying the preemptive claw, it has absolute confidence in its attack and speed. Information summary, Magura's evolved form becomes stronger after evolution, and its attack power also increases. Just being touched by its claws will cause frostbite. It has a very clear mind, and can easily deal with large Pokémon such as Mamoswine when working in a team. After Glaceon, who has good offensive and defensive power but poor speed, are you going to use Magna for a speed battle? Yes. Hearing Qingliu's voice, Xiaosong nodded and said, Mamona is ready to fight. Magna responded in a low voice, staring at the Mega Sedramon in front of him with red eyes. The next moment, the oppressive sense characteristic was activated, and a strong deterrent force passed through its aggressive face, trying to psychologically suppress Mega Sedramon. Faced with such means, Mega Sedramon's fierce and sharp blue eyes did not fluctuate at all. Although it didn't know what was going on, it couldn't understand how such an inconspicuous little thing in front of it could dare to stare at it. A feeling of being provoked surged in its heart, and Mega Sedramon stared back fiercely. Magna, who encountered this situation for the first time, didn't have time to react to what was going on, and felt a strong murderous intent coming. I saw Super Sedramon exhaling hot air, his eyes glowing, and the invisible murderous intent also locked onto it with his gaze. Before Mara could react, the next round of attacks had already arrived. The cold breath flew through the air at high speed and turned into huge ice cones. Especially in this snowy weather, the low temperature and snowflakes reduced the loss of the moves while increasing the power of the moves. I saw huge ice cones that were 4 or 5 times the size of Mara passing through the biting cold wind and shooting straight at it. Xiaosong, who had been nervous for a long time, had no time to consider the characteristics and immediately issued an order, move at high speed, Mara. Swish. The sharp sound of claws sliding on the ground suddenly sounded, and Mara's body suddenly became blurred. The next moment. Bang! 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 One by one, huge ice cones fell on the place where Mara had just stood, piercing deeply into the ground and smashing it into a big pit. At this moment, Mara had already pulled away. Keep using high-speed movement, sharpen your claws, and sword dance at the same time. High-speed movement, a move that can increase a lot of movement speed, made Mela, who has a racial value of 125 and is already very fast, increase its speed again. Coupled with the racial habits, Mela shook his legs and began to slide on the ice at a very fast speed. Not only was the speed extremely fast, but his body shape also became erratic. At the same time, as it began to rub its claws while spinning and dancing an ancient and mysterious dance, a sharp and daunting feeling like a sword being unsheathed quickly covered the entire venue. Sharpening claws increases attack power and hit rate, and sword dance also increases attack power. Combined with the high-speed movement, this kind of Mara is simply a top assassin with a terrifying movement speed. Add to that the invisible cover provided by the snowy weather, let alone fighting with the same level, it is not a problem to fight with higher-level opponents. Using extremely fast speed to dodge and turn around, and using extremely strong attack power to attack and stab, I have to say that Xia Song's thinking changes very quickly, and he did a great job. What do you mean? Teacher, can Xia Song win? It's not impossible. As we all know, the attack power and defense of big guys will become stronger, but relatively speaking, in general, because they need to drive this huge body, their movement speed will slow down. Mara is itself an assassin Pokemon with high attack power and high movement speed. Xia Song selectively strengthens these two cards to the extreme, and the final battle will present a scene. Mara uses speed to dodge all attacks, and then uses attack power to break defense. Although it may take time to break the defense, there is hope of victory with the accumulation of small things, and this hope is still great. But, in the first game, the big monster swung its tail to attack very quickly. Will this really work? A student asked, thinking of the scene just now. A teacher shook his head and said, reaction speed is different from attack speed and movement speed, and the current speed of Mara has exceeded the attack speed of Super Sedramon at that time. After hearing the explanation of the school teacher, the students suddenly realized it, and then looked at the center of the battlefield with some excitement. Come on, Xia Song. Come on, Mara. Hurry up and beat that clumsy big guy. Hearing the cheers of her junior students around her, Xia Song slowly exhaled. She needs to keep a cool head and continue to command, but as they said just now, the advantage is really on her side this time. Xia Song thought very calmly and firmly. Then, she looked at Mara, who had already increased his attack power to the limit, and said, use lightning flash on the basis of high-speed movement, and then, frozen fist. Behind Mara's already fast-moving body, a white light suddenly lit up again, lightning flash. This move used to increase speed is second only to high-speed movement, and the reason for using it is because the failure in the first game made her dare not be careless with Qingliu. The next second, Mara's body suddenly turned into a ghost, flashing continuously in the middle of the field, and it was extremely difficult to capture it with the naked eye. The only thing that can prove its movement is the faint trace left by its claws on the ice surface of the playground. With this terrifying speed, Mara flashed to the side of Super Sea Dragon Beast, stepped heavily on the ice surface to gain leverage, raised a gloomy and evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and then shot towards Super Sea Dragon Beast's head. Xia Song did not specify where to attack, so the attack position was chosen by itself. So, it directly chose the head. The damage can be inflicted there is the greatest, and at the same time, you can also watch closely the bewildered and horrified expression on the opponent's face after being hit by its terrifying speed and attack power. This is Mara's favorite, especially when the opponent is a guy with a larger physique than the Ivory Pig. It wants to do this more and more. This is its unique hobby, and it also wants to get back at the place where it failed to oppress the characteristics just now and was oppressed by the Super Sea Dragon Beast. It is very vengeful. The smile on Mara's face is getting bigger and bigger. It is ready to watch the opponent being beaten up by it after it can't react. And this process will continue. Even now, it does not think that its attack can instantly defeat this big guy, but the longer the time drags on, the more anxious the opponent is when he can't find its whereabouts at all, which will be its best spiritual food. As his inner thoughts surged, Mara's body, which had risen into the air, had already reached a place several dozen meters in the air, which was also near the head of the giant beast. The claws were filled with cold air, the energy of the frozen fist was activated, and the item preemptive claw was activated. At this moment, Mara felt that his condition was better than ever. Of course, if he was good, his opponent would be bad. Using the opponent's body as a springboard to change direction for the last time before attacking to confuse the opponent, Mara came to the right side of Ultra Sedramon, raised his claws and suddenly stabbed at its face. During this process, he kept staring at Ultra Sedramon's eyes. Hearing from his trainer, the eyes are the windows of the soul, where he can see what he wants to see more accurately, and Mara is convinced of this. However, this time, he miscalculated. He did not see fear or confusion from this window, nor did he see the anxiety of the opponent when he could not catch his figure, but a kind of familiar teasing. Since it jumped to this position, the opponent's blue eyes that exuded murderous aura seemed to have known in advance that it would appear here, and looked at it with a mocking look. Then, boom boom boom. The ground began to shake, and the body of the giant beast in front of him began to twist rapidly. What happened at this moment made Malala a little confused. It didn't know why the opponent could know its attack route and capture its actions, and it didn't know why this guy in front of it, who was obviously so big, could move so fast. Almost in an instant, the opponent had completed the movement of more than 100 meters. And the opponent's eyes seemed to have the same look as his own before the attack. At that time, it attacked the head not to end the battle, but to see the expression of Mega Sedramon after it was completely suppressed by it. Now the opponent did not move his body to avoid its attack, but, to prove that compared with it, the opponent's reaction was faster and faster. Everything was as fast as a crushing. Marar remembered where he had seen this kind of playful eyes. It seemed to be in a circus, on a thing called a clown. Then, the huge tail that killed Glaceon in seconds before also completed the charging, swinging, and throwing out while twisting the body. In the end, it became bigger and bigger in Marar's lost eyes. Until it fell completely, snap. This chapter has the most words, almost close to 3 in 1. Chapter 267, it seems like an opportunity has been obtained, but in fact there is no money, 2 chapters in 1. After the violent collision, the sound of the body falling to the ground followed. After Marar bounced several times in the field, he fell to the ground. Super Sedramon stared at Marar for a while, and finally shook his head in disinterest after confirming that the opponent had lost the ability to fight, and slowly retracted the tail that had just attacked. Originally, he thought that this guy who dared to provoke him was more or less capable, but he didn't expect that he was so weak, let alone fighting, and he didn't even have the qualifications to be a punching bag for him. This made him a little uninterested. Qingliu was not too surprised by this result. Marar's speed was indeed very fast, and with the 2 speed-up moves of Lightning Flash and high-speed movement, it increased a lot, but this did not mean that it could crush Super Sedramon's speed. You know, when I first summoned it, I positioned it as a means of transportation that could achieve amphibious operations on land, sea and air after becoming the ultimate form. Generally speaking, transportation tools are simply divided into those that carry more and those that run faster. And Metal Sedramon is the best among the fast runners. Of course, this does not mean that before becoming the ultimate, Mega Sedramon was slow. As the foundation of Metal Sedramon, which has the title of the fastest speed in water, Mega Sedramon's speed ratio value is 129, which is higher than Megura's 125. It has been tested in actual combat before, it rushed on land, and the flying machine Tyrannosaurus could only guarantee not to lose it. Later, underwater, it was almost completely thrown away. If it weren't for the tracking missile, Mega Sedramon might have gone deep into the seabed. Although the current ice surface is not as good as underwater, the friction is much better than that on land. As long as he wants, Mega Sedramon can even perform an ice sprint on this playground immediately. Although most Digimon are very large, they are inherently extremely flexible. The huge amount of data makes their size explode not to make them targets with inconvenient movement, but to make them terrifying giants with strong combat power. The bigger, the stronger. However, Xiaosong and the students and teachers around him didn't know these things. As the sound of the last ice chips jumping on the playground disappeared due to the violent movement of both sides, the teachers and students on the running track all held their breath at this moment. Here it comes again. In another moment, the battle situation changed dramatically. Just now, I thought Xiaosong had a chance to win, but the battle was over in the next second. And this next second depends entirely on when Qingliu will let this giant beast take action. If it doesn't take action, it's fine, but once it does, it's scary. Especially the students who just kept cheering for Xiaosong and said they wanted to take down the big guy, their arms were still raised in the air when they shouted, and Malala fell to the ground directly. The huge change made them all stunned. In addition, when people from all directions looked at them because of their hands stopped in the air, they immediately felt ashamed and quickly retracted their hands and lowered their heads. Finally, they all turned their heads and looked at the teacher who had just analyzed the situation with the resentful and angry eyes of children. Ahem. Being stared at by his own students, the teacher coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. He had never expected that this big guy with a body length of more than 100 meters could have such a sensitive and quick reaction and movement speed, which was completely inconsistent with normal cognition. But the incident had really happened in front of him, and it didn't matter whether he believed it or not. However, while thinking about it, the teacher raised his head and looked at the Ultra Sedramon opposite. Although its appearance looked normal, or ordinary, for some reason, he felt another kind of charm from it that was different from its appearance. He was a little unsure of what this discovery was, but he believed that he would find a specific answer from it in the next battle. At this time, the principal who acted as the referee raised the flag in his hand. Marla has lost the ability to fight, and the winner of the second game is Qingliu from Suai Town. As the verdict was over, Xiaosong took out the Poké Ball and took back Marla. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, Xiaosong took a deep breath. At this moment, there was no excessive expression on her face, nor did she see the frustration and disappointment of being killed in seconds. She just silently took out the last Poké Ball. Only the Blizzard King, who is responsible for cleaning up the aftermath and maintaining law and order on the edge of the playground, looked at her with some concern. Come on stage, Blizzard King. As the Poké Ball was thrown, the nearly 3-meter tall Blizzard King reappeared in the flashing red light. With its appearance, the number of snowflakes floating above its head seemed to be affected by the characteristics of snowfall again, and began to slowly increase. Yaru. Blizzard King's body slightly prepared for the attack, and used a low roar to remind Xiaosong that it was ready. As one of the Pokemon under Zubei's subordinates who had the most contact with Xiaosong, the tacit understanding between Blizzard King and Xiaosong was no less than Xiaosong's own Blizzard King. Xiaosong also understood the meaning, and immediately waved his hand and said, Blizzard King, use the Aurora Curtain. Blizzard King pounded his chest with both arms, and with a position where he stood as the center, the entire venue was instantly covered by colorful auroras that could only be seen in the South Pole and the North Pole. Whether it was Blizzard King or Ultra Sedramon, or even the running track area next to them, they were all covered. Aurora Curtain, a good choice. Qingliu looked up and looked around, and said slowly. Xiaosong did not speak, but just nodded silently. Seeing this, the students next to him couldn't help but wonder what this was. The teacher who had spoken before explained, Aurora Curtain, an ice-type transformation move, can lower a light curtain like an aurora to cover the entire battlefield. During the time when the Aurora Curtain is in effect, the power of all attacks launched by Qingliu's Mega Sedramon will be reduced by at least 1/3 to 1/2. Doesn't that mean that Senior Xiaosong has a big advantage again? Yes, with this move that can only be used in snowy weather, plus the half defense that Ice-type Pokemon will increase in snowy weather, at least it can ensure that Blizzard King will not be killed in one move again. That's good, that's good. Several students nodded happily, and when they were about to cheer again, they suddenly realized a problem. Teacher, you also said before that Senior Xiaosong had a great chance of winning, but she lost in the next second. Will it be the same this time? Yes, teacher, you are not a jinx, are you? The eyes of several students became strange and full of suspicion at the same time. The teacher who was being watched couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. In the end, he used his teacher's majesty to suppress them so that they dared not speak. In the battlefield, after seeing the Aurora Curtain descend, Xiaosong immediately issued an attack order. Blizzard King, Blizzard. Without any hesitation, he started with a big move. Blizzard King's bloated belly took a deep breath and exhaled violently. The rich ice energy flowed through it, increasing its power while absorbing all the cold air and snowflakes around it, and finally turned into a huge ice storm blowing towards Ultra Sedramon. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the blizzard passed, it quickly froze. On a snowy day, blizzards were unavoidable, and he didn't want to hide. Ultra Sedramon, ice arrows. Ultra Sedramon opened his mouth and suddenly exhaled a breath of cold air. A series of 4 or 5 meter long ice cones shot out, passing through the blizzard and shooting towards the area where Blizzard King was. Blizzard King, Ice Fist. Ice covered his fist. Facing the ice arrow that was larger than him, Blizzard King was not afraid and directly hit the front of the ice arrow. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the ice arrow broke. Blizzard King did not stop for long and raised his fist to hit the second ice arrow. There was another crisp sound. Facing the ice arrow, Blizzard King did not look afraid at all. His fists flew out quickly. After dealing with all the ice arrows, he rushed to the location of Mega Sedramon. At this time, The blizzard that it had blown up before came. It hit Mega Sedramon's body violently and began to freeze at an incredibly fast speed. In an instant, the power was equal to the effect of the freezing light that Glaceon had burst out with all his strength before. The surface of the more than 10-meter body was frozen with a thick layer of ice. Blizzard King followed closely and appeared at this position. The green grass energy on his arm surged, turning into two huge wooden hammers, hitting the frozen place. Bang! The ice cracked, and a huge shock wave erupted at the point of contact. Blizzard King was immediately shocked by the recoil and retreated one after another. And Sedramon. Qingliu raised his head. A red mark had appeared where the Ultra Sedramon, who had not paid much attention to it, was attacked. At this moment, its eyes were drooping, and its breathing was much faster than before. Obviously, although this attack did not break the defense, it hurt it. Although the wooden hammer move with a power of up to 120 was used to assist in hurting Ultra Sedramon, it would not be possible without the strength of the body as a foundation. Although the existence of the Aurora Curtain weakened Ultra Sedramon's attack, it broke an ice arrow with one punch and hurt Ultra Sedramon. This Blizzard King is not only different from its own kind, but also very strong in terms of strength. Qingliu watched this scene quietly. He was more looking at Ultra Sedramon. In fact, even if the body was just frozen, Ultra Sedramon still had the ability to break free. Even though the frozen state has covered more than 10 meters of the body, for Mega Sedramon, that is only 1/10 of the length. The 120-meter giant beast was frozen for more than 10 meters, and it was easy to break free. However, he did not give any orders. Mega Sedramon had just been captured not long ago. Apart from the few in his hands, it had not seen many other Pokémon. In addition, its brain was not very smart, which also led to its brain capacity. It was very easy to underestimate the enemy. After defeating Xiaosong's 2 Pokémon in a row, it had already had this posture. I must completely eliminate the possibility of such a thing happening. In the Pokémon world, even if Digimon has the leading average combat power, you can't be careless. After all, there are Pokémon with extraordinary talents and physical strength that are not weaker than Digimon. It must be made to feel pain before it can change, otherwise even if it is a bit of a dog, this kind of thing that involves many aspects is very easy to repeat. But what Qingliu didn't know was that under his slackness, the tense atmosphere of watching the game around him was relaxed at this moment. Since the start of this gym match, this was the first time that Xiaosong's Pokémon's attack caused damage. Although the damage was small, it made all the Cutter citizens who favored Xiaosong excited. If it hurts once, it will hurt more if it hits twice, and it might break the defense if it hits 3 times. The 4th time will break the defense. If it continues like this, won't it be able to win after the nth time? This is still a conservative estimate. Xiaosong, who was standing on the opposite side and found that the attack was effective, was able to relax a little at this moment. Being able to hide a red dot means that the attack is effective, not completely useless. With a little bit of accumulation, there is a possibility of winning. It is not necessary to win the gym match, that is unrealistic, but at least, we must try to take down a Pokémon of Qingliu. Xiaosong quickly adjusted his breathing, staring at the center of the field, and said quickly, Blizzard King, use Weather Ball. Weather Ball is a general type move with a power of only 50. But this is a very special move. It will burst out different powers according to different situations. In the case of snow, it will directly transform from a general type to an ice type move, and the power will double to 100. A huge spherical energy ball emitting cold air condensed in front of Blizzard King, and then quickly split into several balls, and shot towards the location of Mega Sedramon at the same time. Xiaosong's attack was not over yet. Use Draft, and then another mallet. Blizzard King jumped up and took brisk steps on the ice to follow the weather ball. While speeding up, he used multiple numbers to cover his body and launched an attack on Mega Sedramon. Because of the attack just now, Mega Sedramon already had a hint of anger at this moment. Without waiting for Qingliu to issue an order, he directly prepared to attack according to the situation. On the lightning-shaped blade above his head, golden electric current began to condense, and violent aura began to surge. Roar! With a roar, the golden electric current turned into a lightning spear as big as half of the playground, and with it came an extremely terrifying aura. That was real thunder. Even the sky with snow falling above was shattered and pierced by the manic electricity. Although this move of Mega Sedramon did not have much effect on the time Digizoid on the body of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, it was against the hardest metal in the digital world. At this moment, the target it was about to attack was the Pokemon of ordinary gym trainers in the Pokemon world, whose average combat power was weaker. The lightning spear, which was dozens of meters long, had already formed an absolute suppression. Such a scene made the audience, who originally thought that they had a chance of winning, suddenly feel nervous. Not to mention winning, if they fell down with this posture, I'm afraid the whole playground would be directly blown up. And those sitting on the edge of the playground would probably also die heroically. Gurgle. A sound of swallowing saliva sounded. At this moment, everyone was tense. My body clock was totally messed up. I need to adjust it. Chapter 268. Do I look like someone who would kidnap young girls? 5,000 words. Compared with the teachers and students, Xiaosong and Blizzard King, who were also in the field and faced the pressure of thunder, felt the situation more directly. At this moment, both of them looked more solemn than ever. The violent aura condensed on the blade above the head of Ultra Sedramon contained a terrifying energy that was strong enough to affect the snowfall of Blizzard King. If all of it was released, the degree of destructive power it would cause was beyond their imagination. There is no doubt that this would be the killer move to end the game. However, Xiaosong was unwilling to give up. Obviously, when they parted last time, they had made up their minds to try their best to catch up, and they obviously wanted to win at least once. Obviously, they had gone through such hard training and just wanted to stand side by side, but why couldn't they narrow the gap but instead were pulled further and further away? I'm afraid that with Qingliu's current strength, only Miss Serona and a few trainers with the same extraordinary talents in the younger generation are qualified to stand side by side with him, but she can't even get past one of Qingliu. Obviously, she came first. Xiaosong clenched his fists silently, his arms shaking slightly due to excessive force. Finally, he raised his head and glanced at the flying mechanical Tyrannosaurus. With Qingliu's personality and Qingliu's first and strongest initial partner above his head, there will definitely be no safety problems outside the venue. Then, there is nothing to worry about. Blizzard King. The Blizzard King, who rushed forward, turned his head slightly and looked at Xiaosong. As the child of his trainer who had the most contact with him and the person who entrusted his child, the Blizzard King keenly felt Xiaosong's inner emotions. After nodding solemnly, an invisible tacit understanding was passed on in the silent eye contact. There is no worry, and the desire to move forward and win is extremely strong. Then, as a Pokemon in battle, you only need to sprint forward with all your strength with this belief. Moreover, even Pokemon have their own persistence in their hearts. As an elder, how can you retreat in front of the younger generation? Blizzard King burst out all his remaining strength. The bone-chilling ice energy flew into the weather ball in front of him, and the vibrant grass energy madly flowed into the hammer on his arms. Then he no longer paid attention to the lightning spear above his head, and with the light speed raised by the drafting move, he sprinted towards Ultra Sedramon with an indomitable attitude. Qingliu watched this scene silently and gave orders at the same time. Ultra Sedramon, Thunder Spear. Fire. The moment the voice fell, a stronger electric current burst out around the thunder spear above Ultra Sedramon's head. Rumble. A huge roar suddenly rose in the air. The golden thunder dispersed everything, and even completely lit up the snow-white sky. In the midst of lightning and thunder, the thunder spear fired. Clang. Before the sound reached his ears, the lightning had already crossed the entire playground and flashed in front of Blizzard King. The weather balls used as cover in front of him didn't play any role at all, and they were directly blasted to pieces. Blizzard King stared at the attack that had already broken through with his stinging eyes, and his nerves couldn't react at all. Only the muscle memory of his body instinctively drove his arms to hit the area in front of him with all his strength. But the thunder in the sky couldn't be resisted by a hammer. Even though the power values of both sides' moves were in the range of 120, the various differences caused by body size, attack and defense, race value, and species level were like a chasm in the middle. Almost as soon as they came into contact, the grass energy wrapped around Blizzard King's arms was directly shattered by thunder. In an instant, Blizzard King was about to be completely submerged. Blizzard King. At this moment, Xiaosong, who had always been paying attention to the battle situation, had become sharp in her voice. She wanted a better time to use the last move, but the speed of the thunder gun was too fast. At the moment when her voice sounded, half of Blizzard King's body had been swallowed by the surging electric energy. But in the end, her voice still passed through the thunder and reached the ears of the Blizzard King. Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero, Ice-type moves, no power value, Simple change-type moves, simple, one-hit kill skills. As long as the opponent is not completely immune to ice-type moves, it can instantly deal horrible damage and cause one-hit near death. This is also Xiao Song's last trump card. If it weren't for this moment, she wouldn't want to use it, because even her father, the Blizzard King, is not proficient in this ice-type ultimate move, and it is easy to perish together. But now, there is no other choice. Buzz! In the battlefield where energy surged, a terrifying low temperature instantly descended. Crack, 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 crack! Exclamation mark. The entire center of the battlefield completely turned into a world of ice and snow in an instant. The Blizzard King, who had been engulfed by lightning, was filled with wisps of cold air. Pieces of ice emitting a bone-chilling cold condensed, freezing half of the Blizzard King's body in an instant. Moreover, as the cold air raged, it froze more than just tangible objects. After freezing the Blizzard King, the cold air began to counterattack the golden electric current composed of energy, and even froze the tip of the huge lightning spear of the thunder gun. Chi chi chi! Exclamation mark. Kakaka! Exclamation mark. The lightning and the cold air burst out with strong energy fluctuations, going back and forth, competing against each other. But neither side seemed to have the intention of stopping. The area covered by the cold air became larger and larger, and the current flickered more and more violently. When Super Sedgerman saw this scene, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Even if the Aurora Curtain weakened the power of the move, it would definitely be the final winner in the stalemate, but it did not want to wait until then. It wanted to defeat the opponent directly without any suspense. Crackling. The lightning-shaped blade above its head gathered energy again, and the second thunder gun quickly condensed. As a Digimon, the most common move is to use the ultimate move as a basic attack when the physical strength is sufficient. If Machine Tyrannosaurus can do it, so can Mega Sedramon. Roar. Mega Sedramon roared and fired the thunder gun again. Absolute Zero, who was still competing with the first thunder gun, was hit by a double impact, and the cold air that seemed to freeze everything collapsed instantly. Bang! A huge shattering sound rang out, and the ice blocks collapsed layer by layer. All defenses and counterattacks were broken, and even the snowflakes and aurora curtains scattered throughout the target area were completely shattered at this moment. In the end, the thunder gun burst towards the Blizzard King, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture. There is no doubt that the Blizzard King, who has no ability to resist, has no chance of taking on the attack that even range-type moves cannot withstand. Xiao Song opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene blankly. It was not until the mechanical Tyrannosaurus that had been guarding the entire scene above his head landed, and he saw it raise its left arm to cut off the lightning, that Xiao Song breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, more emotions came out with his breath. Originally, he thought that he could rely on a surprise attack to die together, but he didn't expect that after using the most powerful move, he could only fight the opponent's big move 3746 under the Aurora Curtain. The key is that now the absolute zero consumption is extremely high, the difficulty is extremely high, and it is extremely difficult to hit, while the opponent's big move is easy to use, one move after another, and the gap between the two is too big. Blizzard King. Xiao Song tried to call out, but the Blizzard King, who had been frozen by ice, had no ability to respond, and even his breath became extremely weak. Obviously, after the last fight just now, the Blizzard King had reached his limit. After the Jedi attack, he found a bigger gap hidden behind the scenes. This feeling is undoubtedly desperate. Blizzard King has lost his ability to fight, and all three Pokemon of Xiao Song, the trainer of the Cutting Edge City Gym, have lost their ability to fight, so the winner of this gym competition is Qingliu of Sui Town. As the referee's verdict fell, Qingliu waved his hand to signal Ultramarine to cancel the attack. Although he was a little reluctant, Qingliu was riding on his head and beating him up every day. Ultramarine was also afraid that his skin was too rough and Qingliu's hand would hurt. In the end, he waved away the thunder gun and returned to the Poké Ball obediently. As the giant figure of Ultramarine disappeared, the entire playground suddenly became empty. The students gradually came to their senses. For this completely unexpected result before the battle, the only thing left in their minds was the deep shock brought by the thunder that seemed to break the snow. Although they knew Qingliu was strong, they never thought he would be so strong. With such an absolutely crushing attitude, he defeated Xiao Song in the snowy weather. The most important thing is that even at the last moment of the battle, Ultramarine still did not show its full strength. That is to say, the strength of this Mega Sedramon is far more than that. And most importantly, If one Pokemon has such a terrifying fighting power, then what about the remaining ones? What level of fighting power will those Pokemon that have been captured long ago reach? No one knows, but they are greatly shocked. And the students who were confident after hearing the teacher's analysis no longer want to say anything at this moment. Fortunately, they were careful not to raise their hands and shout, otherwise they would be embarrassed again. Teacher, is this what you mean by not being killed instantly? I feel that the word crow's mouth is no longer suitable for you, teacher. You are a crow. That's right, not just this time. During the last school celebration, you praised teacher Musi for her great dancing and smooth performance on the ice. The next day, teacher Musi twisted her foot, which prevented us from seeing teacher Musi's ice ballet. Yes, and the last time. You guys. Seeing these students getting more and more excited, the teacher suddenly felt angry and wanted to refute them with examples, but no matter how he recalled in his mind, he couldn't think of any powerful events to refute. In the end, he had to use the teacher's majesty again. If he talked again, he would be punished to copy homework, and he would quiet down in the name of helping to deepen the memory of knowledge points. After a few people dared not speak out and could only open their eyes and look innocent as if they had said nothing, the teacher turned his head and looked at the venue. He firmly believed that he was definitely not a jinx, and the source of the invisible slaps in the face for several consecutive times was the powerful fighting power of the Mega Sedramon. He even seriously suspected that even if Absolute Zero hit it, the giant beast might not fall down. It was not because of anything else, but simply because it was big. It was so big that the range of more than 10 meters frozen by the freezing beam and blizzard was only 1/10 of its body. Even the killing move would probably have a much smaller impact on it. The damage caused by a hammer hitting a person's chest and hitting an elephant's chest is not the same concept. It was at this time that he figured it out. Why did he feel that the Mega Sedramon was a little strangely handsome, very simple and direct? Because it was big. Men, in general, like big things in a simple and unpretentious way. If I have time, I'll go and subdue two bigger guys. Compared to the heated discussion on the runway, the playground was much quieter. Xia Song half knelt on the ground, feeling a little depressed. After making a lot of preparations and striving for this goal for a long time, she found that the two of them were still drifting apart, which caused a huge blow. The key point is that this is the third time she lost to Qingliu. The first time, Zuli Monster was killed instantly. The second time, Zuli Monster, Yuki Boy, and Eula attacked together, and they were killed one by one in a 3v1. The third time, she changed to her father's Pokemon, but she was still defeated by 1 through 3 without any suspense. It can be said that she has already lost once in all the normal ways of losing in a battle. This feeling that it is obvious that several months have passed, everything has changed, but nothing has changed, as if time has gone backwards, is really frustrating. Blizzard King stood by, a little at a loss, until a figure appeared in Xia Song's somewhat divergent vision. The last Absolute Zero is pretty good and very threatening. If it were other trainers and Pokemon of the same level, they would definitely be hit and lose. I was really stunned just now. Hearing this familiar voice, Xia Song slowly raised his head. What she saw was a figure with a ray of light. After the Blizzard King lost, the snowy day had ended. It was not known whether it was due to the thunder bombardment of Ultra Sedramon or the change in the weather itself, but the sun had come out in Qifang City after a long absence. The light and warm sunlight shone down, hitting the person in front of her and then her face, making her raised eyes a little sore for a moment. She could not see the other person's face clearly, but the voice that was familiar enough to directly distinguish the person rang again. Even though you have very powerful moves and the situation has completely fallen into passive position, you can still keep your mentality and launch a counterattack at the last moment when your opponent is most likely to relax. It's a very good idea. Although I lost, I have to admit that whether it is responsibility or ability, or the self-control that I said you lacked when we first met, I have clearly seen it until today. After not seeing you for a few months, you have really grown a lot. You are not a qualified gym trainer now, but an excellent gym trainer. Your father's decision to hand over the gym to you is a very wise one. I think you will make the cutting-edge gym the best gym in Sinnoh in the future. Really? Yes, so, get up. The teachers, students and principal around are still waiting for you to speak. After that, the other party stretched out a hand to her. Xia Song was obviously stunned for a moment, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly surged up. But she did not directly hand her hand over, but looked around first. The face of the Blizzard King was full of nervous concern, and the faces of the familiar students around her did not show any disappointment, sadness or other bad emotions because she was crushed, but a kind of enthusiastic eyes as if witnessing a unique battle. She even read the content of the conversation from the mouths of the students who were beaten by her in the first snowball fight. For example, is teacher Xia Song sitting on the ground because he feels embarrassed for losing? Oh, it's no big deal, we will forgive her, and when I become a gym trainer in the future, I will definitely help him get back at her. And with your level, it's likely that you will be beaten up by gym trainers for the rest of your life. You're talking nonsense. Yes, it's very likely, and so on. Puff Xia Song couldn't help but laugh. See, everyone is concerned about you, and girls can't sit on the ice in such a cold day wearing JK uniforms. It's not good for the body. Hearing this, Xia Song couldn't help but blush. You're not much older than me. Why do you talk like my old father? Have you guys been like this since you were young? Xia Song complained, but still raised his hand. Qingliu took advantage of the situation and gently pulled her up, then quietly walked behind her to block her. Xia Song's face instantly became redder. No need, I have clothes. As he spoke, he took off his coat and tied it around his waist. Seeing this, Qingliu couldn't help but shake his head. I've always been curious, aren't girls afraid of the cold? I've seen many girls wearing JK short skirts with bare legs in Kifan City. Xia Song rolled his eyes when he heard this. If you look at a girl's thighs casually, you will be arrested by Miss Junsha as a pervert if you are found. Qingliu spread his hands helplessly. Anyway, he couldn't be caught anyway. This question was also because I didn't know when I had an impression of the girls in Sakura country who lived a good life before I crossed over. The prototype of the Sinnoh region happened to be Hokkaido, and now I just happened to meet them, so I asked this question. Let's go over after you're done. Aren't you coming with us? Xia Song looked over. I won't go over, otherwise the plot may develop in a strange direction tomorrow. Qingliu pointed to the location of the students who were beaten just now. Xia Song looked over immediately. The conversation between the few people was immediately seen through. That guy held Senior Xia Song's hand. Really? Senior Xia Song even blushed. Could they be a couple? Then they had a fight and lied to us that it was a gym match, and then they fought to see who was wrong and who apologized. It's very similar, really similar. Xia Song took a deep breath, raised his fist, and strode towards the students, adding another bag to their bags that had not yet dissipated. Then he began to summarize this gym match. Qingliu watched this scene silently, and Machine Tyrannosaurus swept the snow off his body and slowly came to the side. Thank you for your hard work. Qingliu said. It's not hard. There's basically no need to do anything. Machine Tyrannosaurus shook his head and looked at Aoki. But is this really okay? What? You're still pretending? You just crushed someone else, and if you say those words again, few girls can resist it, and the most crucial sentence about whether you are worthy of the status of a gym trainer was obviously the excuse you used to provoke her and Zuli monster, and now it's reversed and turned into that, what's it called? Strategy, breakthrough. That's right. The hurtful words before have become the breakthrough of the strategy now. Aoki, I suspect that you have thought about today since then and then tried to trick a little girl. Qingliu smiled and said, how can I predict what will happen in a few months? And didn't I say that before? I just wanted to help. Now I'm just being a good person. Besides, do I look like the kind of person who kidnaps young girls? But you. Qingliu looked at him up and down and said, now your brain has evolved to this level in your perfect form. You usually pretend to be stupid in front of me. If you reach the ultimate form, won't you be even more terrifying? Machine Tyrannosaurus, you are a little too dangerous. I'm considering whether to seal you. Machine Tyrannosaurus helplessly curled his lips. Qingliu saw that it didn't respond, so he stopped joking and his expression became serious. What I said before and what I said just now were not a joke. I really just wanted to help her, but I suddenly thought of something, so I need to make preparations. What is it? Remember the strange black gas we encountered before? Machine Tyrannosaurus nodded solemnly. It knew how difficult the thing was. If it hadn't been for its overwhelming combat power, it might not have been able to defeat the crossbit that was possessed by that infinitely recovering weird thing. Qingliu said seriously, I just suddenly thought of the origin of that thing. Although I'm not sure, it's probably it. It's precisely because I remembered it that I must be prepared for both situations. Chapter 269, There is Great Terror in the Unknown. 2-in-1. The first time I knew about this thing was when the panel outside Huking City suddenly froze. When it restarted and activated a new function, a message popped up, force majeure. Then, in the ancient ruins where the diamond orb was buried and was so broken that it could not collect the number of summons, I encountered a group of 300 infected Pokémon and the crossbit that had already reached the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings. This 1.5 encounters, coupled with the strange characteristics and abilities of the opponent, made Qingliu recall the existence that might be related to this thing from time to time. The target of suspicion at first was the Y-God of Viz's 3 gods in the Kalos region, the god of death the Yveltal who brought death to the Pokémon world. Whether from the shape or color of the energy, only Yveltal is close to it among the mythical beasts. But after careful comparison, Qingliu rejected this conjecture. Because if it was really Yveltal, the panel would not have crashed directly to deal with it, and it would not be impossible to directly detect any specific information. Although from the current understanding, the strength of the legendary beast is very strong, stronger than what he has learned in the anime, and the first level god may have reached an extremely outrageous level, but if the result cannot be detected because of a ray of energy from the first level god, the gap between this situation and the actual performance of the panel is too big. Moreover, when he faced Lugia head-on instead of a clone or a ray of power before, the panel did not show similar problems, so this time it is even more impossible. However, when rejecting this conjecture, Qingliu immediately thought of another possibility: the existence of the first level god. In addition to the main area of Pokémon, there are some other side series areas, such as the Orange Islands, the Iron region, and the Uraei region. In the Uraei region, there is a relatively famous but rarely seen legendary Pokémon Dark Lugia. The whole body is deep black, the 2 eyes emit a creepy blood-red light, full of strong aggression, and even the exclusive move has become a dark Pokémon Dark Cyclone. This Dark Lugia was originally a normal Lugia. After the Shadow Organization conducted some secret experiments that were expressly prohibited by the League, the Pokémon's heart was completely closed, making it lose its emotions and become a pure fighting machine. This is also what Qingliu thinks is very similar. The more than 300 Pokémon infected by black energy encountered before are the same as dark Pokémon. They have no normal emotions and reason. In their cognition, they can only attack and destroy until they die. The most important point is that if you encounter dark Pokémon in the game, they have no ID or personality, and all are displayed as question marks, which is very similar to what is displayed on the panel. As for the King level's bat, which is also infected by black energy, but has maintained most of its reason that even Lugia cannot do, and does not conform to the setting of dark Pokémon, Qingliu has another guess in another direction. Among dark Pokémon, there is a more alternative branch. This branch has currently seen Pokémon that is almost exactly the same as Bat, and it is also a legendary Pokémon. However, this one is not the same as the legend in normal cognition. It is based on the genes of Mew and is the existence of the darkened legendary Pokémon artificially created, Dark Mewtwo. In the Iron region, the place where the Qingliu in the Pokémon world gathers, trainers use the resonance stone formed by the unique Qingliu of the region to transform it into resonance energy to deepen the bond between Pokémon. Dark Mewtwo is a dark Pokémon that keeps its own rationality but has more powerful power because of the dark resonance stone. According to the information on these 2 dark legendary Pokémon, almost all the current situations can be explained. The ordinary irrational ones are the dark Pokémon with sealed minds in the Ur region. The powerful and rational ones are the dark Pokémon left under the dark resonance stone in the Iron region. Although we don't know the specific reason, whether it is the Ur region or the Iron region, or whether there are problems in both regions, which led to the leakage of this situation to Sinnoh, and this situation happened, but from the root, there is basically a barely explainable explanation. In other words, it was an accident of the Shadow Organization, or a certain Pokémon broke free from control and escaped, or a member of the Shadow Organization who had a change of heart escaped and wanted to expose it. Asked Machinedramon. Theoretically, it is very similar, but Qingliu still felt that it was not that simple. Let's not talk about how far Uraei and Gianti were from Sinnoh. Why didn't they hide directly or report it after escaping, but stayed in that dilapidated ruins, not to mention that there was no trace of human life in it at that time? Even if I force an explanation with my own understanding, there are still many loopholes. For example, The source of the darkness of ordinary dark Pokémon is not their appearance. Their appearance looks exactly the same as ordinary Pokémon. Their real darkness is the dark aura that cannot be seen by the naked eye. This is also an uncontrollable disguised hiding method of the Shadow Organization. As long as they don't actively control the attack, it is not easy to be exposed. And this kind of aura cannot be seen unless it is gifted or with the help of tools. If Qingliu remembers correctly, in the relevant plot, there is only one person in the entire area who has this kind of perception talent. At that time, in the Beidei Great Forest, besides himself, Dongguopia, Takezong and the Pokemon of the three of them all saw this situation. Qingliu didn't think that even if Sinnoh was a big place, there would be so many talented people and Pokemon, and they just happened to gather together. Then, the most important part. Whether it was ordinary dark Pokemon or dark Lugia, their own darkness could be purified, because they were transformed like this because the Shadow Organization wanted to control and use them. But at that time, there was no purification prompt in the panel, and the more than 300 Pokemon didn't seem to be able to obey orders at all, but more, demented and crazy behavior from the heart. No matter how stupid the Shadow Organization is, it is impossible to create some uncontrolled Pokemon in the most strictly governed major areas to attract the attention of the Alliance. Moreover, because of the skyrocketing aggressiveness, dark Pokemon will cause continuous damage to themselves, while those black gases are completely the opposite and constantly restore their physical strength, even almost to the point of perpetual motion. This is more like Dark Mewtwo. However, the source of the dark power of Dark Mewtwo is also stored in the Dark Resonance Stone. However, after Machine Tyrannosaurus suppressed Spat and Trickery swallowed those things, no object that matched the appearance of the Dark Resonance Stone was seen. Without the Dark Resonance Stone, there would be no Dark Mewtwo. Moreover, something the Trickery, who has possessed the powerful dark energy of the digital world since he was summoned, likes must not be something simple and beneficial. It was just at this time that Aoyagi began to experiment with the characteristics of Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon, and finally obtained the result that there are two other dragons of the Blue Eyes family outside the sky. If there are dragons outside the sky, it also means that there are other things. After a week of training and travel, Aoyagi fell into thorough thinking again, and finally, he remembered something that was somewhat similar to what he had come into contact with. In the Pokemon world, there are many passages to other worlds, such as the Spirit World, the world destroyed by Giradira, the Reverse World, and the Void World. As the name suggests, letting the world return to the void is the meaning of the existence of the Void World. In the world of nothingness, there is a special existence. If it weren't for the fact that the setting is really magical and there is a high probability that it will be discovered later, Qingliu would not have any impression of this existence. After all, from the perspective of fans, Dark Lugia and Dark Mewtwo can still be handsome in another style. This kind of game, which is even less popular than the side region, has no trainers but is completely in the Pokemon world. If there is no fixed goal, you can't remember it at all. This special existence is dark matter. Unlike dark Pokemon and Dark Resonance Stone, dark matter is an extremely strange thing that was born from the Tree of Life, which is the tree that Xerneas, the god of life, turned into after falling asleep, by absorbing the negative emotions of Pokemon through a special reaction in the world of nothingness. It can control the minds of the Pokemon it invades, absorb their life energy, and then completely turn them into stone sculptures, and then transmit the stone sculptures back to the world of nothingness. In the plot setting, as the dark matter grows stronger, the Tree of Life will be completely eroded one day, and the Pokemon world will lose its vitality, and then lose the power to rotate, and finally crash into the sun and be destroyed. If I remember correctly, the progress of the game is that the Tree of Life is close to death, and several legendary Pokemon appear to help, and even Arceus appears. This is also a point that Qingliu is very concerned about. In theory, even if Arceus is an avatar, the combat power that can be burst out is not comparable to that of legendary Pokemon and first-level gods. This can be seen from its uninjured beating of Sinnoh Trident. But this time, apart from delivering props, it did not show any other signs of action. Perhaps it thinks it is unnecessary. After all, as the god of creation, its temperament is generally more pure. If it wants to, it wants to, and if it doesn't want to, it doesn't want to, and there is no reason. However, if we have to look at this issue from the perspective of human thinking in multiple directions, does it mean that from a certain level, Arceus is not very willing to face this kind of thing head-on? This is undoubtedly a very terrifying conjecture. If it is true, it also proves from the side how difficult and dangerous the opponent is. Compared to the setting of dark Pokemon, whether it is the state after the infection or the recovery like a perpetual motion machine, it is more inclined to dark matter. After all, this thing has 3 different forms, and it grows stronger by absorbing negative emotions such as sadness, anger, and hatred. Such emotions cannot be cut off as long as there are intelligent life in the world, so the perpetual motion machine of infinite recovery makes sense. Not only that, unlike dark Pokemon that need purification to recover, Pokemon invaded by dark matter will return to their original state once they are eliminated, which is more consistent with the situation of Zbat at that time. Machinetterman digested this information with its perfect stage brain, and asked again after a while, "So, can we be sure that this special energy body caused by the special outer world is the cause of the trouble?" Qingliu pondered for a moment, slowly shook his head and said, "Not sure, just like dark Pokemon, there are some differences." At that time, after dealing with so many Pokemon, he only saw those strange black air, but not any dark matter. Even the king level Zbat did not have any trace of existence. Logically speaking, even if those weak guys did not have it, after Qingliu absorbed the dark matter from Zbat, that thing should appear. But it was as if it did not exist at all, without any signs. Qingliu also asked Qingliu, but got a healthy laugh to express denial. In other words, either the negative emotions absorbed by the dark matter in these Pokemon were too weak, or it was not dark matter at all. Qingliu's words immediately made Machinetterman's expression twisted. "So, what is it?" Qingliu glanced at Machine Tyrannosaurus helplessly and said, "Just now I praised you for becoming smarter after evolution. Now you show me your IQ has returned to the growth stage, right? Did you notice? The things we encountered can find some similar characteristics that only the 2 things I just mentioned have, but they can also find some things that the other part does not have. So, under what circumstances does this happen?" Qingliu did not explain directly, but asked a question instead of answering it while looking at Machine Tyrannosaurus. Machine Tyrannosaurus heard this, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly opened his eyes and said excitedly, "Could it be that it is a fusion of these 2 things?" Qingliu smiled. "Yes, this is the most likely possibility." Then, the smile disappeared, and his expression became solemn and serious. "It's just a guess now. I hope I'm wrong, but judging from the current situation, it's a 90% chance. Once this possibility is verified, the problem will be very serious. Whether it's dark Pokemon, dark Resonance Stone, or dark matter, they are all very troublesome but have solutions. It's just a matter of difficulty. However, if these 2 things that should not be touched are combined for unknown reasons, the situation will become very complicated and dangerous. Because, even Qingliu has never seen it in the Pokemon world setting. This is something that has never happened in the Pokemon series before he crossed over, and maybe it won't happen in the future, but now that he has crossed over, it is very likely to happen. This is a completely strange, completely unknown, and completely uncontrollable situation. The army of dark Pokemon that is completely controlled, the dark fantasy Pokemon that is completely controlled, the second-level gods and first-level gods that are completely controlled, and even dark Arceus. And, even in the game, there are only a few words about the world of nothingness. Machine Tyrannosaurus quickly understood the seriousness of the matter, and also quickly reacted to the reason why Qingliu just attacked Xiaosong. If this situation is really going to happen in the near future, then every important ancient relic now will be an indispensable help. After all, facing an enemy that Qingliu doesn't know the details of, even Machine Tyrannosaurus has no idea. But it knows that it has to protect Qingliu well. If it is prepared, it may be more powerful and more confident. "So, should we discuss with Xiaosong whether we can secretly go to the Uch Temple?" asked Machine Tyrannosaurus. Qingliu shook his head. "Before that, I want to contact Dr. Yamanashi. The more than 300 Pokemon were sent to him last time. I think there should be some results after so long. In any case, getting some relevant information from Dr. Yamanashi to confirm the general or specific situation first, and then making plans for the future, this is the safest way at present." But what Qingliu didn't expect was that Xiaosong came directly to him shortly after getting the gym badge, before he had time to contact Dr. Yamanashi. From her anxious shouting and hurried knocking on the door, Qingliu had an ominous premonition in his heart. These 2 things should be considered rare in Pokemon writing. Generally, They are about various urban games or the main storyline of the Pokemon world. But I think more and more people will write about them in the future, especially Dark Matter. The setting of this thing is likely to be linked with Arceus, because Pokemon has developed to the present, whether it is titanium crystallization or Gigantamax, they are all living off the old capital and filling the holes in the first generation. It can be seen from the fact that the concept of the multiverse was added in the previous few years of Qingliu. According to the general direction, the Void World may appear later, and the birthplace of Arceus, that is, the egg of Arceus, the origin of the world, is likely to flow out of the Void World. In addition, Qingliu also mentioned a giant who is not Regichicus, and even the original body of Regichicus is likely to be this giant. I have said so much. My original intention is that fan fiction is secondary creation, writing new things based on the most likely and imaginative ideas. This kind of thing is not easy to be accepted because of its newness, so I deliberately spent a lot of space on it. All the places and things mentioned in this chapter are very important information. I don't want to skip them, nor do I want you to feel abrupt, so I spent a lot of extra time. That's all. Good night. Chapter 270, The Legend of Awakening Early. 2 chapters in 1. Qingliu opened the door. Xiaosong, who was standing outside the door, immediately raised his head. His pretty face, which was red and cute not long ago, was now full of worry and panic. Qingliu, help me. Xiaosong said breathlessly, with sweat on his forehead. Not far away, the figure of Blizzard King was still running towards here. Obviously, he rushed over directly after knowing something, so that Blizzard King could not catch up with Xiaosong. Don't be anxious, take a deep breath, and finish your words at once. It's too late, let's go first. Let's talk on the way, okay? Qingliu heard it and agreed. Then the two came to a small snow off-road vehicle that had been waiting outside the Pokemon Center in advance. As soon as he got in the car, the driver stepped on the accelerator and started the tail spinning. Blizzard King, who had just arrived, had no time to say anything before he inhaled a burst of exhaust gas. Finally, he looked at the snow off-road vehicle in a daze. Qingliu watched the car drive directly out of the city of Kiffin, and slowly said, "Tell us the whole story." Although he had realized that something big might have happened, Qingliu knew that panicking would not help, so his voice was still calm at this moment. Perhaps influenced by Qingliu, or perhaps because he had found his backbone, Xiaosong's expression was slightly relieved. He closed his mouth and took a deep breath, slightly suppressed the violent reaction caused by the crazy running, and quickly told the whole story. Qingliu then fell into silence. To be more specific, because of the blockade notice issued by the Alliance before, Miss Juncha of Kiffin City and the former Kiffin gym trainer, that is, Xiaosong's father Zubei, went to the Wisdom Lake and the Kiffin Temple to guard respectively. According to convention, Xiaosong should patrol near the Kiffin Temple tomorrow, but for practical needs, she wanted to contact her father first to ask if tomorrow would follow the normal process, but she didn't get any response after calling. Feeling strange, she immediately contacted Miss Juncha of Wisdom Lake to ask if there was any temporary action. As a result, no one answered the call to Wisdom Lake. Xiaosong immediately felt something was wrong. At this time, the caretaker of the Cutting Edge Temple, Miss Shenzi, called and said that for some unknown reason, the terrifying existence deep in the temple's underground palace had awakened early. As a person with ancient blood, she sensed that the other party's consciousness was still in a hazy stage, but under the stimulation of the raging anger that had never appeared in the entire family record, it would probably not take long for him to fully awaken. But even in this drowsy and hazy stage before the awakening of consciousness, the underground palace had already been destroyed, and the temple was likely to be lost. The most important thing was the Pokemon and people stationed there. And her father, Mr. Zubei, was leading the Pokemon to try to stop the other party before he fully woke up, but it seemed that the effect was very poor, and even the call was affected and directly cut off. I can hear the huge roar and angry roar through the microphone. Xiaosong said absent-mindedly. After taking over the gym, because of the special geographical location of the Cutting Edge City, Xiaosong not only learned about the duties of the Cutting Edge Gym, but also some secrets that only the 4 Heavenly Kings can know, such as the fact that the legendary Pokemon are inexplicably improving at this stage. The existence sleeping in the underground palace of the Cutting Edge Temple is a true legend that exceeds ordinary legends. Its terror is not something that a gym trainer can contend with, and even a short resistance is impossible. Although I don't know why the other party is so angry, if this anger is maintained until the other party wakes up completely, Xia Song can imagine that there will be only one situation in the end. Total destruction. Is it okay to determine the source of the phone call? Qingliu asked. Xia Song was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning of Qingliu's question. But he nodded quickly and said, I have met Miss Shenzi many times. Her voice is also very distinctive. I can be sure it is her. In addition, the sound of the battle in the microphone at that time also included the roar of my father's Tuskpig. Have you reported it to the Sinnoh League? I contacted them immediately after the call was cut off. They said that they have sent people on the way and asked us to hold on for a while. Xiao Song's face was full of dejection. If the legendary Pokemon in the underground palace of the temple took action, how could Zubei hold on until the support came? Moreover, even if the support came, could it really handle it? Even if the legendary existence that dragged the continent was in a period of chaotic consciousness and had not yet fully awakened, the arrival of a single 4 Heavenly Kings would have no effect. Only multiple 4 Heavenly Kings would have a little possibility. But how could multiple 4 Heavenly Kings be gathered so easily? Even in the Pokemon leagues of various regions, there were only 5 4 Heavenly Kings level combat forces and 1 champion trainer on the surface, and the number of people in secret was no more than 2 hands at most. But they are responsible for the entire region. Unless they are lucky or make preparations in advance, it is impossible to gather them in a short time. For some reason, the preparations did not work. If they were lucky, nothing would happen this time. That is to say, Mr. Zubei is now facing a legendary Pokemon that has existed for a very long time, and he is isolated and helpless. Qingliu asked. Xia Song nodded, his face became dazed and helpless. When it is unknown when the support will arrive, and there is a high probability that it will be useless, Zubei's situation can be imagined. He will definitely die. This is also the reason why Xia Song panicked. Her mother left them when she was a child, and it was her father who raised her until now. If she did nothing and waited for the Alliance reinforcements to come, it would be equivalent to watching her father die. She couldn't do such a thing. But she knew that although her current level was at the middle level among the gym trainers, and she could reach the upper middle level with the Pokemon left by Zubei, it would be useless even so. This is no longer a battle that gym trainers can intervene in. This is a battle that requires the entry threshold to be at the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings. There is no such person in the city of Cutting Edge. Because the weather is cold and not suitable for living, there are no powerful trainers who have retired nearby. After thinking about it, there is only one person in the entire city of Cutting Edge who is most likely to have the combat power of the 4 Heavenly Kings, that is Qingliu, who just defeated her. 2 months ago, the Machine Greymon evolved from Tyrannomon was able to defeat the second echelon of the veteran 4 Heavenly Kings Qingliu with a crushing attitude, which means that at least it has the combat power that can match the main Pokemon of the 4 Heavenly Kings. The only problem is that even the 4 Heavenly Kings cannot dare to face the legendary Pokemon in the underground palace of the Cutting Edge Temple alone, not to mention that this matter has nothing to do with Qingliu in essence. After all, he just came to Cutting Edge City to collect badges to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference. And the one trapped is her father, not Qingliu's father. Asking him to take risks is undoubtedly asking too much. But at this moment, she has no other choice. Boom. While Qingliu was still deep in thought, Xia Song suddenly stood up, knelt down in a very formal manner, buried his head deeply in the ground, and spoke in a panic. I'm very sorry, I know this kind of thing will make you very troubled, but I really can't think of any other way. So, I want to ask you. Qingliu, please, save my father. At this moment, Xia Song, who was a little stubborn and a little crude in the impression, and who had been strong in the past few months, choked with sobs and his body was shaking constantly. Qingliu knew without thinking that the face that was bent down must have been full of tears. Alice. Qingliu sighed softly. Hearing this voice, Xia Song's body, which was already trembling slightly, trembled violently. After a long silence, he slowly said, I'm sorry, my request is too unreasonable and has caused you trouble. After that, he slowly stood up, wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, and said, I will ask the driver to take you back the same way when we get close to the area of the Cutting Edge Temple. But please, for the sake of our friendship, help me manage the Cutting Edge Gym temporarily, and wait for the support of the Alliance to come and explain the situation to him. After that, Xia Song sat back in his seat, his eyes full of determination. Take me back, what about you? Qingliu asked. No matter what, I can't leave my father behind. I want to go to the cutting-edge temple. Even if going there means going to die. Xiaosong was silent for a moment and nodded. Then let the driver take you back later. No, I said it, and it's. Halfway through, Xiaosong suddenly realized something, paused, opened his eyes wide and looked at Qingliu. Qingliu nodded. For a moment, Xiaosong's eyes flashed with joy, but then complicated, worried, afraid. Various emotions turned over, and finally she seemed to have made some kind of decision. No, just do as I said just now, I will go. This matter has nothing to do with you. It was very presumptuous of me to bring you here. Now I just hope you can help me take care of the gym. Do you have the ability to solve it? No, but I just thought it through. You have helped me too many times. If this time not only asks you to help but also let you gamble your life, even if my father knows he will definitely not forgive me, so, I will go. Xiaosong's tone became more and more resolute. What if the students at school ask me where their senior Xiaosong has gone? Should I say that she went to die? You don't know either, do you? Qingliu looked at the stunned girl sitting opposite him and said, besides, it's not like you haven't helped me before. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found the place where you can see the panoramic view. This kind of trivial matter has nothing to do with your help to me. Xiaosong didn't say anything. Qingliu interrupted her directly, and said very solemnly, that's not a trivial matter. But. There is no but. The purpose this time is to save people, not to defeat the opponent. I am still confident, and. After the gym competition ended before, I was thinking about what reason I could use to ask you to take me to visit the blocked edge temple. Now I can go directly without even finding a legitimate reason. It's good. Xiaosong fell silent after hearing this. In her heart, she did not believe Qingliu's words at all. It was fine to go to see some beautiful and spectacular scenic spots, but how could anyone have the leisure to go to see a broken temple left over from ancient times, not to mention when the legendary Pokémon inside were rioting? It was not possible to be so weird, even if it was considered a personal hobby. And the reason why Qingliu said this was probably to find an excuse to reassure himself. But how could this be reassuring? But when she wanted to refuse, after seeing Qingliu's expression that he didn't care about her opinion at all, she knew. Just as she had no right to ask Qingliu for help if he didn't want to help, she had no reason to stop him if he wanted to go. Finally, Xiaosong took a deep breath and said, then let's go together. As soon as the words fell, Xiaosong immediately felt Qingliu's eyes glancing at her, his lips slightly pursed, and his expression full of disgust. Don't hold me back. By then, I will have to save your father and you, and I will be too busy. Hearing this, Xiaosong's face flushed instantly. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. Now, the only role she would play if she went there might be to hinder others. After seeing that Xiaosong was completely blocked by him, Qingliu directly gave a few instructions and threw out the Poké Ball of Ultra Sedramon, jumped into the car and sped towards the location of the cutting-edge temple. On the way, Qingliu rejected Ultra Sedramon's idea of putting him in his mouth because he was afraid that Qingliu would be cold. He wrapped his clothes tightly and looked into the distance. As for his decision just now, just like when he first met Xiaosong and took the initiative to help her mediate the conflict with the Snow Hat monster, Qingliu did not make a decision because of his beauty or agreed to it on the spur of the moment. He had considered it seriously. First of all, no matter what, she must go to the cutting-edge temple. Dark Pokémon and dark matter have merged together for some unknown reason, and if it is true that they are spreading in the Sinnoh region, no life on this planet can escape. Whether it is Pokémon or humans, or whether he is with Digimon, elves, mythical Pokémon, or legendary Pokémon, even Arceus' situation will not be too optimistic. In this case, every summoning time that he can get now will increase his confidence in the future, and then by fighting with these local Pokémon trainers, the level of confidence will be raised and the effect will be exerted. Therefore, not only the Temple of the Cutting Edge, but also the Regichicus in the Underground Palace, Qingliu has thought about sneaking in to get its summoning times. Secondly, if the current Regichicus wakes up early and riots, it will eventually be quelled by the Alliance, or some special means will be used to make Regichicus fall asleep again, or something else happens. In order to ensure safety and social stability, the Temple of the Cutting Edge will most likely be marked out by the Sinnoh Alliance in the future, and it will become an absolute restricted area that no one is allowed to approach. 4,000 words, a daily update, and there will be 1 to 2 more later, So I ask for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. It's bad. But not completely bad, 2 chapters in 1. At that time, no matter whether it is the cutting-edge temple or Regigigas, these 2 summoning times will be lost. Losing both at the same time is undoubtedly a huge loss. And this is likely to cause other changes. If this incident eventually leads to the Pokémon Alliance in various regions to block all areas near sleeping legendary Pokémon for insurance purposes, it will be a very bad thing for me. There are ancient ruins that can get summoning times without sleeping legendary Pokémon, but not many. And places with sleeping legends can get at least 2 summoning times. Once such measures are implemented, it will not be as simple as losing 1 or 2, but a devastating blow. Only now, when everything has just happened, the blockade has been destroyed, and the temple and Regigigas are still there, can we take them down first, and then wait and see what happens later. Moreover, after arriving at a cutting-edge temple and getting the corresponding 2 summoning times, it does not mean that I have to suppress the rioting Regigigas by force. As he said before, this matter is a challenge. There is a possibility to try. After all, theoretically, I only have 2 perfect forms now, but in reality, the number has quietly doubled. 4 to 1, the outcome is unknown. However, Qingliu does not want to fight against the first-level god head-on before he has a stable trump card to win, that is, one of them evolves to the ultimate form. It's okay, but it's not necessary. And there is too much uncertainty, which means that the risk factor is very high. I only need to take Zubei away from the area where Regigigas is, and leave the rest of the mess directly to the Sinnoh Alliance, which has nothing to do with him. Maybe the Alliance will not only not blame him in the end, but will give him an award or something. As for how to take it away, Qingliu already has the answer in his mind. The legendary Pokémon that drags the continent, the first-level god, and the direct superior of 5 second-level legendary toilet Pokémon, the famous Toilet King Regigigas, is most talked about, not how powerful its setting is, nor whether it belongs to the ranks of the first-level gods. It's its characteristic slow start. As the name suggests, it starts very slowly. In the game, during the 5 rounds of battle, its speed and attack will be halved, and it will instantly turn from a beast that can destroy the world with one punch into a superfluous punching bag. In the real world, this characteristic means that every time you wake up from the slumber of the body, you need to go through a longer period of consciousness awakening than the awakening of the body. I learned from Xia Song that the caretaker of the cutting-edge temple, which has been passed down from generation to generation, also said this situation, and proved that Regigigas' body has awakened, but his consciousness has not yet fully awakened. At this time, it is extremely bulky, and the success rate of escaping with others will also increase infinitely. The only thing to pay attention to is to seize the time and act before the other party wakes up completely. Otherwise, after waking up completely, not to mention no success rate, but the risk factor will also increase a lot. Zhao Heilongman, don't worry about me, and don't be afraid of destroying the surrounding environment. From now on, rush to the direction I said as quickly as possible. Roar. After the voice fell, Zhao Heilongman responded quickly, and his head raised high and quickly approached the ground. This giant Digimon, with a body length of 120 meters, treated the snow as an alternative body of water. It violently swung its body, smashed countless trees and rocks along the way, and rushed towards the distant cutting-edge temple. Xia Song sat in the car, silently watching the backs of Qingliu and Zhao Heilongman. Although Qingliu had already gone, and as he said, the chance of success was not small if he only saved people without direct confrontation, but no matter what, the risk was very high. Sleeping in the depths of a temple for thousands of years, it was classified as a giant legendary Pokémon. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be to face it head-on. And now, her friend needed to face such a terrifying existence because of her to rescue her father, but she could only watch silently and pray silently, but she couldn't help at all. Going there would only be a drag. Xia Song silently repeated this sentence, slowly clenching his fists. Too weak. Her strength was still too weak. So weak that she couldn't help at all at this time. She couldn't help her father, and she couldn't help Qingliu. Thinking of what her father had said before, As a gym trainer, he had nothing to teach her, and what she lacked to surpass her father was only time. However, this was far from enough. You can't wait to slowly become stronger, but you should become stronger to skip this waiting. Only people chase time, no one will wait for time. At this moment, this strong sense of powerlessness and the idea of becoming stronger made Xia Song a little dazed. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to the past. Back to the scene outside Suai town, when she saw Qingliu's Tyrannoman defeat the Flower Rock monster, and Miss Sirona said something to her in front of her, she silently made up her mind. How similar, and how sad. For so long, nothing has changed. Then, Qingliu's words once vaguely emerged in her mind one by one. The strong should swing the sword against the stronger. Why should the goal end after becoming a gym trainer? Since you want to be a gym trainer, you must be the strongest gym trainer. Not only the strongest in the region, but also the strongest in the entire region. Xia Song murmured with his head down. After a long time, as if finally determined, he exhaled heavily, his eyes gradually focused. He could no longer be limited to being a gym trainer, he had to go out and become stronger. Even if he had to leave the gym for a long time, leave the school behind the gym, leave his father and Kifeng City, he had to go out and travel, and let everything on the road become the cornerstone of his own strength. As for the end of the journey, if she remembered correctly, there were 4 ice-based kings in Fujian and Kanto regions. Among them, the strongest one should be the one in Kanto. If he could successfully become her apprentice and obtain her true teachings, maybe he could rely on his own strength to solve this situation in the future, or maybe he could get closer to him. Xia Song lowered his head and silently made up his mind. The driver saw this scene through the rearview mirror above his head, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. On the other side, as Mega Sedraman was completely released, the sound of the cold wind whistling in his ears became louder and louder, and the icy and piercing feeling on his body became stronger and stronger, and the distance to the approximate location of the Edge Temple was getting closer and closer. However, the closer he got, the heavier Qingliu's mood became. According to the display of the area and the illustration, and the current speed of Mega Sedraman, it would take no more than 10 minutes to reach the destination. But, why is it so quiet? Not to mention the Regigigas can be seen at this distance, but driven by irritability and anger, the sound produced by its indiscriminate attack can definitely spread to far, far away, and it is even possible that it will continue due to continuous destructive behavior. However, it has been a long time since he entered this area, and he has not heard even the slightest sound. Everything is a little weird. Qingliu silently opened the panel and looked forward. The blue panel information popped up, and the information of Pokemon appeared quickly in front of him. Race, Yura, Race, Snowboy, Race, Yura. No. These are all Pokemon in the nearby snowy area. There is no illustrated information of Regigigas, which means that the opponent is no longer within the detection range. Qingliu's expression gradually sank. There is no figure and no movement. Could it be that the effect of the slow start feature has passed? No, it shouldn't be so fast. What is going on? Qingliu thought of this and immediately took out 2 Poké Balls from his pocket and turned them on. Machine Tyrannosaurus and Tenabita Bluebird appeared in the air. Machine Tyrannosaurus, enter the daily state, and then fly as far away as possible with Tenabita Bluebird to explore the situation. If there is any emergency, one of you must come back to report to me. Do you understand? Understood, sir. Watching Machine Tyrannosaurus compress the data and return to the daily state, and fly away with Tenabita Bluebird, Qingliu waited quietly. Although their speed was slower than that of the full-speed Mega Sedraman, and they might not be able to find anything first, it was good to help determine the exact direction. Whether it was a map or an illustrated book, they could only provide a barely accurate location, and the road in between needed to be planned and controlled by oneself, so it was common to go astray. This was also the fundamental reason why Xiaozi and his group often got lost in the jungle, even though they had an illustrated book. What Qingliu didn't expect was that not long after, both Machine Greymon and Tenabita Bluebird came back. Moreover, both of them looked a little strange. What happened? Cirululu. The cutting-edge temple has been razed to the ground. The 2 dragons answered one after the other. Qingliu narrowed his eyes when he heard this. If the temple was completely destroyed, it would mean that Shepard, the police force and Pokemon station there were likely to have been killed by Regigigas, who had awakened in his body and was furious for some unknown reason, while his consciousness was confused. Was he late? But after Xiaosong's notification, he did not stop along the way. After they separated, he let Ultra Sedgerman go at full speed. Theoretically, Regichicus should not wake up so quickly. What went wrong? Moreover, can the collapsed temple still be considered a temple that meets the requirements of the panel? Machine Tyrannosaurus noticed Qingliu's expression. As the team with the longest contact time, it probably guessed Qingliu's thoughts and said quickly, "The temple's indeed gone, but the situation is a little different from what you think. It's better to see it with your own eyes. In addition, the direction we are heading is a little off the target. This way, follow me." The distance was already close. Under the guidance of Machine Tyrannosaurus and Tenabita Bluebird, Ultra Sedgerman swung his body on the snow and soon arrived at the cutting-edge temple. As Machine Tyrannosaurus and Tenabita Bluebird said just now, the huge ancient temple that had survived thousands of years in the travel book had completely disappeared. Instead, it was a mess. The stone pillars, the gates, the stone bricks, everything collapsed. Even the surroundings of the temple seemed to be affected by some kind of terrifying force, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing one after another. The area in the middle of the temple was like a landslide, with a whole large area falling down. On the ground around that area, there were 2 huge handprints. Together with the collapsed and broken stones and bricks around, it was as if some giant creature had pressed them hard to gain leverage, and the traces of being squeezed and sunken by the huge force were deeply embedded in it. This should have been the location of the underground palace of the temple before. Regichicus woke up from it and crawled out from here. As for the murderer who destroyed the temple, it was undoubtedly Regichicus. Such a location, such a degree of destruction, only it can do it. Qingliu stood on the head of the Ultra Sea Dragon beast, who raised his head, looking at the scene below that caught his eye, and slowly muttered to himself, "But I didn't see Regichicus." Qingliu glanced around, and there was no huge thing in his field of vision. As his eyes moved left and right, there was no information about Regichicus on the panel. Only not far away, near the 2 palm prints, there was a row of huge footprints, extending all the way to the north. Obviously, Regichicus was not here. It left. This made Qingliu fall into deep thought. Regichicus, who should have been in a long-term dormant state, suddenly woke up in anger and destroyed the place for long sleep, the cutting-edge temple. Now it seems to have gotten rid of the influence of the slow start feature and got up and left directly. The key is that according to the size of Lugia, Regichicus should be bigger. The movement it unconsciously made when moving should be very loud, but why didn't I notice it? And if it left, then what about Xiaosong's father, who is still stationed here? Qingliu used the panel to scan the places where there were more Pokemon nearby. At this time, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus came over there, Tenabita Bluebird and I have already found them before. Qingliu then gestured to lead the way and began to ask about the situation. What are the casualties? Do the serious ones need to be sent to the hospital? And I remember I said that if there are special circumstances, one of them can come back and report to me. Why not leave one to help? Machine Tyrannosaurus and Tenabita Bluebird looked at each other with awkward expressions. We wanted to help, but they don't seem to be injured. Qingliu heard and looked at them. The 2 future Dragon Slayers nodded in unison, indicating that what he said just now was correct. No injuries. Qingliu couldn't help but frown. After Regichicus, who woke up early for unknown reasons, destroyed his home in anger, the people stationed here did not suffer any casualties. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. After all, a mythical beast in a rage is a typical one that does not recognize relatives. Soon, Qingliu saw the people who were originally stationed here. There were about 20 of them, both men and women, and more than a dozen Pokemon, all gathered under a big tree not far away. After looking around, Qingliu found that it was similar to what Machine Tyrannosaurus said. There were no casualties. The 3 most seriously injured seemed to have their feet hit by rubble, which made them a little inconvenient to move, but they were not seriously injured. This made Qingliu even more curious about what happened here. But before Qingliu could get close, the more than 10 Pokemon with a more sensitive sense of smell rushed out with their trainers, staring fiercely at the direction where Qingliu was. But after seeing the huge size of Ultramarine, it seemed as if they suddenly remembered something terrible. These obviously trained police dogs all whimpered and tucked their tails, and did not obey the trainer's command at all. They retreated frantically and finally hid far away. The few police officers in police uniforms who were left behind were also shaking at this time, but they still refused to retreat. They stood in front of the crowd and confronted Ultramarine. Or in other words, they were confronting themselves who were now on Ultramarine's head. Qingliu ignored them who were obviously scared, and looked at the crowd. There, a young woman wearing ancient sacrificial clothes, which also looked like some kind of saint's clothing, was staring at the fire with a blank and worried look. "Excuse me, are you Miss Shinzi?" Qingliu asked. The young woman opposite was obviously stunned, then slowly stood up, ignoring the dissuasion of the police officer next to her, and stood not far away from the Ultra Sea Dragon. After a timid look at the hideous and terrifying Ultra Sea Dragon, she raised her head and looked at Qingliu standing above her head, and replied in a very unique voice that matched Xiaosong's description. "I am Shenzi, but I don't seem to know you, sir, may I ask?" "I came here at the request of Miss Xiaosong," Qingliu answered while taking out the box containing the gym badges and the Pokemon illustrated book, and opened them. At this time, the gym badges and Pokemon illustrated books collected are more effective proof of identity than one's own words. Sure enough, after seeing Qingliu's direct and indirect identification, both the police officer and the others behind him were obviously relieved, especially Shenzi, whose confused and sad eyes seemed to be revitalized and brightened at this moment. "Excuse me, what happened here? Where is Mr. Zubei?" Shenzi did not answer, but spoke quickly and hurriedly. "Sir, I will explain the situation here in detail when I have time. If possible, please go to support Mr. Zubei first. His situation is very dangerous. If this continues, his life will be in danger." Updated 2-2-1, that is, 4 chapters. Reach out, ask for votes. Chapter 272, the situation is urgent, so evolve, 2 chapters in 1. Time went back to nearly an hour ago. In the main hall deep in the underground palace of the Qifeng Temple, a huge chair made entirely of special stones, which was dozens of meters high at a glance, stood in the center of the main hall. Sitting on this stone chair was a statue that was even taller and more majestic than the stone chair, like a giant. This statue had no head, only a huge white torso. In the center of the torso was a huge bar-shaped protrusion with 7 round holes in the shape of the Big Dipper. Near the round holes of the Big Dipper, 3 pairs of huge eye-like objects were evenly distributed on both sides of the bar-shaped protrusion. Thick and long, very close to the shape of human arms, but only 3 finger-like objects were hanging on both sides of the torso, quietly placed on the armrests of the stone chair, motionless. It was sleeping. It should have continued to sleep. Until, from nowhere, a black gas mass emitting strong negative energy suddenly floated in, entered the underground palace, and came to the front of this huge statue. The moment it saw the statue, the black gas mass instantly expanded into a huge circular gas mass, then stretched and expanded in all directions, and then quickly shrank back, repeating this process continuously, looking extremely excited. After a brief excitement, the murmuring voice continued to sound in the black gas mass, echoing around. This group of black gas constantly lingered near the statue, testing, but it always seemed to be undecided, and did not take the next step. It was not until a commanding voice sounded that it approached the statue. The closer it got, the faster the frequency of the black gas mass expanded and stretched, and its excited appearance seemed to have felt the power of this existence that had been sleeping for countless years. As long as the possession was successful, it would be able to control this body. The temptation of power made the black gas mass move faster and faster, and the distance was getting closer and closer, until it came to the torso of the statue, and the huge strip-shaped protrusion began to gradually gather black gas, and then directly merged into part of it without any obstacles. This unusually smooth integration process made the black gas mass tremble. It was not because of other reasons, but through the feeling of the part that had already merged. The infinite power contained in the statue made them feel excited from the bottom of their hearts. Just a part of the body, the power is far greater than the sum of all the Pokemon that invaded them before. If they can completely occupy it, the power that will burst out will reach an unimaginable level. But if is only if. In the empty and dim underground palace, which was only illuminated by a faint light, 3 lights suddenly lit up. Red, blue, gray. The 3 colors of light flickered alternately. Although the light was not very strong, it seemed to be illuminating the entire underground palace. The black gas mass did not notice this sudden movement at all, and it was still bursting with that kind of gas mass filled with strong negative energy, constantly trying to merge into the statue. In silence, the statue began to shake slightly. Without any reaction time, The red, blue and gray colors of light suddenly surged, as if a sleeping prehistoric beast suddenly opened its eyes. The amplitude of the statue's shaking was instantly pulled to the maximum, and then, even the entire underground palace began to shake. Li. Ji. Chi. Ka. Si. A heavy whisper with a kind of fluctuating electronic music echoed in the empty hall. Along with the whispers, there was also a strong feeling of anger. Driven by this emotion, the huge statue sitting on the stone chair, supported the armrests of the stone chair with both arms, and slowly, stood up. The legendary giant Pokémon that dragged the continent, the Holy Pillar King Regichicus, awakened. At this moment, the Black Gas finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. How could the guy who should have fallen into deep sleep wake up so quickly? He quickly pulled out the part that had been integrated into it, stretched it violently, and the air mass flew towards the top of the underground palace at an extremely fast speed. But it was fast, and there were things faster than it. A fierce wind sounded suddenly in the underground palace. The part that was originally hanging on the armrest of the stone chair, which looked like an arm, swung out instantly, not giving the black air mass any time to react, and directly grabbed it across a distance of dozens of meters. No matter how it struggled, the three fingers that grabbed the black air mass suppressed it like a seal, leaving no possibility of escape. Then there was a long silence. The frantically struggling black gas mass and the constantly vibrating underground palace seemed to have no effect on the statue standing on the stone chair. Even the hand just stayed in the air as if time had stopped. Until the flickering three-color light on the torso no longer lit up alternately, but all lit up. The extended arm slowly retracted and placed in front of the three pairs of three-color round holes on the chest. The next moment, as if discovering something extremely disgusting, a thunderous roar sounded. Li. Ji. Chi. Ka. Si. The terrifying wave formed by the gray general energy burst out from the statue, and in an instant, all the various things accumulated on its body due to sleep were shaken away, revealing its huge body that was originally mainly white. In addition to these accumulations, the black gas mass that was caught was the first to bear the brunt and suffered the greatest impact. Almost in an instant, the originally vigorous gas mass was washed away by the powerful energy like a candle in the wind, leaving only a wisp of inconspicuous black gas. In this wisp of black gas, a faint black cage loomed. Regichicus glanced at it lightly with three pairs of eyes, and the terrifying energy surged to cover the entire palm, and his fingers exerted force instantly. Exclusive move, crush, buzz, bang! Exclamation mark. A dull humming sound suddenly sounded in the air, followed by a shocking sonic boom, which completely exploded in the underground palace. Even the stone chair it sat on was cracked by the explosion. The black gas that was attacked head-on, along with the things inside the black gas, were completely crushed and dissipated into nothingness. Confirming that the opponent had completely disappeared, Regichicus shook the hand that had just grabbed the black gas mass with disdain, and then seemed to be dissatisfied with such behavior. After squatting down and rubbing his hand heavily on the ground a few times, he patted the dust on his hand with satisfaction. After doing all this, Regichicus stood there like that, as if thinking, as if in a daze, with three pairs of eyes emitting strong light, illuminating the entire underground palace. Lay. G. As if attracted by the light, Regichicus looked around. The underground palace had experienced the terrifying energy fluctuations just now, but everything remained almost intact. Regichicus did not feel anything strange about this situation. After a slight hesitation, his body sank slightly. Two Optimus Prime-like legs stepped on the ground of the underground palace, and he jumped up with force. Two thick arms directly broke through the underground palace and came to the main hall of the cutting-edge temple. Then the two arms that grabbed the ground exerted force violently, and the huge body directly broke through the underground palace and the cutting-edge temple. The nearly 100-meter-tall giant came to the ground. Ignoring the shouts of those around him that were like ants to him, and ignoring the protests of those tiny Pokémon, Regichicus slowly raised one hand and swung it violently. In an instant, with a palm like a tidal wave, it directly shattered the ancient sword temple that it had just jumped up but had not completely destroyed. On the other side, the cold wind whistled in my ears, and the huge body of the Super Sea Dragon beast quickly shuttled through the snow. Above its head, Qingliu frowned slightly. In other words, for some unknown but angry reason, Regichicus woke up early, broke through the underground palace specially built by the ancient survivors, destroyed the sword temple but did not attack or hurt anyone, and then left directly to the north. Yes, The Son of God wrapped the clothes that Qingliu had just handed to her tightly, and said, "Because of the special ability inherited from the family, I had already sensed the signs of its early awakening. In addition, the underground palace was constantly shaking at that time, but it did not immediately break through the temple, so it gave us a lot of time to evacuate. Only 3 police officers in charge of vigilance were slightly injured by flying rocks." After listening to the Son of God's comprehensive description, Qingliu fell into deep thought. Let's not talk about why he woke up early. Just to say that there were constant noises in the underground palace, but he did not break through the underground palace and leave directly when everyone was not prepared after waking up, but waited for a while before taking action. This point is a bit subtle. This made Qingliu think of what Lugia had said last time. They will try not to interfere with the normal development of humans, and will not interfere in the affairs of humans. If Regicicus's actions are not self-indulgent, then it is likely that it is on the same side as Lugia. But then again, if it is on the same side, then it should continue to sleep, and at most it will wake up when the huge glacier in the future in the city of Kifin moves and is about to cause huge damage. Why is it waking up more than 3 years earlier? Qingliu turned around and looked at the Son of God, who was obviously uncomfortable with the cold wind. After hiding the specific timeline, Qingliu asked the Son of God if he found anything wrong on the grounds that he had a close relationship with Sirona, who is very knowledgeable about mythology. I didn't expect Mr. Qingliu and Miss Sirona to pay attention to its sleeping time. Shenzi sighed and said, "Just as I said to Miss Xiaosong on the phone, I only know that it was very angry when it just woke up. Forgive my weak bloodline and I can't feel any difference, but..." After the call was cut off, the police officer who came from Wisdom Lake for help mentioned a piece of information that I was very concerned about before leaving with Mr. Zubei. At this point, Shenzi's expression became solemn. He said, "Sleeping in the depths of Wisdom Lake, one of the gods of the lake appeared in the form of a pitch-black soul body and took the initiative to attack them, and they need emergency support. Mr. Qingliu, since you have some research on mythology, you should know what this means, right?" "Yes." Qingliu nodded. The gods of the lake, also known as the 3 sacred mushrooms, even if they appear in the form of soul bodies, can only be seen by people who it thinks are compatible with its abilities. It is a legendary Pokemon that only appears in front of specific people. But now it appeared in front of everyone, and the soul body that should have been crystal clear was actually all black. Qingliu's breathing became heavy for a moment. The thing that could cause this change and affect Pokemon, causing it to attack people violently, happened to be one of the things he had recently come into contact with, and that thing made him very afraid. It was suspected to be a fusion of dark Pokemon and dark matter. If it was this thing, then Regicicus's early awakening could be explained. Once possessed, in a sense, it becomes a puppet of the Void World. However, from the series of actions of Regicicus not attacking people, Miss Shenzi did not find anything wrong, and left directly. It should not be infected. The 3 sacred mushrooms in the Wisdom Lake should not be so lucky. Even if they are directly created by Arceus, their abilities are not combat type, and they may not be able to deal with what Regicicus can deal with. However, this does not mean that the second-level gods are weak. According to what Kakuno said last time, the legendary Pokemon in recent years have become stronger inexplicably, and she has not tried to take down a level 2 god steadily. Even the 4 Heavenly Kings need to be careful with legendary Pokemon. As a mid-level gym trainer, Xiaosong's father has no ability to compete head-on. But even so, after hearing that the situation in Lake Wisdom is very dangerous, he still resolutely took a few people to support Miss Junxia stationed at Lake Wisdom. And, looking at the current situation, if I am not on the front city, there will probably be no reinforcements. Facing the level 2 god infected by that strange energy, Zubei, Junxia, and a group of station personnel can imagine what the ending will be like. It can only be said that according to the situation at the time of the last time with Donghua Kaishong, it will be very miserable. How long have Mr. Zubei and the others been gone? Qingliu asked. Shenzi was silent for a moment, and then said, "They left about half an hour before you, Mr. Qingliu. According to their speed, they should have been here for more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Qingliu's eyes drooped slightly. A level 2 god who is at least one of the 4 Heavenly Kings is facing someone who has not even reached the level of the strongest gym trainer. Once a battle occurs, it is almost a one-shot kill. Even if one is killed in 10 seconds, there are 6 in a system, and 10 minutes is enough to refresh the corpse 9 more times. Qingliu couldn't help but think of the despair on Xiaosong's face after learning about her father's death, and the scene where she had to comfort herself with this despair that it was okay if she didn't save him. And the scene where Zubei, who is absolutely a role model among all gym trainers in the Sinnoh region, is gone, and the gyms in Sinnoh are about to return to the ranks of parallel imports. We must hurry up. I was thinking of finding a suitable opportunity for you to debut and evolve, but now it seems I have to advance. As he spoke, Qingliu took out a Poké Ball. Chapter 273, The Second Evolution. The Diving Dragon. 2 chapters in 1. Press the switch and throw it out gently. Ting. With a flash of red light, a two-headed dragon nearly 10 meters tall, with wings on its back and a white body covered with blue stripes appeared in the air. The child of God at the side blocked the cold wind with his hands, and looked at this scene with a little surprise at first, but soon turned to confusion. Although the size of the strange Pokemon in front of her is already a behemoth for ordinary Pokemon, for her who has been guarding the Regichicus in the cutting-edge temple for generations, she is at most a little surprised and surprised, not enough to shock her. Even her degree of surprise at this moment is not as good as the giant beast with a body length of more than 100 meters that she is riding on. After all, judging from the size alone, this beast can barely reach the level of Regichicus, except that it is a little thinner. However, this Miss Xiaosong did not know where she got this Pokemon from. She had this Pokemon that was far beyond the conventional concept, and she was not too worried even though she knew that her opponent was a legendary Pokemon. It seemed that this trainer should be quite powerful. What did she want to do by summoning this white dragon? According to the current situation, she should hurry on her way. But Shenzi glanced at the two-headed dragon not far behind her. Unknowingly, it had been left behind by the giant beast named Ultra Sedramon for a long distance. Even if the two-headed dragon could fly, it would be much more convenient in theory, but if it wanted to save time, it would undoubtedly be the Ultra Sedramon under it that would reach the Wisdom Lake faster. Shenzi hesitated and gave up using the special ability inherited from her family to find the answer. It was not very polite to rashly connect the spiritual world when both parties did not know each other well. Then, Shenzi was about to open her mouth to give a hint. But the other party seemed to know what she wanted to say, turned around and said, "Don't worry, Miss Shenzi, there will be no problem soon." Shenzi was stunned for a moment, and was still thinking about what Qingliu meant by this sentence. Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon, let's begin. As the voice fell, a buzzing sounded in the air, and a white light suddenly lit up behind him. A white light that was very dazzling even in the snow. Shenzi turned around in a daze. Although she had not seen this light many times, she knew it. This was the light of evolution. As the white light bloomed completely, the figure of the two-headed dragon inside began to change. The size of the Pokemon, which was originally different from that of ordinary Pokemon, was now soaring at a crazy speed, and the area of the two wings behind it was also expanding rapidly. The wingtips were constantly extending, becoming as sharp as a blade, emitting bursts of cold light. And this was not the most significant part of this evolution process. The most special change was that at the place where the two heads connected to the torso, the middle area of the shoulder armor-like area, just like the quasi-god two-headed evil dragon in the Unova region evolved into a three-headed evil dragon, gradually grew a third head in the light of the evolutionary light. At the moment when the change was completely formed, the evolutionary light in the sky gathered together and turned into three strange black lines that were printed on the three dragon heads at the same time. The next moment, the light flowed, and the pair of wings that could raise a huge shadow just by opening them flapped up and down, as if turning the wind into a tangible object and easily cutting it. The whistling sound of the cold wind caused by the high-speed movement was completely isolated. The next moment, the three dragons appeared beside her at a speed close to flashing. At this moment, along the huge eyes emitting green light, an extremely strong pressure instantly descended. The Son of God quickly covered her mouth that could fit an egg with her hands to hide her shock, but her wide eyes and pupils that had been open to the maximum all showed her inner shock at the moment. This momentum. This feeling. How could it be so close to the one in the temple? At the same time, the Wisdom Lake. The surroundings of the Wisdom Lake, which was originally the Ice and Snow Kingdom in the beautiful fairyland, have completely changed at this moment. Big trees fell one after another, and the knee-high snow on the ground was plowed into gullies with residual energy fluctuations, revealing the original color of the land. Bursts of black smoke rose from all around. The frozen lake of wisdom had now completely collapsed, with only a few scattered pieces of floating ice floating on the lake and light snowflakes falling from the sky from time to time. In this messy scene, a Pokemon that looked like a fairy in a Western fantasy, with a derivative growing on its head like a hat on its head, and a red gem embedded in its forehead and the tip of its two tails, floated in the air. One of the gods of the lake, Uxie. Waves of terrifying supernatural energy burst out from its transparent body wrapped in a strange black gas mass as if out of control, constantly destroying the things that appeared in front of it. Yoke. A sharp and painful sound came out of its mouth, followed by an even more powerful burst of energy. A beam of light formed by supernatural energy swept from the area in front of it to the distance. Boom. The ground was shaking, and the energy was roaring. In an instant, whether it was snow, ice, trees or boulders, they were all cut by the supernatural energy, collapsed and disappeared completely. After doing all this, Uxie's painful expression did not ease at all. Instead, it began to become hideous at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black gas mass was constantly repelled, but soon merged again. Two terrifying auras erupted in a very short distance, and even the supernatural energy scattered around showed signs of being completely out of control. Good opportunity. On the ground, hiding behind a big tree, a tall middle-aged man quickly issued an order. Ice Ghost Guard, Evil Wave, Snow Demon Girl, Dark Night Demon Shadow. The evil energy and ghost energy fell along with his voice, and suddenly rose from the ground and rushed straight to Uxie in the sky. Not far away, a fiercely burning flame also rose, rushing towards Uxie in a two-sided attack. Woo woo woo. The flame became more and more fierce under the strong wind. After rushing into the sky, the flames that were originally rushing forward suddenly began to rotate, transforming into a vortex of flames, trying to swallow Uxie. At almost the same time as the vortex of flames changed, the evil wave that was originally attacking in a rotating pattern also turned into an evil vortex in the same way to attack. The night demon shadow instantly shattered after reaching the air, and 4 or 5 shadow balls filled with deep black shadows shot out from it. Chi chi chi. Bang! Exclamation mark. The sound of violent energy corrosion sounded, and the vortex of flames was quickly extinguished by the superpower. Even the evil and ghost moves that restrained the superpower system were submerged by more terrifying energy after only breaking through a small section of the energy scattered around Uxie's body. Damn it! Zubei saw that the attack did not have any effect, and his breathing became a lot heavier. Looking at Uxie, who was obviously still in a bad state in the sky, Zubei quickly said, "Come again, evil wave and shadow." While the voice was ringing, there was no movement around him. Zubei immediately turned his head to look at the side of him. There was a floating ice demon guardian with sharp horns and a round head, and another snow demon girl who looked like a woman in a kimono. At this moment, the two of them were breathing rapidly and disorderly, and the fatigue on their faces was visible to the naked eye. Even their bodies were shaking constantly. Zubei's unfinished words were completely stuck. "Have you reached your limit too? It has been more than 10 minutes since he came to the Lake of Wisdom from the Temple of the Cutting Edge to join the battle." Facing an opponent who was far stronger than him in terms of level and combat power, Zubei did not dare to hold back even a little bit in every attack. Under such an unreserved attack, the speed of physical strength decline was alarming. The ability to hold on now was completely supported by perseverance. Even so, they could not stop Uxie from going crazy. Zubei looked around, and there were Pokemon who fell to the ground due to exhaustion or fainted due to serious injuries almost every distance away. At a glance, there were no less than 40 or 50 of them, including some of the 3 starter Pokemon and some with potential that was not inferior to the 3 starter Pokemon, and some of the other Pokemon in his lineup were also among them. Most of these which were dozens of times more numerous than Uxie, were killed in one move, and there was no sign of recovery until now. A small number of them were exhausted. The moves they launched had no effect and were all easily blocked. It could even be said that the consciousness attack that the opponent did not block at all was already blocked, and they could not even break the defense. The gap between the two sides was so big that the opponent had not even used a proper move, and the current situation had occurred. Zubei raised his head and looked at the figure in the air. According to Miss Junxia's description, the opponent only appeared in the form of a soul body, and the power he could use was not at its peak, and the strange black thing seemed to have caused a great impact and pain to it, so almost every once in a while, the opponent would stay in place and roar. And this was the main reason why they could persist until now. As for what happened to Yuxi, he was not interested in knowing, nor was he qualified. Thinking of this, Zubei couldn't help but feel a little ironic, but there was no other way to do it, because Yuxi's strength was too strong, and the gap between them was too big. Even though he knew that their strength had been growing stronger over the years, and even after witnessing the horror of Regicicus, Zubei didn't expect that even the soul of the Lake Gods could show power that had reached the level of the 4 heavenly kings. As a trainer in the cutting-edge city gym, he could only rely on the other party's bad mental state to delay time. And now, the physical strength of his last 2 Pokémon is also approaching the limit, and this situation of breaking at the slightest touch is almost unsustainable. No. Although those guys in the Alliance are annoying, they can't lie to me when facing such a thing, so, even if I die, I have to delay until the support comes. Zubei searched the last few defective energy cubes from his pocket and threw them into the mouths of Ice Demon Guard and Snow Demon Girl. Digest it as quickly as possible, we must persevere. Zubei said quickly, pulling his dry throat. No matter what, he couldn't give up until the last moment. If he, the trainer of the Chisel City Gym, and Miss Junsha, who led the elite police force of Chisel City, could not have any influence on Yuxi, then once the obviously abnormal Yuxi was allowed to enter Chisel City, it would definitely cause a lot of casualties. By then, not only the citizens, but also Xiaosong and the students behind the gym. Zubei's breathing became heavier and his expression became more and more gloomy. Looking at the 2 Pokémon that were quickly digesting the effects of the energy block, he began to prepare for the next battle deployment and try to delay as much time as possible. But at this moment, a dull hum suddenly sounded in the sky above his head. Before he could react, the Ice Demon Guard rushed over. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The Ice Demon Guard immediately flew back at a faster speed than when he rushed out just now, and fell deeply into the snow. Ice Demon Guard. Zubei hurried forward. The Ice Demon Guard had fainted, and his whole body was extremely weak, as if he had been severely injured. Damn it! Zubei cursed angrily and quickly said, Snow Fairy, prepare to use the same life. Buzz! There was another strange sound of breaking through the air. Before the ghost energy in the hands of the Snow Fairy was fully activated, a superpower energy had already descended. Bang! Another explosion sounded around him. The Snow Fairy was directly hit by the explosion, and even Zubei was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. He rolled dozens of times in the snow before stopping. Mr. Zubei, ah! Miss Junsha's voice in the distance just stopped as soon as it sounded, and the whimper of the wind speed dog also fell silent. With a dizzy head and a series of sharp tinnitus in his ears, Zubei supported his body with his hands and slowly sat up. After a brief confusion and thinking, he realized that the remaining 3 combat forces had fallen. Enduring the nausea and vomiting caused by the constant spinning and swinging in front of him, Zubei slowly looked at the figure floating in the air. At this moment, Yuxi no longer had the painful struggle she had before. The thick black gas completely merged into the transparent soul body. Her eyes were full of violent and fierce aura, and the supernatural energy was surging wildly in it. Obviously, the opponent had completely entered that strange state of being out of control. However, the strongest fighting force in Qifeng City had already fallen here. Who could stop the violent Yuxi next? Despair slowly rose in Zubei's heart. The soul body alone had already burst out with the fighting power of the 4 heavenly kings. Then, what would be the situation of the main body sleeping at the bottom of the Wisdom Lake, and what kind of fighting power would it have? It was impossible to defeat it, absolutely impossible to defeat it. Now the only hope is that Xiaosong quickly organized the evacuation through the last call from Miss Shenzi, minimized the losses, and waited for the 4 heavenly kings level trainers of the Alliance to come. Otherwise, something serious would happen. However, no matter what happened, he should not be able to see it. Zubei raised his head and looked at the sky. He had just felt that Yuxi was gathering energy. At this moment, there was no one else in the entire venue, so the attack was naturally directed at him, the last person who was still able to move and had energy. Zzz! Exclamation mark. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations, Zubei smiled helplessly. Psychic power, one of the few powerful attacking moves among the psychic moves. You really think highly of me, but this can be regarded as barely fulfilling the duties of a gym trainer. After saying that, Zubei opened his hands and lay back on the snow, quietly waiting for the spiritual power to gather, brew, launch, and die. Wait? Zubei looked at the terrifying energy ball, which did not attack him as planned, but burst into the air diagonally above, and his eyes widened immediately. What the hell? Did it miss? But the next moment, his inner doubts disappeared instantly. In the direction of the spiritual power attack, in the high sky, a huge white figure with blade-like wings spread out was swooping down from the sky above at an extremely terrifying speed. The speed was so fast that the whole sky was roaring violently. And the destination of its dive was Yuxi. Chapter 274, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon arrives. 2-in-1. Obviously, when Yuxi gathered his spiritual power just now, it was not because of how important Zubei was. Instead, it was after sensing the huge white figure appearing in the sky above its head that it deliberately used the moves that it had hardly used in the previous battle to launch an attack. Moreover, looking at the diving posture of the figure in the air, it did not seem to be holding back. In other words, the two of them were enemies. However, he had just experienced Yuxi's extraordinary strength. Would this Pokemon of unknown origin be its opponent? Zubei, who was close to death just now, sincerely hoped that the attacking Pokemon would be stronger at this moment. He did not ask to defeat Yuxi, but at least, delay a little more time. Time is life. Even Zubei knew that in such an emergency, it was unknown when the four kings of the Alliance would arrive, but holding hope at any time was the driving force for mankind to move forward. While Zubei was silently looking forward to it in his heart, the strong sound of breaking through the air became louder and louder. Until the huge white figure was rapidly approaching the ground, the terrifying sound waves like thunder suddenly poured over the entire nearby area. Boom! Under the impact of this strong sound, surging waves filled the entire surface of Wisdom Lake, and even the snow on the surrounding trees and the ground began to vibrate. What a fast speed! Zubei saw this scene, and his expression was solemn, revealing a hint of joy. At this speed, it is possible to avoid Yuxi's mental power. Even if you can control the distance well, you don't know whether you can win, but at least, there will be no problem in delaying enough time. However, when you see that the huge white figure is getting bigger and bigger as the distance is shortened, getting closer and closer to the surging mental power energy ball, and whether it is its body, wings or tail, it doesn't seem to want to turn or dodge. Instead, it took the initiative to fold its wings, and when it rushed straight up like a feather arrow that never returns after being shot, Zubei felt that something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be a preparatory move to dodge, right? This made him stand up to the harsh sound and be extremely alert. Seeing the huge white figure completely close to the spiritual power that exuded a terrifying energy aura, and still showing no signs of dodging, Zubei felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, the two collided brazenly. Bang! Exclamation mark. A huge explosion sounded in the air. The terrifying energy burst out instantly, raising a stream of black smoke and dust that quickly covered half of the sky, and continued to spread around as the residual energy was released. Zubei stared at this scene in a daze. Sure enough, there was no dodging at all. Zubei's brain, which had been dizzy before due to the impact, was dizzy again, and he almost couldn't stand. How could there be a guy who didn't use such a fast speed to dodge and counterattack, but instead directly attacked with an attitude of "I'm not afraid at all"? Especially after the rolling smoke and dust became bigger and bigger, Zubei felt that the hope that had just risen was extinguished again. He sighed and shook his head helplessly, and sat back on the ground. At this moment, Yuxi, floating in the air with a strong black aura in his eyes, has been staring at the top of his head since the explosion. It can sense what Zubei can't sense. As a legendary Pokemon of the psychic system, even if it is not on the right state now, its perception ability is still very strong. It knows that the guy coming is very strong, so it will directly activate its mental power. It also knows that even if it hits head-on, it probably can't solve the opponent. But it is not afraid. Now it just wants to destroy everything in front of it, even if it is Arceus, it is not afraid. Woo woo woo. There was a sound of rapid movement in the air. Here it comes. Yuxi suddenly turned his sight. A huge white figure appeared at that position. The attack just now had no effect on it at all. Even the huge white wings behind it were folded, still like a sharp blade, easily cutting through the smoke and dust, and shooting at it like a sharp arrow from a bow. Even the superpowers scattered around were invisibly affected by the force of the dive, and kept shaking. Yuxi's expression suddenly became solemn. He waved his two arms, and the rich superpower energy quickly circulated. The second mental power was condensed again. But at this moment, a huge dragon roar fell from the sky. Dragon power. In an instant, A heavy feeling as if he was trapped in a quagmire came over him. Not only his arms, but even the black air that had been shuttling through his body was affected and delayed for a moment. By the time Yuxi reacted, it was too late. Buzz! The terrifying buzzing sound had already reached the top of his head. The three huge heads with black marks rushed directly towards him. The speed was so fast that Yuxi had no time to fight back. The dragon had directly hit the superpower energy shield that was scattered around it. Bang! A dull sound sounded instantly. The shield was not broken, but the huge impact force, together with the white figure and Yuxi, crashed directly into the ground. Boom! The air wave rose for only a moment, and a big hole was knocked out of the already devastated ground. The ground began to crack, and cracks spread all around. Smoke and dust slowly rose from the cracks and spread all around. At this moment, the world also became quiet. Zubei, who was buried by the flying snow, panted and climbed out. After a quick look at the sky, his eyes quickly fell on the place where the smoke and dust rose, and there was an undisguised shock in his eyes. It turned out that he could attack successfully in this way. They had fought for so long before, used so many moves, and played various coordinations, various combinations of moves, and even deliberately selected moves that restrained psychic powers to attack. But even so, until the last Pokemon fell, the attack was not successful. Now, Yuxi was knocked down from the sky by such a simple and crude attack, which could even be said to have no skills and no attribute restraint. Thinking of the impact generated by the falling speed at that time, Zusong couldn't help but fall into silence. Is this the so-called one force defeats 10 skills? Before Zubei could adjust his mindset, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the smoke not far away. Roar! Zubei reacted and quickly moved behind a tree. At the huge pit, two huge wings cut through the smoke and fluttered gently. It was just an ordinary flapping of wings, but in an instant, a violent gust of wind blew up at the moment the wings were waving, rolling up the smoke and dust around and flying towards the top of the head. As the smoke and dust disappeared, the huge pit gradually became clear. Zubei soon saw that a white dragon with 3 heads and a height of at least several dozen meters stood up and slowly stretched its body. The 6 eyes emitting green light exuded supreme majesty and indifference, staring straight at the ground. And he, just by looking at the dragon, could feel the strong oppression revealed in its eyes. Unknown Pokemon, and this feeling. He had lived for decades, and he had only seen this strong oppression and terrifying momentum in legendary Pokemon. Moreover, it was not a legendary Pokemon like Yuxi, but a Pokemon that was seen on Regitricus, who came out of the underground palace and destroyed the Temple of the Cutting Edge with one palm not long ago. Is it a legendary Pokemon? Zubei murmured. Almost as soon as the voice fell, the 3 dragons turned their heads as if they had discovered him. The 6 blue eyes on the 3 dragon heads connected by the raised chests were all focused on him. Many years later, Zubei understood that it was a look of condescension and contempt for all living beings. But at this moment, he had already tensed his body instantly. Although he knew that the other party seemed to have some contradictions with Yuxi, it did not mean that the other party and himself were in the concept of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zubei could feel that the temper of this unknown legendary dragon might not be much different from that of the current Yuxi. In fact, the other party might not care about his life or death, and at the same time, he might not care about the lives of the Pokemon and police officers who had fallen here. Although the landing place just now deviated from the nearby area for unknown reasons, the snow that was raised was a great threat to the already fainted Pokemon and humans, not to mention the battle that broke out here. I am afraid that in the end, except for the 3-headed dragon and Yuxi in front of him, no one can survive. In despair, there's hope of survival. Is it going to be shattered again? Zubei silently glanced at the police officers and Pokemon in front of him. But surprisingly, the 3-headed dragon on the opposite side seemed to have sensed his small movement of scanning the surroundings just now, and the 3 heads began to turn in different directions, and the blue eyes accurately scanned everyone. Then they gathered on him again, slowly exhaled a breath of white air, but did not attack. Zubei's nerves were tense again, but an incredible idea inexplicably emerged in his mind. This idea was absurd, but for some reason, the emotions revealed in those blue eyes seemed not as ruthless as they appeared. Gurgle swallowing a mouthful of saliva, seeing that the other party was still staring at him, Zubei tentatively opened his mouth, but before he could make a sound, suddenly, a strong psychic energy surged again. The familiar spiritual power penetrated the last wisp of smoke and shot out from the ground, heading straight for the three-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon seemed to have sensed it long ago. The three heads turned at the same time, opened their bloody mouths and bit directly. Snap! The sound of the upper and lower teeth colliding sounded, and the energy was instantly torn apart. At the same time, the huge dragon foot raised and stomped heavily forward, and the movement of Freaksy under the ground suddenly became much quieter. After doing all this, the three-headed dragon turned around again. This time, its eyes were filled with impatience and strong murderous intent. Zubei finally confirmed what he had just thought in his mind. The other party wanted him to quickly pull these people away and not interfere with its battle. After taking a few tentative steps and seeing the other party acquiesce, Zubei felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly took action, put all his Pokémon into the ball, and began to dig out the police officers buried in the snow around him, dragging them to a more open place. But before he could dig a few, the ground shook violently again. The three-headed dragon in the distance did not make any noise, and Uxie seemed to be suppressed for a short time and did not make any sound, so Zubei turned around and saw snow flying not far away. A snake-like giant beast of incredible size was moving rapidly on the ground, and its destination was exactly where he was. Zubei's breathing became rapid again. Why, another big guy came. Although he could not feel that the other party had a more terrifying aura than Uxie and the three-headed dragon in front of him, this size alone was already a very big threat. And according to the speed at which the other party rushed over, I am afraid that just after approaching, all the people and Pokémon along the way would be turned into meat patties. This made Zubei extremely anxious, and he wanted to dig out as many nearby police officers as possible. But because of the constant high-intensity fighting and running, his body was exhausted, and he could not use much strength at this moment, and could only watch the other party approach. But something unexpected happened again. After the huge snake-shaped Pokémon came to the nearby area, its speed suddenly slowed down, and then it began to crawl irregularly as if it was deliberately avoiding. At the same time, a clear and powerful voice came over. "Sorry, Mr. Shepherd, it was a little excited after evolving, but fortunately it controlled its power and didn't hurt anyone." A boy in a coat stood on the head of the snake-shaped Pokémon, and the little face that was exposed after being covered was full of an apologetic smile. Next to him stood a woman who looked familiar to him. "Ms. Shenzi?" Shepherd asked tentatively. "It's me." Shenzi took off the head on her coat and nodded. Even though he was shocked a lot today, Shepherd was a little unresponsive for a while. Why did Miss Shenzi, who was arranging the follow-up and waiting for rescue in the cutting-edge temple, follow this boy and this giant Pokémon here? He wanted to ask, but soon realized that now was not the time to ask this, and finally looked at Shenzi tentatively. Shenzi shook his head slightly. Zubei was a little disappointed. "That's right, so young? How could it be the four heavenly kings who came to support?" But he soon cheered up again and looked at the huge snake-shaped Pokémon in front of him. Although he didn't know the origin of this Pokémon, it seemed to be the Pokémon of this boy, and this size was enough for them to dig out the nearby police officers and Pokémon and take them away together. "Help dig people first, and we'll talk about the others later." Unexpectedly, the boy shook his head. "Mr. Zubei, there are too many people here. If the battle starts, there will be no time to take them all away safely." Zubei frowned slightly. He didn't believe that since the other party dared to come to this place, he would not know the principle of saving as many as possible. "So, what do you mean?" Zubei asked. "Just move the battlefield." The boy still kept smiling. "Move." Zubei subconsciously looked to the other side. Whether it was the three-headed dragon or the violent Uxie, they were not simple characters. They were at least at the level of the four heavenly kings. Facing such a powerful existence, even if your Pokémon is big enough and should be very powerful, how can you just move the battlefield? Unless you can command the three-headed dragon that exudes the aura of a legendary Pokémon, otherwise. The thoughts in his mind were still fluctuating, and then he saw the other party open his mouth and issue an order. "Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, take it away, let's change places." As soon as the voice fell, the three-headed dragon opposite, which looked extremely ferocious and bad-tempered, retracted its pupils that originally exuded dissatisfaction in an instant, and began to act very neatly. Seeing this scene, Zubei turned his head again in disbelief and looked at Shenzi standing next to the boy, with some doubt in his eyes. Is this three-headed dragon his Pokémon? "Miss Shenzi, are you really sure that this guy is not a trainer of the four heavenly kings level sent by the Alliance to support him?" Shenzi shook his head firmly again, and at the same time used the ability passed down from generation to generation in his family bloodline to respond. No, he is Miss Xiaoshuang's friend. He was asked to come here to support her after she challenged the Blade Gym. Hearing this reply, Zubei was even more confused. 3 dragons. 4 Heavenly Kings level, support, challenge the gym? Why does it feel so strange to have the first 3 and the last one together? I thought it was outrageous enough that my daughter, who had already become a gym trainer, was going to challenge a gym to participate in the Lily of the Valley tournament. I didn't expect that there was something even more outrageous now. Do trainers now have to be so timid before they are willing to participate in the league tournament? Chapter 275, Explosion. Ultimate Dragon vs. Yuxi. 2 chapters in 1. Qingliu did not pay much attention to the secret communication between Zubei and Shenzi and the gazes cast at him. The only thing that surprised him was that the family bloodline inheritance ability mentioned by Shenzi before seemed to be a little similar to the power of superpowers from the performance just now. However, just as Zubei had thought before, now was not the time to pay attention to these things. He had more important things to deal with. Qingliu turned his head and looked at the huge pit smashed by the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon that fell from the sky. At some point, Yuxi had gotten rid of the suppression of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and floated in the air. Yoko. Yuxi, who was completely in a violent state, looked at Qingliu with an evil smile and made a disdainful cry. What Qingliu said just now was naturally captured by its superpowers, but how can you change the battlefield just by saying it? Stupid and arrogant human, before you deal with that big guy who only has brute force, let you feel the power of the legendary Pokemon. Yuxi's eyelids drooped and his eyes filled with black air lit up with blue light. Psychic move, telekinesis. The extremely powerful psychic energy scattered around was immediately mobilized, and in an instant it turned into a wave of psychic energy that rushed towards Qingliu's position. As the target of the attack, Qingliu did not react much, and did not even issue an order, which made Zubei and Shenzi standing next to him a little worried. Ultra Sedgerman has begun to turn its body, and the electric energy on the lightning blade above its head is quietly running. Although Qingliu did not give any orders, it must prevent anything that may cause harm from happening. Before it becomes the ultimate form covered with alloy, Qingliu cannot have any problems. Crackling! Exclamation mark. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and looking at the surging telekinesis, the thunder gun was ready to intercept it. But the next moment, a gust of wind blew from one side, and a huge figure more than 20 meters tall with sharp wings like blades flashed in front of Zhao Heilongman. The huge dragon claws of energy mimicry swung out heavily, and before the thunder gun could hit the wave of telekinesis. Swish! The dragon claw easily penetrated it, and a sharp and piercing tearing sound was heard. In the explosion of the energy of the broken telekinesis, the 3 heads of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon turned around, and the 6 blue pupils looked deeply at Zhao Heilongman, and then turned around and rushed towards Yuxi on the ground. Zhao Heilongman was stunned for a moment, and his eyes gradually became fierce. Zhao Heilongman had no concept of stealing the limelight and showing off, but Zhao Heilongman could clearly feel the provocation in the opponent's eyes. Obviously, he was defeated, but now he has become so arrogant after evolving. If Qingliu hadn't been here, it would have wanted to teach him a lesson. On the contrary, Qingliu couldn't help but smile when he saw such a scene. He could tell from the fact that he had used his body to confront the spiritual power before, and from the fact that he had chosen to directly break through the 2 attacks of Yukashi afterwards. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon thought that this was its battle, and didn't want anyone to interfere. As for the provocative look, it was more of a warning. It was the same when it first saw this guy. When Lucario intervened in the battle, it directly chose to give up the attack, and then warned Lucario in the same way. However, because its strength increased relatively slowly, it couldn't keep up with the opponents it encountered, and its characteristics were banned by Rayquaza, so its personality was somewhat affected. However, with this evolution, it reached the strongest stage of the regular Blue Eyes White Dragon lineage. It's back, everything is back, the arrogant Blue Eyes White Dragon is back. Qingliu silently looked at the information on the panel in front of him. Race, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Classification, White Dragon Pokemon, Attributes, Dragon, Normal, Features, Destroy and then Rebuild, Level, 45, Exclusive Moves, Dragon Power, Dragon Type, Suppression, Burst Gale Bomb, Dragon Type, Power 80, Double Burst Gale Bomb Triple Burst Gale Bomb, Dragon Type, power 120, simultaneously fires 3 terrifying energy bombs with a power of 120 to attack. Ultimate Storm Bomb, Dragon-type, Transformation. When using the Blue Eyes series exclusive moves, you can copy the previous attack and trigger it twice for a total of 3 identical attacks, and the attacks have the Dragon Power Suppression effect. Dragon God Strength, Dragon-type, power 110, Chaos Pierce, Dragon-type, passive. Piercing effect, mastered moves. Racial stats, 570,670, horsepower 95,105, attack 95,100, defense 7,696, special attack 115,140, special defense 7,494, speed 115,135, intimacy 4,550, increase your favorability towards assisting in the evolution. Status, unprecedented. Information summary, the final form of the Blue Eyes White Dragon series, with a ray of energy from the Blue Eyes Chaos Ultra Dragon, its attack power, defense power, and speed have all been terribly improved. It is the holder of the strongest and purest dragon power. Divine Plan, evolved, level 65, the evolution level has not been reached, and the special conditions have been broken. Note, evolution is irreversible. The race value is 670, which has reached the value of the regular first level god in the Pokemon world. The special attack and speed have been improved to a very terrifying level, especially the 2 new moves. Not only was the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon excited, he couldn't wait to see what level of power it had reached now. Qingliu put away his smile and said quickly, "Okay, don't play anymore. There are too many wounded here. Let's move the battlefield to the snow-capped mountains in the distance." After the voice fell, the 6 eyes of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon turned to Uxie. Uxie, whose mind was already filled with violent energy, once again felt the other party's contempt for him, and he decided not to hold back anymore. The red gems inlaid on Uxie's forehead and 2 tails slowly bloomed with a breathtaking red light, and a series of supernatural energy with a powerful and ancient aura was agitated in the gems, and began to drill out continuously with his movements. But the next second, Uxie suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from all around, and then his eyes went dark. Then, the huge dragon claw of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in a downward state slapped it in the face, and along with the claws, there was also the terrifying power that he felt when he fell from the sky before. Bang! Before it could react, the violent impact instantly hit the energy shields distributed around it for defense, and its body was violently repelled and flew towards the horizon. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon then flapped its wings, blew away the snow around it, and chased it into the air. Qingliu turned to look at Zubei and Shenzi, and said, "No one should disturb us next, so I'll leave this to you." After letting Dragonman put Shenzi down, he put his head to the ground, twisted his 120-meter body, and rushed towards the snow mountain he had just mentioned. After Qingliu left, the 2 people who were already shocked and unable to speak looked at each other, and finally began to rescue the police officer. In the air with a whistling cold wind, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon raised the 7 or 8 meter long energy mimic dragon claw, and before Uxie launched a counterattack, he swung it down again. Bang! Another huge collision sounded, and Uxie flew out again. After several consecutive times, they had already arrived at a place very far away from the Wisdom Lake. Qingliu stood on the head of Dragonman and silently estimated that the distance was almost enough, and then shouted to the sky, "Almost." The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon rushed forward and immediately dispersed the dragon energy on its claws, and stared at the opponent opposite. At this moment, around Uxie's body, the black gas and psychic energy formed an egg-like closed space, completely enveloping it. This was a defensive measure taken by Uxie after being knocked away like a ball in the air. This did not have much effect on preventing the battlefield from being transferred, but the very strange Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon could not be opened by force, and as the distance of flight became farther and farther, Qingliu could feel that Uxie's momentum was rising. The strange black gas surged even more wildly, as if constantly stimulating Uxie's soul body, until a mysterious and inexplicable feeling of blooming appeared. This feeling was very similar to the breath emitted by the lightning bird when it was forced to merge with the rules of the world and reached a huge size of hundreds of meters. After being crushed all the way, you are anxious and plan to use the power of legendary Pokemon to play for real. Qingliu looked at Uxie, who was wrapped in the round energy ball, and whispered to himself. At this moment, a crisp shell-breaking sound was heard. Crack! The eggshell-like thing that wrapped around Yuxi suddenly cracked. Crack! The crack instantly covered the entire egg until the egg was completely cracked. The next second, a mysterious, ancient, but strange energy with a strong negative aura drilled out from the crack. Yuxi's figure gradually became clear. Originally only 0.3 meters in size, it had now grown 10 times to about 3 meters. Although it did not make much difference to the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, it was even easier to hit. But compared to its body, the biggest change was the momentum and energy emanating from its body. From the red gems at the center of its eyebrows and tail, superpowers continued to drill out, and each strand was filled with astonishing weight, making people feel from the bottom of their hearts that a heavy pressure was hanging in the sky and pressing on their heads. And its total amount was even more terrifying, reaching the point where it occupied the entire 10-meter space near Yuxi. This was an extremely pure superpower accumulated over a long period of time. At this moment, even space seemed unable to bear the mass of this force, and wherever it existed, a sense of distortion was visible to the naked eye. Even Wanian's squinting eyes have opened so wide, it seems that he is really anxious. Qingliu looked at Yuxi's big eyes that had been completely opened and surrounded by black air, and then opened the panel illustration. Lines of small blue words quickly appeared in front of him. Race, Yuxi, spirit form, classification, knowledge Pokemon, attributes, psychic, features, float, suspended in the air, so it cannot be attacked by ground-type moves, level 55. The maximum combat power that a soul form can exert is level 50 combat power, exclusive moves, none, mastered moves, telekinesis, sleep, magical power, seal, momentary amnesia, psychic power, mystical power, parting gift, reflection wall, light wall, hold, feature swap, stand, meditation, predict the future, race value, 580, health, 75, attack, 75, defense, 130, special attack, 75, special defense, 130, speed, 95, intimacy, -100, hates all life forms and wants to destroy them, status, furious, affected by force majeure, its power has been pushed to the limit of what this soul form can possess. Information summary, people believe that the Lakeons, Yuxi, Emrido and Akinim, hatched from the same egg and symbolize 3 artifacts. Yuxi corresponds to the Yata mirror. Its birth brought wisdom to humans that made life colorful and took away the memories of evil people, so it was revered by people. The main body is level 55, and the limit of the soul body is level 50, which is higher than the original reserve Zapdos, but it is very likely to be lower than the Zapdos, one of the 3 sacred birds in the official service. Qingliu quickly scanned the lines of blue small words in front of him. There is nothing wrong with this situation if you think about it carefully. After all, compared with the 3 sacred birds that are constantly fighting, the existence of the 3 sacred mushrooms is more about the functionality of the world's initial operation, and the level does not need to be that high. However, due to the uniqueness of the Lakeons, the combat power of its existence will not be much lower than that of other legendary Pokemon that are also second-level gods. The level is 5 levels higher than that of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and the significance of its existence is unique and special, but its race value is far behind. As the 2 sides go back and forth, the gap in paper strength between the 2 sides is infinitely narrowed. And this is simply the best opponent for Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to experience the power after evolution. Come on, let me feel the combat power of Sinnoh's native legendary Pokemon. It seems that he heard Aowagi's voice, or perhaps it was because of the continuous setbacks since encountering Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. After a brief moment of confusion, Yukashi's eyes seemed to remember something. He looked at Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon with both eyes and raised his fingers. The next moment, the red gem at the center of his eyebrows emitted a strong light, and 5 spiritual thoughts that were several times larger than before instantly condensed and formed, and shot towards the location of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Facing the attack, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon still did not choose to dodge, but turned one of its heads to look at Aowagi. Since it's serious, we will certainly go all out. Qingliu's expression became serious and earnest, and he quickly said, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, use triple explosion gale bullet. In mid-air, the blue light in the eyes of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon shone brightly, and the 3 dragon heads raised up and slightly opened their mouths. The violent dragon energy mixed with a holy white light quickly condensed into an energy bullet with electric current running through the surface. Fire. The moment the voice fell, The 3 dragon heads of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon opened their bloody mouths with a swallowing movement, and 3 energy bullets were instantly fired, rushing straight towards the 5 spiritual strong thoughts that were attacking. The distance was not far, and the 2 sides accelerated their extremely fast attack speeds. In just an instant, the superpower energy and the dragon energy collided with each other. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded, and a dazzling white light suddenly rose in the sky. Then, the fluctuating terrifying energy instantly swept all nearby areas at an extremely fast speed. Fierce winds blew on the nearby snow-capped mountains, and large pieces of snow began to crack and slowly crawl down the mountain. A huge avalanche was about to form. But this could not interfere with the battle in the air. The triple explosive wind bomb forcibly penetrated the mental power in the continuous explosion and rushed to the vicinity of Yaxi. Although he could not see it because of the strong light, Yaxi's strong perception ability had already sensed the attack in advance. He raised his arm and shook it gently. The ancient and mysterious powerful energy bursting out from the red gem immediately moved from all around to the front of him and blocked the attack. But even though it looked so relaxed, Yaxi's expression had become extremely ferocious at this moment. It did not expect that after using all its strength to attack, it still did not directly take down the opponent. Instead, it was easily broken through by the opponent, and the attack even rushed to its front. The black air encouraged Yaxi to burst out with more violent anger, and even its voice became hoarse. Yoke. The moment the voice sounded, an unknown mysterious energy descended. Superpower, predicting the future. More updates tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.